Chapter 724. Billions of immortals in the immortal world, including some mysterious immortals who lived in seclusion, were paying close attention to the two battles. One of them, the Battle of White Phoenix City, had come to a swift end. The 5 low-level celestial emperors of the Tianyi Palace came aggressively and confidently. They intended to flatten White Phoenix City with a crushing force. That's right, a total of 5 low-level celestial emperors leading a large number of high-level true immortals was enough to flatten at least 70% of the cities and sects in the celestial world. A mere White Phoenix City, and its main force had already gone to Windward Gorge to carry out a trade, was simply too much. Unexpectedly, something that defied the heavens suddenly happened. 5 low-level immortal emperors died in an instant. The heavens and earth wept in sorrow. After the death of the 5 immortal emperors, the remaining high-level true immortals were easily defeated. The 6th-level, 7 creatures from the alternate dimension once again slashed out with saber moves that were close to the Tao. They drew a trail in the sky like a meteor. The space shattered, and the saber light swept through everything, covering all directions and shattering the void. Just these few saber strikes contained the essence of the 100 lifetime saber Tao. With a flash of saber light, heads fell to the ground. Furthermore, the saber chi seemed like an immortal yet not an immortal, like a fiend yet not a fiend. It seemed like it wanted to extract the souls of all living things within a radius of 5,000 kilometers. The immortal consciousnesses of the spectating immortals were almost destroyed. Fortunately, the saber light came fast and left even faster. He sheathed his saber. "Master, the enemies have all been annihilated." The 6 extra-dimensional beings instantly retracted their auras and suppressed their cultivation levels to that of a level 5 true immortal. It was extremely strange. In the void, a large pile of immortal corpses floated in the air. All of them were decapitated. But the corpse wasn't too badly damaged. "Master, according to your request, the immortal body was not destroyed." "Good, very good." Xiao Han was also very excited. Even though Xiao Han's current battle power was invincible against those below the immortal emperor realm, it was still not enough. It was practically a clean sweep. However, Xiao Han wasn't a match for a low-level immortal emperor. However, these tyrannical level, 7-dimensional lifeforms were also a part of Xiao Han's strength. It could be said that this was Xiao Han's first time experiencing the thrill of killing an immortal emperor. That's right, pleasure. Immortal emperors were existences at the pinnacle of the immortal world's pyramid. Among billions of true immortals, there might not be many immortal emperors. It could be said, every immortal emperor was a creation of heaven and earth, the soul of all living things. Now, Xiao Han had destroyed 5 of them in one go. How refreshing. There was a refreshing feeling of being crushed. Inside Xiao Han's heart, the demon god's egg was pulsating slightly. The demon god's soul was emitting a ripple of joy. "Look, even the heavens are weeping." Xiao Han reached out with his right hand and grabbed a few raindrops. Above his head, wind and lightning intersected, and a vortex raged. Xiao Han's hair fluttered in the wind, and his robes fluttered. Xiao Han looked like a demon god, standing tall in the void. With a wave of his right hand, he stored all the immortal corpses into his storage ring. "Those who are spying on us." All of a sudden, Xiao Han's soul and psyche fluctuated, transmitting sound waves to a place very far away. The Tianyi Palace has brought disaster to the immortal realm. They've been oppressing others everywhere, gaining the upper hand, plundering resources, bullying men and women. I, the White Phoenix sect, declare war on the Tianyi Palace. Challenging the Tianyi Palace's position as the overlord only hoped to balance the forces in the celestial world. Now, the Tianyi Palace has suffered heavy losses, and even several immortal emperors have fallen. For the Tianyi Palace, the fall of an immortal emperor is something that will shake its foundation. Now, I'll mention it again. Those who are willing to join the White Phoenix City to fight against the Tianyi Palace, please come to the White Phoenix sect as soon as possible. The structure of the immortal realm is about to be broken. I hope everyone can see the situation clearly. Xiao Han used the name of the White Phoenix City to say this. In this way, if the few high-level immortal emperors who lived in seclusion knew about the turmoil in the immortal realm, they would first consider that it was a conflict between the various forces in the immortal realm, and then they might neglect Xiao Han's true identity. In terms of power, Xiao Han didn't dare to fight against the 4 high-level immortal emperors. After saying this, Xiao Han led the creatures from the alternate dimension back to the headquarters of the White Phoenix sect. Everything was quiet again. The storm began to stop. The sky became clear once again. At the same time, the fall of the 5 low-level immortal emperors of the Tianyi Palace caused a great uproar that didn't subside at all. Instead, it became more and more intense, incredible. That's heaven-defying. The Tianyi Palace is going to lose. The structure of the immortal realm is going to be broken. In the battle just now, there must have been a middle-level immortal emperor from the White Phoenix City. And it's very likely that there was more than one. From this, it seems that the White Phoenix City has enough power to compete with the Tianyi Palace. What do you mean by that? Now the momentum of the White Phoenix City is definitely going to overshadow that of the Tianyi Palace. It's a crushing advantage. It seems that there are no everlasting sects in the immortal realm. Humph. I said that unrighteousness leads to self-destruction. In recent years, the Tianyi Palace has been too arrogant. They have abused their power everywhere and done many vicious things. Therefore, their luck has come to an end. Now, there were already many sects in the immortal realm who were criticizing the Tianyi Palace for their crimes. Then, this is a critical period. We must stand on the right side. The Tianyi Palace has lost power. On the contrary, the rise of the White Phoenix sect is unstoppable. If we go to the White Phoenix sect now, we will definitely be valued. It will be regarded as a contribution for the White Phoenix sect to dominate the immortal realm in the future. Good. The Clear Stream sect has made a decision. The whole sect will go to the White Phoenix sect. The Black Sword sect will also go to the White Phoenix sect immediately. Humph. Back then, the Tianyi Palace suppressed our Valley of Thousand Beauties so badly. Now, revenge. Our Valley of Thousand Beauties will go to the White Phoenix sect and take revenge on the Tianyi Palace. Countless sects, rogue cultivators, and immortals had already decided to go to the White Phoenix sect. At the moment, the Tianyi Palace seemed to be scattering like monkeys when the tree fell. Of course, most sects and rogue cultivators were still waiting and watching. Don't be impatient. There is still a battle that will affect the future of the White Phoenix sect and the Tianyi Palace. The battle in the Windy Canyon. Yes. Now let's all turn our attention to it. We can't completely say that the Tianyi Palace has been defeated. There is still a very critical battle. If the Tianyi Palace can win the battle in the Windy Canyon. If they can win, then there will be a turning point in the war. On the contrary, if the Tianyi Palace still fails in the battle in the Windy Canyon, their 10,000 years of foundation and luck may come to an end. Everyone's attention was focused on the Windy Canyon. Countless celestial senses were released to envelop it. After Xiao Han returned to the headquarters of the White Phoenix sect, he immediately summoned Bai Fengzi, Bai Yunzi, and the others. The death of the immortal emperor had already caused a terrible shock to all the immortals in White Phoenix City. Killing a level 10 true immortal was not a big deal, but killing an immortal emperor was completely out of control. This was already a big event that would stir up the situation in the celestial world. They were stunned. Bai Fengzi and the others were all stunned. In the meeting hall, Xiao Han calmly held a cup of steaming hot tea, took a sip, and said with a faint smile. Bai Fengzi, now the foundation of the Tianyi Palace is in chaos. I believe that a large number of sects and rogue cultivators will soon come to the White Phoenix sect. Ha! Grand Ancestor Tianyi, can you still keep your composure? After a pause, Xiao Han looked into the distance, as if he was looking at the direction of the headquarters of the Tianyi Palace, and murmured. Bai Shi, you should have defeated your opponents, right? Tianyi Palace, this time I will teach you a lesson. The Windy Canyon. Bai Shi, the 99th, and the 87th, kidnapped the wind bracelets and entered the windy canyon. Okay, let's start the transaction, the 4 low-level immortal emperors of the Tianyi Palace said impatiently. They didn't know why, but suddenly, a strange feeling welled up in their hearts. It seemed to be a kind of sudden sadness. It also seemed to be a kind of ominous premonition. And it also seemed to be a kind of fox mourning for the rabbit. Of course, these elders of the Tianyi Palace still did not know the result of the Battle of the White Phoenix sect. It was just that when their cultivation levels reached a certain level, they developed a kind of sensitivity like cicadas can sense the autumn wind before it blows. Okay, let's make the transaction. Bai Shi smiled. With a wave of his hand, a scroll and a storage ring floated in front of Bai Shi. This scroll is the latest map of the celestial world, and there are 5 billion celestial coins in the storage ring. An elder of the Tianyi Palace sneered. Don't worry, this is a drop in the bucket for the Tianyi Palace. We won't cheat you. That's good. Bai Shi directly put away the map of the celestial world and the storage ring. Now it's time to undo the restriction in Feng Huanzi's body, right? The eyes of the 4 elders of the Tianyi Palace were full of killing intent. We are also trustworthy people, ha 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 ha. Bai Shi laughed and nodded. Then, he directly waved his right hand. Puff, a jet of broadsword light directly went into Feng Huanzi's body. Immediately, a crisp sound burst out from inside Feng Huanzi's body, as if an eggshell had broken. Boom! Wisps of celestial qi steamed out of Feng Huanzi's pores. All of a sudden, Feng Huanzi's cultivation level was restored. Right at this moment. 2 things happened almost at the same time. The first thing was that Bai Shi, the 99th time, and the 87th time directly moved their bodies. At a speed that was almost like teleportation, they rushed to a corner of the canyon. Almost at the moment when Bai Shi undid the restriction on Feng Huanzi, their bodies had already moved. The second thing, which was also after Feng Huanzi was confirmed to be safe, the 4 elders of the Tianyi Palace immediately gave an order. Do it. Blast him into pieces. However, the speed and thoughts of Bai Shi and his companions were faster than the attacks of the people of the Tianyi Palace. They saw, boom. 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 The violent and powerful attacks instantly bombarded the area where Bai Shi and his companions were. Puff, the attacks of as many as 6 low-level celestial emperors and a large number of high-level genuine immortals instantly tore the shadows of Bai Shi and his companions apart. What? The people of the Tianyi Palace were shocked. They had expected that Bai Shi and his companions would quickly escape. However, the attacks launched by the 6 low-level celestial emperors and a large number of high-level genuine immortals at the same time, whether they were celestial magic skills, celestial artifacts, or magic treasures, almost covered the entire canyon. This formed a range attack. Therefore, no matter how Bai Shi and his companions dodged, they would be attacked, or at least injured. However, this wave of the most powerful range attack was actually avoided by Bai Shi and his companions. This was absolutely impossible. No, there was only one possibility. It was a blind spot in the canyon. In this canyon, there was only one place that could avoid the attacks launched from any other corner of the canyon, and it could also instantly shield them from the first scanning. It was a blind spot that could not be easily discovered by the naked eye. Bai Shi and his companions had already planned in advance. When the people of the Tianyi Palace launched the first wave of attacks, they would directly rush into the blind spot. In this way, they could avoid the first wave of attacks unscathed. Then, when the people of the Tianyi Palace were stunned for a moment, kill. Bai Shi directly slashed out with a most powerful broadsword method. The 100th move of Bai Shi's broadsword technique. The most powerful attack. The energy of a middle-level celestial emperor was instantly enhanced. Bang! The broadsword light swept out. 2 low-level celestial emperors hiding in a space formation were instantly cut in half. The space formation was destroyed. Roar! No! The 4 low-level celestial emperors outside burst into heart-wrenching screams. However, at the same time as Bai Shi launched the attack, Bai Shi and Bai Shi also used all their strength, condensed their strength, and slashed out a peerless broadsword light. Disaster descended. In a situation where their divine souls were completely shocked, the 4 low-level celestial emperors seemed so fragile in the face of the full attack of 2 middle-level celestial emperors. Bang! 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 The broadsword light strangled the 4 low-level celestial emperors into pieces. They died. The 6 low-level celestial emperors of the Tianyi Palace were all killed. It should be noted that if it was a head-on battle, and the low-level celestial emperors had magic treasures, but Bai Shi and his companions did not, then the 2 low-level celestial emperors could resist a creature from an alien space. But in this battle, Bai Shi and his companions had completely planned it out before taking action. They had seized a blind spot in advance, and when the other side's attack had just missed, they suddenly attacked and killed these low-level celestial emperors one by one. Perfect. In 2 battles, the Tianyi Palace had lost 11 low-level celestial emperors. And Xiao Han's side was unscathed. Extremely perfect. To be continued. Chapter 725. After the Battle of White Phoenix City ended, the other battle that affected the situation of the immortal world, the Battle of Windward Gorge, also came to an end. On the side of the Tianyi Palace, after the death of the 6 low-level immortal emperors, the remaining high-level genuine immortals had lost their courage. These high-level genuine immortals had never thought that the supreme elders of their sex would die one day. Now, they had even lost the strength to escape. They just stood there helplessly, waiting to be slaughtered. Puff puff puff, the broadsword light flashed like a fishing net, rippling with power as vast as the starry sky. Except for Feng Bangle, all the genuine immortals in Windward Gorge, including the genuine immortals who were lying in ambush, had died. No one was spared. After the battle, Bai Shi put all the pieces of the immortals' corpses floating in the gorge into his storage ring. Then, he waved his hand and said, "These immortals' corpses are very helpful for Master's cultivation. Don't waste them. They are the essence of the immortal energy. Go back now. This Windward Gorge is adjacent to the headquarters of the Tianyi Palace. Don't provoke Patriarch Tianyi and the others." After that, whoosh whoosh whoosh, Bai Shi, the 99th, the 87th, and Feng Bangle all used their body movements and dashed toward White Phoenix City. At this moment, countless sects, rogue cultivators, and immortals who had been paying attention to this battle were once again shocked and dizzy. Gasps and strange gurgling noises could be heard in the space. Then, it's over. The Tianyi Palace's ruling position in the immortal world. It's completely over. The Battle of Windward Gorge. The Tianyi Palace was defeated again. It was a complete failure. 6 low-level immortal emperors and dozens of genuine immortals set up all kinds of ambushes in advance. They had the right time, the right place, and the right people, but they were still defeated miserably. In these 2 battles, the Tianyi Palace lost 11 low-level immortal emperors, which shook the foundation of the Tianyi Palace. There's no way to make up for this loss. On the other hand, the White Phoenix sect has displayed their dominance in these 2 crucial battles. They have countless experts. In the Battle of White Phoenix City and the Battle of Windward Canyon, the White Phoenix sect has hidden mid-stage immortal emperors. Now, even if old ancestor Tianyi personally takes action, he might not be able to salvage the situation. Hurry up and go to White Phoenix City. In these 2 battles, the Tianyi Palace was in a mess, while in White Phoenix City, he was like the sun at high noon. White Phoenix sect headquarters. In the conference hall, Bai Shi and the others had also returned to Xiao Han's side. Right now, behind Xiao Han, there were 9 level, 7 alternate dimension beings with battle prowess comparable to mid-level immortal emperors, as well as a level 10 true immortal like Feng Huanzi. Xiao Han, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. He had the demeanor of a leader, which was admirable. Bai Shi, you guys have won a great victory this time. Not bad at all. Xiao Han smiled and nodded. Master, it's just a few low-level immortal emperors. It's no big deal, Baisher said humbly. You brought back a large number of immortal corpses, including the corpses of 6 immortal emperors. Heh. Xiao Han's eyes moved. Now, I have 11 low-level immortal emperors' corpses in my left arm. If I refine all of them into my left arm, my demonic power will expand to an unimaginable level. But now is not the time to refine the immortal corpses and condense demonic power. After a pause, Xiao Han looked at the unfurled scroll in his hand. The latest map of the immortal realm. This map is indeed perfect. It shows the current geographical distribution of the immortal realm and the territories of various sections. Oh. Those high-level immortal emperors might be living here? Xiao Han's eyes narrowed. He saw the markings on the map. The person who drew the map analyzed that the location where the high-stage immortal emperors were staying might be at the border between the immortal and demon realms. That place was a gray zone and was extremely mysterious. The most profound energy in the universe flowed through it. Those who were not high-level immortal emperors could not enter this gray area at all. Let's not worry about this for now. If I go against the Tianyi sect, those high-level immortal emperors might not intervene. After a pause, Xiao Han turned his eyes again and scanned around. Red Crane Valley. I finally found this place. In the Red Crane Valley, there were special immortal herbs that could restore the vitality of Wu Hao and the others. This was also an extremely important matter for Xiao Han. This Red Crane Valley is also very far from White Phoenix City. Xiao Han estimated. If we fly there, it will take about 2 months to get there. Master, let's set off for the Red Crane Valley now, Baisher said with a faint smile. As long as we collect those special immortal herbs, I will be able to refine the divine medicine in a few days. There's no hurry. Xiao Han thought for a moment. It's strange. In these 2 battles, the Tianyi sect has lost a total of 11 low-level immortal emperors. It can be said that more than half of their foundation has been dug out by us. However, Patriarch Tianyi and many of his middle-level immortal emperors have been holding back and biding their time. Logically speaking, they should be furious and gather many middle-level immortal emperors to counterattack and save the situation as soon as possible. Master, a few days have passed, and the Tianyi sect is like a pool of stagnant water. They have no plans against us at all. Well, in the past few days, countless sects in the immortal realm have sent representatives to White Phoenix City to announce their surrender, Baisher said. Ha! Xiao Han knocked on the table as if he had understood something. It seems that Patriarch Tianyi and the others are in closed-door cultivation, or they are not in the headquarters of the Tianyi sect. Good. Let's take this opportunity to expand our advantage and disintegrate the Tianyi sect. Master, what's your plan? First, we go directly to the headquarters of the Tianyi sect and harass them outside the headquarters, disintegrating their momentum, so that the disciples of the Tianyi sect will fall apart and lose their morale. Second, inside White Phoenix City. Try to accept as many sects in the immortal realm as possible. Wandering immortals, Xiao Han made up his mind. After these 2 plans are fully implemented, we will go to the Red Crane Valley and collect spiritual herbs. Xiao Han said. Yes. Master. After a pause, Xiao Han continued. Baisher, 99 generations, 98 generations, 97 generations, 96 generations. You can go to the headquarters of the Tianyi sect now. Remember. Your task is not to directly attack the Tianyi sect, but to block the Tianyi sect. You will harass the Tianyi sect every day with the lingering saber light and kill some disciples of the Tianyi sect. If any disciples of the Tianyi sect want to escape, you can let them go. If they resist, you will kill them directly. Well. There is a man named Jia Lanzi in the Tianyi sect, who is my friend. If you find Jia Lanzi, don't kill him by mistake. Except for Jia Lanzi. You can kill all the other disciples and elders of the Tianyi sect. If Grand Ancestor Tianyi and other middle-level immortal emperors show up, you will immediately return to White Phoenix City. Don't fight. I want Patriarch Tianyi to see with his own eyes the powerful sect that he created crumble bit by bit and fall apart. It's too easy for him to kill him so easily. Feng Huanzi, you will be responsible for helping the people of the White Phoenix sect accept the forces of the immortal realm who come to seek refuge. You have learned the ways of the world in the Tianyi sect. I will send the 95th and 87th generations to help you. Xiao Han looked at Feng Huanzi. Yes, master. Feng Huanzi directly accepted the order. In the headquarters of the Tianyi sect. At the moment, the entire Tianyi sect was immersed in a gray, gloomy, and lifeless atmosphere. Moreover, the mountains of the Tianyi sect were covered with strips of white cloth, and all kinds of wailing as if their parents had died could be heard one after another. The Tianyi sect, which used to be glorious and prosperous, now seemed to be in a state of desolation. However, the palace in the sky was still shrouded in darkness. Grand Ancestor Tianyi and many middle-level celestial emperors were still in closed-door cultivation. Closed-door cultivation. At this time, the Tianyi sect was in a complete mess, on the verge of collapse. The fallen low-level celestial emperors were definitely the cornerstone of the Tianyi sect. They were irreplaceable and irreplaceable. It could be said that the foundation of the Tianyi sect had been completely shaken. The status of the overlord of the immortal realm was gone. Now, in the entire headquarters of the Tianyi sect, except for Grand Ancestor Tianyi and the others who were in closed-door cultivation, there were no more celestial emperors. Moreover, the level 10 and level 9 true immortals had also suffered heavy losses, and only a few of them remained. It was not enough to describe the miserable situation of the Tianyi sect at the moment. Now, the remaining low-level celestial emperors of the Tianyi sect were basically traveling around the immortal realm and were not in the sect. In the conference hall, several level 10 true immortals of the Tianyi sect were beating their chests and stamping their feet, howling, "What should we do? Now that the Grand Ancestor is in closed-door cultivation, our forces are completely unable to resist the White Phoenix sect. The White Phoenix sect has a middle-level celestial emperor, and it is as easy as cracking an egg to crush us. Go and ask the Grand Ancestor to come out of closed-door cultivation. The Grand Ancestor is in closed-door cultivation, and we can't ask him to come out at all." Moreover, before the Grand Ancestor went into closed-door cultivation, he predicted that we would take down the White Phoenix sect, but now, we have suffered a crushing defeat. All the elites of the sect have been killed. When the Grand Ancestor comes out of closed-door cultivation, he will definitely roar like thunder and fly into a rage. What should we do now? At least before the Grand Ancestor comes out of closed-door cultivation, we must resist the invasion of the White Phoenix sect. Send a message right away. Send a message to the remaining celestial emperors of the Tianyi sect who are traveling outside, and contact those sects that have surrendered to the Tianyi sect, and ask them to come to our rescue immediately. The next day, the sun was shining brightly in the area of the Tianyi sect's headquarters. Boom, a huge jade ship was already anchored in front of the mountain of the Tianyi sect. On the jade ship, there were several towering figures who looked like heavenly mountains and ancient divine mountains. By sure, 99 generations, 98 generations, 97 generations, 96 generations. This jade ship was a celestial artifact used by the people of the Tianyi sect. It had been killed by Xiao Han and taken away, and then handed over to Bai Shi for refining. As a result, Bai Shi and the others quickly arrived at the headquarters of the Tianyi sect. The huge momentum directly enveloped the mountain of the Tianyi sect. The hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Tianyi sect were completely out of breath. Bai Shi moved his body, stepped forward, and said sternly, "Everyone in the Tianyi sect, listen up, I am here at the order of my master. Block the gate. From today on, every day, I will hack at the top of the mountain of the Tianyi sect." A hideous smile appeared on Bai Shi's face. "However, my master said that God has the virtue of cherishing life. If you guys want to leave the Tianyi sect, you can escape from the back of the mountain. I won't chase you, and I will spare your lives." After that, puff, Bai Shi casually hacked at them. Boom. One of the peaks of the mountains of the Tianyi sect was directly cut in half, and the palaces and buildings on the peak collapsed one after another. The residual power of the broadsword she had at least crushed the bodies of hundreds of perfected immortals of the Tianyi sect. To be continued. Chapter 726. According to Xiao Han's order, Bai Shi and the other 4 level 7 creatures from the alien space blocked the gate of the Tianyi Palace. They activated the domineering broadsword intent and shook the mountains of the Tianyi Palace. Of course, Bai Shi didn't want to destroy the Tianyi Palace completely. He just wanted to destroy it bit by bit. Therefore, the power of the broadsword chi he released was only slightly stronger than that of a level 10 genuine immortal. Therefore, when he slashed out, he only smashed a small mountain in the mountains of the Tianyi Palace and killed hundreds of immortals. Ha 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 ha. Cool. Bai Shi put away his broadsword and laughed wildly. That's it for today, 99 Shi. Tomorrow, it's your turn. However, don't use too much force. Otherwise, if you kill all these ants at once, the fun will be lost. Ha 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 ha. Alright, it's my turn to have some fun tomorrow, Generation 99 grinned. So, on the 3rd day, it should be my turn, right? Ha 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 ha. 98 Shi was also eager to make a move. Don't worry, don't worry. Everyone will slash once a day, and everyone will get a share. Ha 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 ha. Bai Shi burst out laughing. Nowadays, the Tianyi Palace, the big fish in the immortal world, had always been oppressing others, and others could only be angry but not dare to speak out. But now, they were directly humiliated by other forces, and each of them would slash once and take turns to play with them. This was simply a great shame. For a moment, countless immortals of the Tianyi Palace all felt great shame, anger, and rage. However, there was also a deep sense of helplessness. Helplessness, even fear, despair. It was really a complex feeling that was difficult to express. Brother Bai Shi, the master imprinted the soul fluctuation of Wuxia Xianxia, his good friend in the Tianyi Palace, into our sea of consciousness. I just checked it. Wuxia Xianxia is indeed in the headquarters of the Tianyi Palace. Well, this Wuxia Xianxia has the aura of a level 2 genuine immortal. Although he should be quite talented, I don't know why the master has a relationship with this kind of ant. But it seems that Wuxia Xianxia is imprisoned. After scanning the mountains of the Tianyi Palace with his celestial sense, he also found some clues. Big brother Bai Shi, should we rescue Wuxia Xianxia? A pondering look flashed across Bai Shi's eyes before he shook his head. Don't save Wuxia Xianxia for now. Firstly, master did not order us to act on our own. Wuxia Xianxia is currently imprisoned and his life is not in danger. We can leave him alone for the time being. In the future, after we report to master, we can easily bring Wuxia Xianxia out if master wants to save him. Secondly, at present, we are using the name of the White Phoenix sect to fight against the First Heaven sect. The First Heaven sect does not know master's true identity at all. It is also impossible for the First Heaven sect to guess that master is the mortal they have been scheming to deal with, Xiao Han. If we rescue Wuxia Xianxia, then the people of the Tianyi Palace can use this clue to figure out master's identity. Brother Bai Shi is right. We'll just ensure Wuxia Xianxia's safety and not intervene to save him for now. The other creatures from the alternate dimensions nodded. Suddenly, Bai Shi shifted his gaze to the tallest mountain in the First Heaven sect's mountain range. The peak of the mountain was completely shrouded in darkness. However, with Bai Shi's powerful immortal sense, he could vaguely see the outline of some palaces in the almost eternal darkness. Moreover, there were more than 10 balls of supreme celestial chi fluctuating in the palace. However, these celestial chi fluctuations were currently in a deep dormant state as though they were hibernating. Bai Shi finally understood. Just as I expected. It's just as master expected. The leader of the First Heaven sect, Ancestor Tian Yi, is in closed-door cultivation. He seems to be in closed-door cultivation. There are more than 10 medium-grade celestial emperors in closed-door cultivation as well. Oh. Brother Bai Shi, why don't we attack them while they're in closed-door cultivation? Upon hearing this, Bai Shi licked his lips and said in a cold voice filled with killing intent. There's no need for that. Bai Shi shook his head mockingly. There's only a dozen medium-grade celestial emperors. They won't be able to play any tricks no matter what. Let them go into closed-door cultivation. When they come out, they will be shocked to death. Moreover, Master wants to kill them with his own hands. Don't act rashly now. Moreover, our saber chi should avoid the palace in the sky as much as possible. Don't alarm them. Yes, brother Bai Shi. At this moment, boom. The mountains of the first heaven sect shook. Several beams of celestial chi rose into the sky. With anger, several immortals rushed out. Among them, there were 2 level 10 true immortals and 3 level 9 true immortals. All of them had distorted faces as they roared. You've gone too far. You White Phoenix sect fellows simply came to our door to humiliate us. We can't allow you to trample on the foundation and dignity of the first heaven sect. Fight to the death. And defend the reputation of the first heaven sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic cry broke out in the mountains of the first heaven sect. We swear to defend the dignity of the first heaven sect. We swear to defend the dignity of the first heaven sect. In an instant, the entire first heaven sect was completely immersed in a tragic atmosphere. There was even a sense of a brave man who was willing to cut his wrist and face death calmly. Idiots. Without thinking, Bai Shi directly wielded his broadsword. The 2 level 10 true immortals and the 3 level 9 true immortals didn't even have a chance to dodge. They were directly obliterated by the earth-shattering broadsword chi. Their souls were scattered, and they couldn't be more dead. In an instant, the mountains of the first heaven sect, which had been boiling, suddenly cooled down. The heroic and impassioned slogans that vowed to defend the dignity of the first heaven sect were all stifled. The atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. Humph. Are your bones hard? Bai Shi burst out with a sharp and sarcastic voice. Ha 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 ha. It's true that your bones are hard, but your bones are hard and powerless. That's a joke. I'll stop the first heaven sect and humiliate you. So what? You're not convinced. Come out, all of you. I'll kill you one by one. Come out, one by one. I'll kill one. If 10 come out, I'll kill 10. Ha 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 ha. If you're not afraid of death, come and have a try. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountains of the first heaven sect fell into a dead silence. No disciple of the first heaven sect dared to take the initiative to stand out. It should be noted that they would be courting death if they went out. The gap between the combat strength of the two sides. It was too big. Now, there were no low-level immortal emperors in the first heaven sect. Even the level 10 genuine immortals had been killed or wounded. There were still many middle-level genuine immortals left. Such genuine immortals were like ants in front of immortal emperors. They could not compete with numbers at all. For example, among hundreds of thousands of genuine immortals, low-level genuine immortals swarmed up. In the face of 5 middle-level immortal emperors, there would be a large number of casualties. His previous generosity and willingness to face death with equanimity vanished into thin air, replaced by ice-cold despair and weak helplessness. However, Bai Shi and the others really did not make a move. They quietly sat cross-legged on the jade-colored fairy artifact ship, chatting and laughing casually. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Bai Shi couldn't hold back anymore. He roared and slashed out with his broadsword. It directly destroyed a relatively tall mountain of the first heaven sect. The aftermath of the broadsword chi killed thousands of immortals. Ha 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 ha. Bai Shi laughed wildly, like an ancient demon king, evil and demonic. The rising sun was supposed to bring people infinite hope and reverie, but what Bai Shi and the others brought to the first heaven sect was nightmares, disasters, death, despair, and meat at the mercy of others. Now, all the disciples of the first heaven sect were on the verge of breaking down. It seemed that they would go crazy if they were stimulated a little more. At noon, hundreds of immortals of the first heaven sect finally could not control their emotions. They directly rushed out and fled in all directions, trying to break out of the encirclement. Puff! Bai Shi slashed out with his broadsword and directly cut this group of immortals of the First Heaven sect into ashes. Listen carefully. I've said before that you want to leave the First Heaven sect. Very well, we will not stop you. However, remember, you have to go out of the back mountain. Otherwise, we will kill every one of you who comes out. Bai Shi said with a grim smile. On this day, no disciples of the First Heaven sect escaped from the back mountain. They were still guarding the last trace of dignity. The third day. The 98th king made his move. Just like the previous 2 days, he destroyed a mountain and killed more than 1,000 disciples of the Tianyi Palace as effortlessly as blowing off dust. It could be said that no one could stop him. The fourth day. Bai Shi attacked. He also took the lives of thousands of disciples of the First Heaven sect. The fifth day. Bai Shi attacked. On the sixth day, it was Bai Shi's turn to attack. And so on. The huge First Heaven sect had now become a place where Bai Shi and the others kept livestock. They slaughtered some of them every day. As for Grand Ancestor Tianyi and the other middle-level genuine immortals, they were still in closed-door cultivation. Finally. On the seventh day, the mountains of the First Heaven sect were shrouded in deep despair. All the immortals of the First Heaven sect had collapsed. Then, let's go. Run for our lives. If this goes on, even if we are not killed by these guys, our minds will be broken and we will die. Forget it, the First Heaven sect will vanish like smoke in thin air. Grand Ancestor, it's not that we are disloyal, but we are powerless to resist the current situation. We don't want to die here. Whoosh. 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 Starting from the seventh day, groups of disciples of the First Heaven sect began to flee from the back mountain. As Bai Shi said, as long as they escaped from the back mountain, they would not chase after them. After hundreds of people successfully escaped, the escape spread like a plague in the whole mountains of the First Heaven sect. In just 2 hours, tens of thousands of immortals rushed out of the back mountain like a tide. The eighth day. Before the sun rose, tens of thousands of immortals rushed out of the back mountain in a panic. As the sun rose, Bai Shi killed thousands of immortals as usual, which accelerated the escape of the surviving immortals. At dusk on the eighth day, the mountains of the First Heaven sect were deserted. Initially, the sect was flourishing and had hundreds of thousands of disciples. But now, there were only a few thousand of them left. On the ninth day, another 1,000 people were killed. At dusk on the ninth day, the mountains of the First Heaven sect were empty. No. Jiao Lanzi was still imprisoned. I'm afraid. He didn't expect the current situation at all. Naturally, Grand Ancestor Tianyi and other middle-level immortal emperors were still dormant and cultivating in seclusion, so it was impossible for them to notice the current situation. On the 10th day. Big Brother Bai Shi, the First Heaven Society has already collapsed and vanished into thin air. 99 Shi smiled in satisfaction. Hundreds of thousands of immortals of the First Heaven sect are dead. From now on, this glorious sect that once stood tall in the immortal world can be considered to have disbanded. Okay, let's return to White Phoenix City as soon as possible. Master still needs to go to the Red Crane Valley to look for special magic herbs. We will serve him. Bai Shi waved his hand. Boom. In the mountains, treasure houses, and various elixir rooms of the First Heaven sect. Countless rare treasures and magic artifacts. All the secret manuals were collected by Bai Shi from afar. In an instant, the profound heritage of the First Heaven sect was completely plundered. Ha 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 ha. Bai Shi laughed heartily and made another move in his mind. The Jade Fairy artifact turned around and turned back in the direction of White Phoenix City. After Bai Shi and the others left, the mountains of the First Heaven sect were in a mess, and it was as quiet as a grave. White Phoenix City. Now, countless sects and rogue cultivators from the immortal world had rushed to White Phoenix City to express their support for the White Phoenix sect to replace the First Heaven sect and become the new overlord of the immortal world. Even some sects with low-level immortal emperors came to White Phoenix City to express their support for the White Phoenix sect. In a short period of time, the power of the White Phoenix sect had greatly expanded. In the meeting hall of the headquarters of the White Phoenix sect, Feng Huanzi, who was in charge of receiving people from the immortal world, was reporting to Xiao Han. Xiao Han kept nodding. Suddenly, Xiao Han raised his eyebrows slightly. Bai Shi and the others are back. The next moment, boom. 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 Bai Shi and the others had already appeared in the meeting hall, and they all knelt on one knee. Master, the First Heaven sect has collapsed. Hundreds of thousands of immortals have fallen apart. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Then, Bai Shi reported the specific situation of the First Heaven sect to Xiao Han in detail. Good. Xiao Han patted the back of the chair. The First Heaven sect is completely finished. Moreover, Grand Master Tianyi and the others are indeed in closed-door training. After a pause, Xiao Han glanced at Feng Huanzi and then said, "The matters in White Phoenix City are almost settled. Well, let's announce that the disciples of the First Heaven sect have all escaped and are now scattered across the immortal world. Let the sects and rogue cultivators of the immortal world hunt down these disciples of the First Heaven sect." What? Master, will the sects and rogue cultivators listen to our order to hunt down the disciples of the First Heaven sect? Feng Huanzi was a little confused. Bai Shi and the others also looked at Xiao Han with puzzled eyes. Although the sects and rogue cultivators of the immortal world were obviously friendly to the White Phoenix sect, the White Phoenix sect was not strong enough to order them to hunt down the disciples of the First Heaven sect. However, Xiao Han smiled confidently. Don't worry. Once the news is out, there will be a large number of sects hunting down the disciples of the First Heaven sect. First, in the past, the First Heaven sect bullied others and suppressed them everywhere in the immortal world. Countless immortals have been bullied by them. Now, they have a chance to beat them when they are down. These immortals who used to be yes-men will definitely retaliate. Second, the First Heaven sect is the most prosperous sect in the immortal world. Its disciples are all very rich, far better than the disciples of other sects in the immortal world. Now, hunting down these disciples of the First Heaven sect is tantamount to robbing them of their wealth. People die for wealth, birds die for food, and so do immortals. After hearing Xiao Han's analysis, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, Master. I'll go and announce the news right away. At that time, the disciples of the First Heaven sect will be hunted everywhere and will be completely wiped out. After saying that, Feng Huanzi turned around and left. Now, it's time for us to go to the Red Crane Valley. Xiao Han stood up. Bai Shi, 87 Shi, you two drive the jade boat and come with me. Yes, Master. Xiao Han released a total of 9 level 7 creatures from the alternate space. Now, he would lead Bai Shi and 87 Shi to the Red Crane Valley, leaving 7 creatures from the alternate space to guard White Phoenix City. In order to be safe, Xiao Han released another 10 creatures from the alternate space and asked them to suppress their cultivation levels and quietly hide in White Phoenix City to protect the city. There were a total of 17 level 7 creatures from the alternate space. Xiao Han believed that even if Patriarch Tianyi came out of his closed-door cultivation, he would not be able to capture White Phoenix City. To be continued. Chapter 727. Since Xiao Han moved into White Phoenix City, he had several direct confrontations with the behemoth, the Tianyi sect. In several consecutive battles, he defeated the Tianyi sect. No, to be precise, it was not only a complete victory, but an overwhelming victory. An overwhelming victory without any suspense. An overwhelming victory, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. On Xiao Han's side, he did not lose a single soldier or general. As for the Tianyi sect, almost all the low-level immortal emperors had died, and only a few level 10 and level 9 perfected immortals were left. Moreover, the entire headquarters of the Tianyi sect had now been completely routed. Hundreds of thousands of disciples had all scattered and fled for their lives. After obtaining such a result, Xiao Han was also very satisfied. Immediately, after leaving enough forces to protect the foundation of White Phoenix City, He left with Bai Shi and 87 Shi to go to the Red Crane Valley to collect special magic herbs. Swoosh, a jasper sailboat, like a flying bird, flew across the blue sky like a gem, and swept into the distance like a gust of wind and lightning. Soon, it was far away from the plate of White Phoenix City. On the sailboat, Xiao Han stood in the wind. Bai Shi and 87 Shi, who had suppressed their cultivation levels, stood behind Xiao Han. The journey to the Red Crane Valley is also very long. If we only rely on teleportation, I'm afraid it will take several months. Xiao Han unfolded the latest map of the immortal realm, scanned it with his mind, and accurately located the position. However, now that we have this jade flying magic treasure seized from the idiots of the Tianyi sect, we can save a lot of time. Bai Shi and 87 Shi both nodded and smiled. At this time, Bai Shi said, "By the way, Master, your friend Jiao Lanzi was indeed found by us. Now, he is imprisoned in the Tianyi sect, but we did not rescue him without permission." Oh. Xiao Han was slightly stunned, and then nodded. "Now that my identity has not been exposed, I don't think the Tianyi Grand Ancestor will want to kill Brother Jiao Lanzi. Wait until I go to the Red Crane Valley to find the magic herbs. Then, after dealing with the sect master, it will not be too late to rescue Brother Jiao Lanzi." Ahahaha, Bai Shi laughed heartily. "Master, at this moment, Ancestor Tianyi and the other middle-level celestial emperors are still in closed-door cultivation. They don't care about what's going on outside. I'm afraid they also think that the Tianyi Palace can protect them. Now, the Tianyi Palace has collapsed. Ha 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 ha. I really want to see. What kind of expressions did Patriarch Tianyi and the others have when they came out of seclusion? Ha 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 ha, thinking about it, I find it very funny. I also want to see their expressions." Xiao Han touched his nose. The three of them laughed and chatted happily. Then, the 87th king reported. "Master, we've also released the news that we've been hunting down the wandering disciples of the Tianyi Palace, so that the whole immortal realm knows about it. Master is really far-sighted. As expected, now, the whole immortal world is hunting down the stray dogs of the Tianyi Palace. Some of them want to take revenge, while others want to take advantage of the situation. Well, good, very good. Everything is going according to our plan. Now, let's put aside the fight with the Tianyi Palace for the time being and focus all our attention on collecting spiritual herbs in the Red Crane Canyon." "Yes, Master." At the headquarters of the Tianyi Palace. At this moment, the headquarters of the Tianyi Palace looked extremely strange. It was as silent as a grave. The originally lush mountaintop was now desolate and bleak. Originally, the Tianyi Palace had collected countless treasures and fairy weapons. Therefore, usually, the mountains of the Tianyi Palace looked like they were full of jewels and treasures. They were bathed in the fairy wind and glow, like treasure mountains. Moreover, the spiritual qi was very abundant. But now, because all the wealth had been swept away by Bai Shi, the mountains of the Tianyi Palace had become extremely gloomy. As a result, the mountains of the Tianyi Palace became extremely gloomy. The trees withered, and a lot of filthy weeds even sprouted out. It was a miserable and dilapidated scene. The highest mountain of the Tianyi Palace. The place where the Heavenly Palace was located. At this moment, the deep black fog that shrouded the highest mountain of the Tianyi Palace was dissipating. The dazzling golden palace in the sky gradually revealed itself. Puff! 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 Beams of light that looked like sunlight shot up into the sky. In these beams of divine light, immortal characters, runes, patterns of mountains, rivers, flowers, and birds could be seen. There were even shadows of gods sitting cross-legged. It was a magnificent scene. Boundless vitality was revealed. The scorching fairy qi spread like flowers and swallowed up the darkness that shrouded the Heavenly Palace. A kind of withered tree coming back to life slowly unfolded. Inside the Heavenly Palace, Patriarch Tianyi and the other medium immortal emperors were all glowing and in high spirits at this moment, as if they were full of spirit. Ha 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 ha, Ancestor Tianyi laughed wildly. He was in high spirits. Great. This is great. Ha 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 ha. After these days of closed-door cultivation, I've finally recovered all the celestial force that I've lost. Ha 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 ha. Before, we were all very dispirited and weak. But now, we've finally recovered to our peak state. Patriarch Tiany's eyes were bursting with confidence. His eyes were like warm jade, domineering and disdainful. Puff. 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 Celestial ancestor Tiany's fingernails flicked gently, and mysterious immortal characters appeared. They floated around his body like lotus flowers, giving him a dignified appearance. Ha 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 ha. It's not a waste of time to cultivate in seclusion. Now, we've all recovered our celestial force. Ha 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 ha. The other mid-tier immortal emperors also felt relieved. Their immortal force had also recovered to its peak state, just like ancestor Tianyi's. Good. Now, let's come out of seclusion. Humph. The foreign dignitary of White Phoenix sect has provoked us again and again. Now that we've come out of seclusion, we can wipe out the White Phoenix sect and raze White Phoenix City to the ground. Patriarch Tiany's eyes emitted raging flames and a domineering aura that could turn mountains and rivers into ashes when a monarch was enraged. Ha ha ha, Brother Tiany, the White Phoenix sect should have been eliminated a long time ago, right? The other medium immortal emperors burst out laughing. That's right. Before we went into seclusion, your sect had more than 10 low-level immortal emperors. Even if the tiny White Phoenix sect is a little strange, they shouldn't have been able to stop them, right? Now that we've come out of seclusion, I'm afraid the foreign dignitaries of White Phoenix sect have already been captured and imprisoned, waiting for your brother Tiany to come out and deal with them personally. Ahahaha. That's right. More than 10 low-level immortal emperors led a large number of level 10 and level 9 true immortals into battle. Any faction in the immortal world would be annihilated, let alone the White Phoenix sect, right? Of course. Patriarch Tiany nodded confidently. Then, he smiled coolly. Now, let me release my celestial sense to check. Then, Patriarch Tiany released his celestial sense with a smile. Shockingly. Patriarch Tiany's face, which was glowing red, suddenly changed. His face turned from warm red to green. Then, it turned from green to dark green. Then, it turned from dark green to pale white. Then, Patriarch Tiany's body trembled. His eyes bulged like two walnuts. What's going on? The middle-level immortal emperors were stunned by Patriarch Tiany's condition. They did not have the time to release their celestial senses to check. The next moment, roar. Ah! Ah! Patriarch Tiany's facial features were completely distorted. He let out a horrible cry, as if his parents had died. In the end, his face changed again, turning scarlet red. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Patriarch Tiany's mouth. It was like a fountain of blood. Brother Tiany. The middle-level immortal emperors beside him rushed forward to support him. They also released their celestial senses. As soon as they released their celestial senses, their faces stiffened. Our Tiany sect has been destroyed. Patriarch Tiany roared as he spat out blood. Patriarch Tiany shouted while spurting out blood, all the low-level immortal emperors of the Tiany sect have died. Countless disciples have been killed or injured. Now, all the wealth of our Tiany sect has been taken away. Hundreds of thousands of disciples have vanished into thin air. Ha 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 ha. It's all gone, completely gone, ha 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 ha. Our 10,000 years of foundation has been destroyed. Ha 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 ha. Back then, I was all-powerful in the immortal realm. I founded a sect and wrote a glorious legend in the immortal realm. I worked hard and finally made the Tiany sect the #1 sect in the immortal realm. But now, ha 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 ha. It's all gone. In such a short period of time, everything I've built up over hundreds of thousands of years has been destroyed. It's like a dream. Ha 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 ha. Patriarch Tiany, the crocodile-level immortal emperor who had once dominated the immortal realm, burst into tears and grieved. The other middle-level immortal emperors had also learned about what had happened to the Tianyi sect. Silence. A terrifying silence. Then. How did this happen? More than a dozen low-level immortal emperors are all dead. Who did this? The middle-level immortal emperors were in disbelief. Suddenly, Patriarch Tianyi's body trembled. The entire palace in the sky collapsed. Roar. Everyone. Follow me out of seclusion and head straight to White Phoenix City. Crush White Phoenix City at all costs. Kill everyone related to White Phoenix City. Exterminate. Patriarch Tianyi's voice was filled with hatred that could not be washed away even with the water of 3 rivers and 5 lakes. At this moment, Patriarch Tianyi stood on a lonely peak and looked down at the mountains. Ruined. Desolate. Barren. Silent. Graveyard. White Phoenix City. I, Patriarch Tianyi, will fight you to the death. Patriarch Tianyi let out a terrifying howl that tore through the clouds. To be continued. Chapter 728. Just as Xiao Han and Bai Shi had expected, when Patriarch Tianyi came out of his closed-door cultivation and saw the miserable state of the Tianyi sect, he flew into a rage and spat out 3 liters of blood. He even let out a howl that sounded like the cuckoo's blood-crying apes. YBDU, terrible. Tragic. Tragic. At the same time, Patriarch Tianyi stood there on the mountain peak, stretching his neck out and crying tears of blood. He was filled with unyielding desire, resentment, and intense hatred. It was as if 100,000 volcanoes were erupting at the same time, and 100,000 heavenly dragons were howling in grief. Beams of immortal light burst out of Patriarch Tianyi's pores, shattering every inch of space. Thick dark clouds enveloped the entire Tianyi headquarters. A violent storm was brewing, and a world-destroying disaster was about to befall. Crusade. Attack White Phoenix City immediately. Forefather Tianyi said in a trembling voice. The tens of intermediate immortal emperors exchanged glances with each other. Moreover, they were communicating with each other using their immortal sense and divine will. After a long time, these intermediate immortal emperors finally chose a purple-robed elder. The purple-robed old man walked over to Patriarch Tianyi's side with a frown. Brother Tianyi, that's enough. Don't go berserk anymore. Calm down. Right now, what you need to do the most is to calm down, roar. The purple cloud great ancestor. Calm down? How am I supposed to calm down? My life savings and resources have all been destroyed. How can I remain calm? Sobs escaped Patriarch Tianyi's throat. It was like a heavily injured beast. However, this purple-gowned old man seemed to be someone of virtue and prestige. Thus, old ancestor Tianyi did not dare to go against him. As a result, Patriarch Tianyi's current mood was very bad. It also eased up a little. However, his eyes were filled with hatred. Too scary, Brother Tianyi. It's no use even if you fly into a rage now. Moreover, you keep saying that you want to suppress White Phoenix City. Could it be that you're not aware of the current situation? The violet-robed old man's gaze focused as he spoke. Patriarch Tianyi was stunned. The purple-robed old man continued. Brother Tianyi, don't let your hatred get to your head. Following that, the purple-robed old man's voice and attitude became somewhat stern. Streams of ice-cold aura filled the air. It immediately enveloped Patriarch Tianyi. One must know that there were differences in strength even amongst mid-rank immortal emperors. Even though they were both mid-rank immortal emperors, the purple-gowned old man's strength was clearly much higher than old ancestor Tianyi's. Thus, under the pressure of the purple-robed old man, Patriarch Tianyi did not dare to say anything. The current situation is extremely complicated, Brother Tianyi. You must calm down and listen to what I have to say, the purple-robed old man said in an implacable tone. Humph. The purple cloud great ancestor. Please speak, Forefather Firmament first said, his eyes wide. On the surface, it seems that the First Heaven sect has indeed been destroyed. Moreover, the White Phoenix sect has become more powerful and has replaced the First Heaven sect in the immortal realm. The disciples of the Tianyi Palace are now being hunted by all the sects in the celestial realm. They are as anxious as stray dogs, the purple-robed elder said. Those guest elders of the White Phoenix sect are very clever. On the one hand, they directly attacked the Tianyi Palace, and on the other hand, they tried to win over the major sects in the celestial world. I have to say, they succeeded. No. We haven't succeeded yet. Patriarch Solsky said ferociously. We still have the strength to fight. Let's not talk about us middle-level celestial emperors first. The Tianyi Palace has been established for many years, and its foundation is deep-rooted. There are still some scattered forces scattered all over the celestial world. It is not something that the White Phoenix sect can destroy in a short period of time. Moreover, you all have your own forces under your command. If we launch a great counterattack, it is not impossible for us to turn the tide and turn the situation around. Brother Tianyi, you are wrong, the purple-robed old man shook his head slightly. You are still blinded by hatred, and have not analyzed the whole situation thoroughly. Now, listen to me, it seems that the White Phoenix sect's intention to attack the Tianyi Palace is not without purpose. On the contrary, it is a well-planned and far-sighted move. Secondly, it is mysterious. The origins of the foreign officials of the White Phoenix sect are extremely mysterious, and they are becoming more and more mysterious. Thirdly, the Tianyi Palace's dozen low-level celestial emperors were defeated in the most disadvantageous way, which means that the White Phoenix sect has middle-level celestial emperors, and quite a number of them. Fourthly, the White Phoenix sect has taken control of a large number of forces in the celestial world, and they are like the sun in the sky. Indeed, Brother Tianyi, as you said, we still have powerful forces. If we combine our forces, we might be able to fight against the mysterious White Phoenix sect. Moreover, we have a great chance of winning. The purple-robed old man nodded repeatedly. However, if we start the war like this, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, and we will have to pay a great price. Then, the purple-robed old man looked into the void in the distance and sighed. When that time comes, countless young immortals will perish, and some of us old brothers will definitely perish as well. Sigh, roar. Patriarch Solsky roared angrily. Are we going to give up on revenge? Let the White Phoenix sect grow stronger. Let the White Phoenix sect grow stronger. Then, let the White Phoenix sect and us become equals in the immortal world? No. The purple-robed old man said decisively. The White Phoenix sect must be destroyed. There is no doubt about this, but now is not the time. Oh. Hearing this, Patriarch Solsky's discontented expression relaxed a little. The first thing we need to do is to go to the most barren area in the immortal world and capture that mortal, Xiao Han. We must completely obtain the treasures of the invincible blade. The purple-robed old man's eyes were filled with ambition. We have taken the mortal plane of that bastard, Xiao Han, and placed it in the barren area, trapping them. Moreover, the mortals in this plane are rejected by the laws of the immortal world, and they are living a life worse than death. Now, after so many days, I'm afraid that Xiao Han's mortal plane is already full of suffering. We must seize the time to find this mortal plane and capture Xiao Han alive. Then, we must completely grasp the invincible blade's treasures in our hands. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid that Xiao Han will die. This? Hearing this, Patriarch Solsky's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. He seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. Brother Solsky, if we obtain the treasures of the invincible blade, we will be able to control countless celestial artifacts and Dharma treasures. If we take out any of the Dharma treasures with the highest ranking, I'm afraid we can completely kill the traitors of the White Phoenix sect, right? Ha 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 ha, so. The purple-robed old man's tone was extremely confident. First, we will obtain the treasures of the invincible blade, then we will turn around and crush the White Phoenix sect. Yes. Brother Solsky, as long as we obtain those celestial artifacts and Dharma treasures and distribute them to our perfected immortal disciples, our combat power will increase by leaps and bounds. It will be effortless for us to defeat the White Phoenix sect. Brother Soul Sky, we are afraid that things will change if we delay any longer. Previously, we did not go to the barren area to obtain the treasures because our celestial force has not recovered to its peak state. But now, we have all recovered. If we don't go now, when will we? Obtaining the Dharma treasures or a moment of hatred, I believe Brother Soul Sky knows which is more important. Brother Soul Sky, you don't have to worry about a moment of loss. Now, the First Heaven sect seems to be declining and almost destroyed, but it will be rebuilt after destruction. I believe that after obtaining the treasures of the Invincible Blade, you will personally create a more glorious, more powerful, and almost immortal First Heaven sect. The other middle-level immortal emperors also tried to persuade Patriarch Soul Sky. Good, good, good. Finally, Patriarch Soul Sky nodded. Of course I know what is more important. Indeed, the treasures of the Invincible Blade are more important than the First Heaven sect. The value of the entire First Heaven sect is probably not even comparable to one of those supreme Dharma treasures. Good. Now, let's ignore the White Phoenix sect for the time being and let them be proud of themselves for a while. We will directly enter the barren area of the Celestial Realm and obtain the treasures. Capture Xiao Han. Good. That's exactly what I mean. The purple-robed old man clapped his hands. Now, let's immediately gather all our men and lead them into the barren area of the Celestial Realm. Patriarch Purple Cloud, gather all our men? Some middle-level immortal emperors also expressed their confusion. Isn't this a bit too much? It's okay. Gather all our men. On the one hand, we can take advantage of the situation to integrate our men. On the other hand, Xiao Han is also an extremely mysterious guy. With the strength of a mortal, he has killed a large number of perfected immortals. This time, we can't make any mistakes in obtaining the treasures of the Invincible Blade. Let's all go in. Patriarch Purple Cloud's tone was extremely firm. Okay. Then let's split up and contact the immortals under our command. Patriarch Purple Cloud, we will follow your orders. On the other hand, many new cities had been built around White Phoenix City. The White Phoenix sect had taken in a large number of sects and rogue cultivators from the Celestial Realm. Moreover, when Bai Shi attacked the headquarters of the First Heaven sect, he brought back all the wealth that the First Heaven sect had accumulated over the years and gave it to Feng Huanzi so that he could win over the White Phoenix sect. Now, the reputation of the White Phoenix sect was really like the sun in the sky. Moreover, the First Heaven sect had always been a pool of stagnant water. It seemed that they did not have any plans to counterattack against the White Phoenix sect. As for the disciples of the First Heaven sect who were wandering around and running for their lives, they were being hunted down by all sides. News of the deaths of the disciples of the First Heaven sect was constantly sent back to the White Phoenix sect. Xiao Han, Bai Shi, 87 Shi, drove the fairy artifact Jade ship and traveled freely in the Celestial Realm. Their destination was the Red Crane Valley. The flying speed of this fairy artifact Jade ship was indeed unimaginably fast. In just a few days, the fairy artifact Jade ship carried Xiao Han and the others and was about to arrive at the extremely secretive Red Crane Valley. Great! We are about to enter the Red Crane Valley. At most tomorrow evening, we will be able to collect the special plants. Xiao Han was overjoyed. Once we get the special plants of the Celestial Realm, we will return to the barren area of the Celestial Realm and return to our plane. To be continued. Chapter 729. Xiao Han finally arrived at the Red Crane Canyon. There were no cities around the Red Crane Canyon. It was located in an extremely desolate area. The canyon was composed of two mountains that were tens of thousands of feet high. Between the two mountains, there was a dense red mist that seemed to be unable to disperse. Master, we're here. The Jade ship immortal artifact stopped at the edge of the canyon. The 87th king closed his eyes slightly. His immortal senses probed into the depths of the canyon. Then, he opened his eyes in high spirits. Master. That's right. Several kinds of immortal herbs that we need are growing extremely well in the canyon. Xiao Han also released his soul and spiritual waves to scan the area. Then, he nodded slightly. Yes, there are indeed a large number of immortal herbs in the Red Crane Canyon. Wait. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt that there was a kind of plant in the canyon that seemed to have a calming effect on his soul and life fluctuations. Calming the mind? Xiao Han closed his eyes and faced the canyon, carefully savoring it. After a dozen breaths, Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes. His whole body was throbbing and trembling slightly. Master, what are you doing? The 87th king and the BCE king were both stunned. Then, they couldn't help but ask. Master, did you find some magical herb? It's not a magical immortal herb. Xiao Han said with a slightly ruddy face. I just feel that there's a kind of ordinary plant in the Red Crane Canyon. However, this ordinary plant has a calming smell that can allow me to get closer and closer to the laws of heaven and earth of the immortal realm. You should know that I'm just a mortal. After entering the immortal realm, although it's disguised immortal chi, my soul and life force, I'm still just a mortal. However, the plant in the canyon seems to be able to allow my soul to fuse with the laws of heaven and earth of the immortal realm. That's great. This plant is completely useless to immortals. Because the soul and life force of immortals originally belong to the immortal realm, there's no need to fuse with it. For a mortal like me, it's extremely precious. Oh. Master. I know. The 87th king immediately came to a realization. The plant you're talking about must be a type of tobacco in the immortal realm. Tobacco? Xiao Han was stunned. Tobacco? Yes. The 87th generation was proficient in pharmacology and all kinds of plants in the immortal world, so she answered with absolute certainty. In the world of immortals, the main purpose of this tobacco is to allow immortals to enjoy themselves, like fine wine, delicious food, and fragrant tea. A few puffs of this kind of tobacco would make one's whole body feel comfortable. Even supreme-grade tobacco could make immortals feel as if they were walking on clouds. However, it wouldn't cause any harm to the immortal's life force. After all, an immortal's body is not something that can be corroded by immortal herbs. Oh. So that's how it is, for a mortal like me. The tobacco in the immortal world can help me assimilate into the immortal world faster. Xiao Han nodded in realization. Master, once your soul's vitality merges with the laws of heaven and earth in the immortal realm, you'll become an immortal. Master, once you become a celestial being, it will be a heaven-defying thing. Baisher was also overjoyed. All right. Baisher, 87 sure, you two go into Red Crane Canyon and help me collect, Xiao Han ordered. The 87th reincarnation, you're in charge of gathering the spirit herbs needed to treat my sect master and the others. The 100th reincarnation, you're in charge of gathering the immortal tobacco. Yes. Master. As soon as he finished speaking, Baisher and 87 sure turned into two beams of immortal light, broke through the thick red mist in the canyon, and flew into it. With the strength of a mid-level celestial emperor, it was extremely easy for Baisher and 87 sure to collect the herbs. Over an hour later, Generation 87 and Generation 100 flew out. Their storage rings were already filled with the immortal herbs and plants they needed. Master, if we return to the barren areas of the immortal world now, I'll be able to refine the sacred medicine in a few days at most, 87 sure said confidently. Baisher, on the other hand, took out some colorful flowers and plants from his storage ring. Master, I've collected all the tobacco in Red Crane Canyon. We can plant the tobacco in the plain. That way, the mortals in the plain will have a very high chance of becoming immortals. Moreover, the tobacco growing in Red Crane Canyon is a supreme-grade tobacco that can only be found by chance in the immortal world. It can be sold for a very high price. All right. Xiao Han took a few stalks of tobacco from Baisher's hand. With a thought, a whirlpool suddenly appeared on his palm. The whirlpool directly absorbed the essence of the stalks of tobacco, causing them to wither and turn into dust. Awesome. Ha 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 ha. I feel that I'm getting more and more harmonious with the immortal world. Ha 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 ha. With these immortal herbs, I'll greatly shorten the time it takes for me to adapt to the immortal world. Xiao Han said with a smile. What a pleasant surprise this time. Alright, we'll take our time to become immortals. Now, let's activate the Jade ship and directly return to the barren areas of the immortal world. Yes, Master. Swoosh, the Jade ship turned into a jade beam of light and flew back to the barren areas of the immortal world. At the edge of the barren areas of the immortal world. At this moment, the barren areas that few immortals had set foot in were filled with the light of treasures. Immortal chi and multicolored winds spread out like flowing mercury. All kinds of auras as powerful as the sun, moon, and stars could be felt. Countless giants of the immortal world had arrived. Among them, the middle-level immortal emperor, the purple-robed old man, and the old ancestor of the purple firmament were the leaders. There were also old ancestor Tianyi and a dozen other middle-level immortal emperors. Behind them were more than a dozen low-level immortal emperors. Behind them were level 10, level 9, and level 8 perfected immortals. Even the weakest one was a level 5 perfected immortal. There were hundreds of thousands of perfected immortals. This was all the resources led by old ancestor of the purple cloud. This was all the resources of more than a dozen middle-level immortal emperors. At this moment, all the immortals had cold faces, as if they were ready for battle. However, there was a raging fire burning in everyone's eyes. Their state of excitement had reached an indescribable level. Even the eyes of the middle-level immortal emperors, including old ancestor Tianyi, were trembling with excitement. There were even some incense burners on the ground. These were immortals. These immortals seemed to have carried out some kind of ritual. Suddenly, it was old ancestor of the purple cloud. He exhaled and raised his voice. Everyone, I've gathered you here today to defend the dignity of our alliance. I think you all know that the mysterious White Phoenix sect has risen like a comet in a very short period of time. Then, he defeated the Tianyi Palace and took their place. His ambition was clear. Of course, the defeat of the Tianyi sect is closely related to the closed-door cultivation of us middle-level immortal emperors. I believe that when we make a comeback, we will definitely regain control of the immortal realm. We will kill the people of the White Wind sect. We will kill all the immortals who have surrendered to the White Phoenix sect. We will kill all the people of the White Phoenix sect. We will kill all the immortals who have surrendered to the White Phoenix sect. Countless immortals let out deafening roars, which made people's blood boil. Their raging fighting intent almost condensed into a substance, soaring into the sky. Well, I am very pleased with your fighting intent. As soon as old ancestor of the purple cloud spoke, the noisy scene quieted down. However, before the great counterattack, we have a more important thing to do, old ancestor of the purple cloud said, his eyes flashing. Old ancestor, what is it? A low-level immortal emperor under old ancestor of the purple cloud could not help but ask. After all, the matter of Xiao Han and the treasure of the invincible saber was a secret of the immortal realm. At present, only these middle-level immortal emperors knew about it. Don't ask about it. Old ancestor of the purple cloud said casually. Then, old ancestor of the purple cloud waved his hand. Now, march into the barren area of the immortal realm. I and the other middle-level immortal emperors will clear the way for you. We will clear the natural labyrinths and space fragments in the barren area of the immortal realm, so that you will be able to walk on flat ground. After entering the barren area, you will naturally know the whole story. Remember, the moment we come out of the barren area of the immortal realm is the moment we launch a thorough counterattack against the White Phoenix sect. Yes. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen middle-level immortal emperors cleared the way, followed by low-level immortal emperors, and then a dense crowd of genuine immortals. Most of them had already entered the barren area of the immortal realm. White Phoenix City. The level 7 creature from the alternate dimension that Xiao Han had left in White Phoenix City to guard also released its immortal consciousness, which almost covered the entire immortal realm. If there was anything wrong, it would organize a response. Naturally, what happened in the periphery of the barren area of the immortal realm was also known to these level 7 creatures from the alternate dimension. Oh. A group of middle-level immortal emperors led a group of low-level immortal emperors and a large number of high-level genuine immortals into the barren area of the immortal realm? 99 frowned slightly, and then immediately came to a realization. These guys have accumulated their strength, but they did not immediately launch a counterattack against us. Instead. Ha 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 ha. I understand now. Those guys want to go to Master's plane and plunder the treasures of the Master of the Invincible Saber. Ha 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 ha. They may still think that my master is still trapped in the depths of the barren area, dying. But they never expected that Master had already left the barren area, and, as a foreign minister of the White Phoenix sect, personally destroyed the 10,000-year-old foundation of the Tianyi Palace. Humph. It seems that the final battle is coming. Suddenly, the eyes of 99 became completely cold and fierce. Grand Ancestor Tianyi and these guys have gathered all their people, and they want to offend Master's plane. The final battle will be held in the barren area of the immortal realm. Should we inform Master about this immediately? At this time, Feng Huanzi quickly walked in, and reported the current situation of White Phoenix City to these powerful creatures from the alternate dimensions. The development of White Phoenix City was extremely smooth. However, the strange actions of Grand Ancestor Purple Cloud and Grand Ancestor Tianyi had also caused great suspicion in all aspects of the immortal realm. Everyone, now many forces in the immortal realm are a little anxious, because everyone has found that the Tianyi Palace still has a very strong foundation, and there are many middle-level immortal emperors, and they are completely capable of launching a counterattack in an instant. However, for some reason, they have mysteriously entered the barren area of the immortal realm. Feng Huanzi said with slight worry. Didn't Master tell you? Master was forcibly brought to the immortal realm by Grand Ancestor Tianyi as immortal. Now, Master's plane is in the barren area of the immortal realm. However, there was no need to spread the word about this matter. Feng Huanzi, send an order to all forces in the immortal realm, and tell them to calm down. Hey, these remnants of the Tianyi Palace are courting death. They entered the barren area of the immortal realm to find Master's plane. Isn't that courting death? Ha 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 ha. It should be noted that Xiao Han had left a total of 50 level 7 extra-dimensional creatures in his own plane, as well as a large number of extra-dimensional creatures below level 7. With such a huge force, it was absolutely no problem to protect the plane. However, after dismissing Feng Huanzi, the 99th, and the other level 7 extra-dimensional creatures did not dare to be negligent. They all sat cross-legged and used their divine souls to communicate with Xiao Han. It should be noted that these extra-dimensional creatures were all Xiao Han's slaves, because if necessary, they could use their divine souls to transmit voice to Xiao Han from 1,000 miles away. Whoosh! At this moment, Xiao Han, the 99th and the 87th generations, had finished collecting spiritual herbs and were driving the fairy jade ship to the barren area of the immortal realm. Suddenly, Xiao Han's expression froze. His eyes flickered a few times, and then he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Master? The 87th generation and the 81st generation were puzzled. Good. Very good. Grand Ancestor Tianyi and the others have finally come out of their closed-door cultivation. Xiao Han said mockingly. Oh. They have gathered people and are ready to counterattack White Phoenix City? The 87th generation and the 81st generation were also a little nervous. No, they did not march into White Phoenix City, but entered the barren area of the immortal realm. Xiao Han's pupils shrank. It seems that they want to attack my plane directly. Good, very good. Suddenly, a violent fighting intent rose in Xiao Han's eyes. It is said that this time, the Tianyi Palace has dispatched more than a dozen middle-level immortal emperors and hundreds of thousands of genuine immortals. It seems that this is the full strength of the Tianyi Palace. A decisive battle is about to take place in the barren area of the immortal realm. Master, let's go back quickly. The fighting intent in the eyes of the 81st generation was also soaring. Good. Go back. We will follow the people of the Tianyi Palace and not be discovered by them. Then, when the people of the Tianyi Palace attack my plane, we will kill them from behind and attack them from both sides." Xiao Han waved his hand, and the speed of the jade ship became as fast as lightning. Then, he sent a thought. "The 99th generation, you also return to the barren area of the immortal realm immediately. Prepare for the final battle with the remaining forces of the Tianyi Palace. This time, we will wipe out the remaining forces of the Tianyi Palace." To be continued. Chapter 730. Inside the wasteland of the immortal world. This wasteland was a place where criminals from the immortal world were banished to the borderlands. The reason for that was because the immortal realm's spiritual energy here was extremely sparse and lacking. Moreover, the entire region was gloomy, causing one to be unable to see any hope. All that was left was despair. Moreover, the vast wasteland of the immortal world was filled with dense natural mazes and traps. Immortals with slightly lower cultivation realms would only end up trapped if they rashly entered. Then, due to the lack of spiritual qi in the celestial world, it gradually declined. Old. In the end, he fell. But now, boom. 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 The turbulence in this barren region was constantly being broken and destroyed. Waves of storm-like immortal qi energy tore open a path. It led straight to the depths of the desolate region of the immortal world. Old Ancestor Tianyi, Old Ancestor Purple Firmament, and other mid-level immortal emperors were leading the way. Their auras were too powerful, like the blazing sun and the vast ocean. They casually released some energy, and it was enough to blow away the chaotic airflow in this desolate area. The low-level immortal emperors and the high-level true immortals followed closely behind him, using their movement techniques. This troop was vast and mighty, like an iron-blooded army on an expedition, and they swore to crush all existences that disobeyed them. Its power could shake the world. At the very front of the group was the top-grade immortal artifact, the void-absorbing immortal hand. At this moment, the celestial hand was guiding the army to search for the mortal planes that were scattered in this vast wasteland. It seems that back then, we had taken Xiao Han, that little bastard's plane. It was extracted. The Purple Firmament Patriarch nodded slightly and said with a smile, "It's directly thrown into the depths of the barren areas of the immortal realm. The deeper you go into the barren lands, the harsher the living conditions become. Even ordinary immortals would find it difficult to survive in the deepest parts of the barren lands. I'm afraid that Xiao Han's realm is already littered with corpses. Was he on the verge of collapse? Hee. But Xiao Han has the power to kill immortals. He shouldn't be exhausted so quickly. I'm afraid he's still holding on." Yes, before, Xiao Han was arrogant and domineering. He didn't take the immortals seriously and even dared to kill the emissaries sent by our Tianyi Palace. Now, he must have been affected by the chaotic laws in this area. He was tortured to the point of exhaustion. If we go over now, Xiao Han won't even have time to beg for mercy. If we obediently hand over the Absolute Blade's treasures, how would he dare to resist? Forefather Tianyi coldly said. His eyes immediately flashed with a strange light as he muttered. We are going to get some of the most powerful magic treasures in the immortal realm and set the world. Moreover, there will be countless top-grade celestial artifacts, countless elixirs, and secret manuals. Our Tianyi society has suffered a devastating blow, but there is always a chance of survival. Could it be that our Tianyi society has to be destroyed before we can dominate the immortal realm in the end? Thinking of this, Patriarch Tianyi felt that everything was preordained by karma. In the deepest part of the barren area of the immortal realm. It should have been the darkest, most desperate, and most lifeless area. But at this moment, there was a different kind of atmosphere. A huge piece of land was floating in the void. On this piece of land, there were lush green mountains and forests, clusters of flowers, and the fragrance of flowers, as well as the blue ocean. The sky was clear and boundless. The air on the land was filled with the intoxicating fragrance of flowers and sweet leaves. Even on this piece of land, there were countless living beings. And it was not the immortals who lived on this land, but the mortals. There were trillions of mortals. Some mortals were farming, some mortals were cultivating martial arts, some mortals were reading, some mortals were selling goods on the streets. There were all sorts of religions and schools of thought. In the core area of this piece of land, there was a pagoda. This pagoda exuded a vast mortal civilization. This was the Xianxia pagoda. Everything was so out of place. A mortal plain, which should have been the most desolate and desolate plain in the immortal realm, was actually so prosperous and thriving. It was like an oasis in the desert. A lighthouse in the ocean. If Patriarch Tian-yi and the others knew about this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. And the reason for this situation was the life forms that Xiao Han had left in this plain. In the sky of this piece of land, there were 50 blazing suns floating in the sky. These 50 blazing suns gave off a warm light that represented vitality, nourishing the entire plain. Moreover, this warm energy allowed the aura of the mortals in this plane to not repel the aura of the immortal realm. In this way, even the mortals living in the immortal realm would not get sick or die suddenly. In the sky, in each of the 50 blazing suns sat a level 7 life form in a cross-legged position. This was equivalent to having 50 mid-level immortal emperors protecting this plane. At this moment, these life forms were also communicating with each other using their divine will. Master and Brother Baishur have been gone for a long time. I don't know how they are now. It's okay. Although Master is still a little immature, he is a smart person. Besides, with Brother Baishur and the others around, unless those high-level immortal emperors who were on par with the old master of the Absolute Saber make a move, no one can make things difficult for our master. Yes, Master's plane, under the protection of our aura, is becoming more and more harmonious day by day. When Master comes back and sees this scene, he will definitely be pleased. In the Xianxia pagoda, Wu Wang, Xiao Mingchu, and a large number of elites among the mortals were looking out of the window. Even though these mortals were interrupted at the moment of immortal ascension and became crippled, their minds were still extremely cheerful and open-minded. It's as beautiful as a painting. Wu Wang took a deep breath and looked at the sapphire-like sky in the distance. Xiao Han's servants are too powerful. Under their aura, this plane is almost perfect. It gives people a feeling of paradise. Alas, if there is no fighting, it would be a wonderful thing for us to die in such a beautiful scene. Dong Fangqin sighed. As soon as he said this, Dong Fangqin also felt that he had said something wrong and shook his head. Now that junior brother Xiao Han controls the treasure of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, he will definitely set off a bloody storm in the immortal world. The Tianyi sect is already dealing with us. If we want peace, we must destroy the Tianyi sect, Xiao Mingchu said directly. Unfortunately, we can't help Xiao Han. Fang Ling shook his head slightly and sighed. In the sky, 50 level 7 life forms from the alternate dimension. At this moment, these 50 level 7 life forms from the alternate dimension. His stalwart body shuddered. Just a moment ago, they all received a divine soul message from afar. It was a message directly sent to them by Xiao Han. What? The elites of the Tianyi sect are coming to this plane? At this moment, the 50 level 7 life forms from the alternate dimension all understood the atmosphere of the coming storm. Master wants us to protect this plane and not let any mortals in this plane get hurt. 50 life forms from the alternate dimension said with understanding in his eyes. At the same time, the other level 7 life forms from the alternate dimension almost blurted out. Master told us. This time, the Tianyi sect attacked with all their strength without reservation. They have more than a dozen middle-level immortal emperors, more than a dozen low-level immortal emperors, and hundreds of thousands of perfected immortals. Master also asked us to disperse our aura so that the people of the Tianyi sect wouldn't notice us, lest they see something wrong and escape. When they are completely in our attack range, we will attack them. At the same time, Master will also lead Brother Baishur and the others to chase after them. At that time, we will form a pincer attack and completely capture the people of the Tianyi sect. Good. Great. The Tianyi sect has mobilized all their people at all costs. This battle is no less than a decisive battle that will shock the immortal world. This battle will affect the future situation and trend of the immortal world. It's not a big deal. Our attack power is no less than that of ordinary middle-level immortal emperors. The other side only has a dozen middle-level immortal emperors. On our side, if Master and Brother Baishir come back, we will have 100 middle-level immortal emperors. The difference between the two sides is as great as the difference between heaven and earth. Don't be frivolous and arrogant. Although we have the advantage in numbers among the middle-level immortal emperors, the other side has many celestial artifacts and magic treasures. If we really fight, even if we can win in the end, it will inevitably affect the mortals of this plane. Therefore, we must defeat the other side in one fell swoop and not give them any chance. Therefore, Master is right. We should first disperse our aura and show the enemy that we are weak, so that they will not be wary at all. Good. Conceal your aura. The next moment, the 50 level, 7 life forms from the alternate dimension, as well as the other level, 6, level 5, level 4 life forms from the alternate dimension, all used the spirit turtle genuine chi to conceal their profound aura, and even disguised their aura as that of mortals. In the Yaoxia Pagoda. Huh? What's going on? Xiao Han's servants have all concealed their aura. Wu Hu felt that something was not right. At the edge of the desolate area of the immortal realm, Xiao Han had led the 187th lives to this place on the Jade Ship Celestial Artifact. Soon, the 99th lives, the 98th lives, and the 97th lives, who were originally guarding White Phoenix City, also arrived. Master, we left the 92nd and the 93rd lives behind to assist Jade Bangle and White Fengzi in guarding White Phoenix City. The rest have all come, the 99th life said, his fighting spirit rising. Master, let's kill our way in. There's no hurry. We will slowly follow behind Grand Ancestor Tianyi and the others, and then join forces with the people of this plane to launch a pincer attack. This time, our plan is... A cruel sneer flashed across Xiao Han's eyes. Annihilate them all. Annihilate all the remnants of the Tianyi society. Leave none alive. Yes. A large group of powerful level 7 life forms from the alternate dimension burst out with terrifying roars. Their murderous aura had already condensed into frost. Everyone, activate the spirit turtle natural chi and conceal your aura. Then, enter the desolate area of the immortal realm and return to the plane we came from. Xiao Han gave an order. Then, he completely suppressed his aura, which was almost like a dead tree or a mountain rock. The 100th life forms also did as he was told. Then, swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, a large group of people rushed into the desolate area of the immortal realm. The people of the Tianyi society. At this moment, the people of the Tianyi society, using the void-absorbing immortal hand to clear the way, also marched toward Xiao Han's plane. Their momentum was vigorous, as if they were going straight to the root of the problem. Grand Ancestor of the Purple Cloud, in about a few days, we will arrive at the plane of that little bastard Xiao Han. A hideous smile appeared on Grand Ancestor Tianyi's face. At the same time, in Xiao Han's plane. In the Yaoxia Pagoda. Several level 7 life forms from the alternate dimension had already summoned Wu Hu and the other mortals. Guys, did something happen? Wu Hu asked a little anxiously. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Everyone, please remain calm. This time, the First Heaven Society has come out in full force to attack our plane. However, Master has already seen through their actions. At this moment, Master is secretly sneaking back. When the time comes, we will pretend to be weak to the enemy. Then, we will seize the opportunity when the enemy is most relaxed and attack. This time, Master's plan is to leave no one alive. The eyes of the 100th life form were cold. To be continued. Chapter 731. At this moment, in the barren area of the celestial realm, a great battle that would determine the future of the celestial realm was about to begin. At present, everything looked extremely calm and uneventful. But it was a sign that a storm was coming. In Xiao Han's plain, all the creatures in the alternate dimensions had suppressed their auras and were quietly lurking in various parts of the plain, waiting for the enemy's army to arrive. The main force of the Tianyi Palace didn't need to worry about him. Almost without any suspicion, they were advancing rapidly toward Xiao Han's plain. Xiao Han and the remaining dozens of level 7 creatures in the alternate dimensions had also concealed their auras and were silently following the main force of the First Heaven sect like ghosts. Xiao Han relied entirely on his powerful soul-mind fluctuations to roughly capture the approximate position of the main force of the First Heaven sect in front of him. He led Baishir and the others to follow from behind, keeping the following distance within their ability. The main force of the First Heaven sect consisted of middle-level and low-level celestial emperors. They were all at the forefront of the team, followed by hundreds of thousands of genuine immortals. Moreover, the celestial emperors at the front were trying their best to radiate their celestial senses into the depths of the barren area, completely ignoring the situation behind them. They had no idea that there were still people chasing after them. It could be said that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The main force of the First Heaven sect. In a few hours, we will arrive at the mortal plane. At this time, Grand Ancestor Tianyi suddenly burst out with a fierce roar. His eyes were full of ambition. When we arrive at the mortal plane, we can directly log in and take control of the mortal plane immediately. For us, this is as easy as flipping our palms. Then, I and Grand Ancestor Purple Cloud take control of Xiao Han. Force him to tell us about the treasure of the invincible saber. Grand Ancestor Purple Cloud also smiled sinisterly. This time, the mortal Xiao Han will not be able to escape. After we capture him, if he refuses to tell us the truth and the whereabouts of the treasure of the invincible saber, it will be fine. I know a soul-searching secret skill that can forcibly extract Xiao Han's memory. However, after extracting Xiao Han's memory, he will become an idiot, and we will not be able to torture him to our heart's content. Grand Ancestor Purple Cloud's eyes revealed an extremely strange and evil expression. Xiao Han's plane. Currently, 50 level 7-dimensional beings and a large number of low-level dimensional beings had concealed their auras and were collectively hiding in a mountain range of the plane. This mountain range. It was adjacent to the Yaoxia region. It should be noted that as long as the people of the Tianyi Palace were here, once he entered the plane, he would definitely control the Yaoxia region. In the mortal world, the core and most important area of any plane was the Devil Hero domain. The immortals would definitely know this better. Once the Devil Hero region was under their control, this plane would be ravaged and controlled to their heart's content. I can sense that those fellows are about to arrive. World 50 smiled coldly. Then, he licked his lips. He's going to start a massacre. He. Back then, the old master of the invincible blade was so majestic and all-powerful. Now, the new master's style of doing things and his decisiveness in killing are not inferior to the old master of the invincible blade at all. As soon as he came to the immortal world, he dared to attack the number 1 sect in the immortal world that had stood for 10,000 years. He really inherited the legacy of the old master of the invincible blade. He, on Xiao Han's side. Behind Xiao Han, there were as many as 48 level 7-dimensional beings. They quietly followed Xiao Han and closely followed the main force of the Tianyi Palace, like maggots on a tarsal bone. The 48 level 7-dimensional beings also formed a huge force, a terrifying force that was powerful enough to destroy any sect in the immortal world. This was a terrifying force that could bring a fatal blow to the Tianyi Palace. At this moment, Xiao Han's figure suddenly stopped. Everyone, slow down. We're about to arrive at the plane. There are still about 2 hours to go. Everyone, slow down and don't be impatient, lest the remnants of the Tianyi Palace ahead of us discover any clues and fail at the last step. A storm was coming. Finally. Xiao Han's plane appeared in the sight of the main force of the Tianyi Palace. We're here. The mortal plane. Several low-level immortal emperors flying behind Patriarch Tianyi and the other middle-level immortal emperors almost shouted at the same time. However, in an instant, this group of villains of the Tianyi Palace was all stunned. Stunned. Confused. Confused. Incredible. All the middle-level immortal emperors, low-level immortal emperors, and genuine immortals looked at the mortal plane in front of them in a daze, as if they had discovered a new continent. In front of them, a beautiful plain with lush greenery, blooming flowers, a warm climate, and a romantic ocean appeared in their field of vision. It was so beautiful. It was like a magnificent scene described in a painting. However, the mortal plane should not have been like this in the first place. This was the most desolate and bitter area in the immortal world. It was a place used by the immortal world to punish immortals who had committed crimes. Even if a genuine immortal was exiled to this place, he would die after a period of time. This was because the entire barren area was dark and gloomy, but the mortal plane that appeared in front of them was so stunning. What's going on? This plane should be in a state of desolation. Patriarch Tianyi suddenly said in a confused and even a little flustered voice. What? Patriarch Purple Cloud also looked at the plane with a gloomy expression. After a few breaths. Don't panic. Humph. Brother Tianyi, you are a middle-level immortal emperor, but you are so impatient. Release your celestial sense to have a look. Although that mortal plane is strange, there are only countless weak auras of mortals in it. There is no aura that can threaten us at all. This. After being reprimanded by Patriarch Purple Cloud, Patriarch Tianyi quickly emptied his mind, got rid of all distracting thoughts, and released his celestial sense. At the same time, the other immortal emperors and genuine immortals also released their celestial senses to completely envelop the plane in front of them and carefully analyze it. After a dozen breaths, their facial expressions gradually relaxed. They gradually relaxed as well. After their inspection, the plane in front of them. There was nothing strange about it that they paid attention to. The only strange thing was that this plane was too beautiful, like a poem or a painting. They had expected to see a plane that looked like a dry stone, but for no reason, it had turned into a bright pearl. Phew. After personally inspecting it, Patriarch Tianyi also heaved a sigh of relief. Grand Master of the Purple Cloud, don't blame me. It's just that the Tianyi Palace has suffered setbacks again and again, which has made me frightened. Now, hope is right in front of us, the only ray of light. I don't want anything to go wrong. Ha ha ha, Brother Tianyi, you are really a little paranoid. But now we have all used our celestial senses to check, and there is nothing strange. Well, let's directly enter this plane. Another middle-level immortal emperor in a red robe said with a smile. However, Patriarch Tianyi was still worried. He hurriedly stopped him. Wait. At first glance, it is true. This mortal plane emits the aura of mortals as weak as ants, but the mortal plane is not rejected by the natural law of the immortal realm at all. Instead, it has evolved as amazingly as heaven. How do you explain this? Well, Brother Tianyi, I think this is not difficult to explain. Patriarch Purple Cloud's eyelids twitched slightly. You should know that Xiao Han explored the treasure of the invincible saber like a fish in water. I think he must have obtained some celestial artifacts and magic treasures. And these celestial artifacts and magic treasures might help his plane to shield itself from the natural law of the immortal realm. Patriarch Purple Cloud's analysis was reasonable. Many immortal emperors and perfected immortals couldn't help but nod. Besides, even if there is something strange, with our power, why should we be afraid? Unless the old invincible saber comes back to life, ha 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 ha. Patriarch Purple Cloud burst into laughter, and he began to lose his composure. Invincible saber, when you were alive, I would never dare to covet your magic treasures and wealth, but now, ha 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 ha. They are all mine. As soon as he finished speaking, boom. Immortal Emperor Purple Cloud rushed directly to Xiao Han's plane like a meteor. The other immortal emperors and perfected immortals also launched their movement techniques and rushed up. Patriarch Tianyi hesitated for a moment, and then, unwilling to be left behind, he rushed over. In an instant, the troops of the Tianyi Palace all entered Xiao Han's mortal plane and entered the Yaoxia domain. The supreme and violent immortal aura, like an abyss or a prison, directly enveloped the entire plane. It suppressed all living beings in the plane and made them tremble. Oh! This is the birthplace of civilization in this mortal plane, this is the Yaoxia Tower. Patriarch Purple Cloud squinted at the Yaoxia Tower as if he were looking at a child's toy. At this time, in the Yaoxia Tower, under the deterrence of the aura of these immortals, the Yaoxia Tower, which had stood for countless years, began to tremble. It shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. All the people in the Yaoxia Pagoda, including Wu Bai and the others, were shocked by the sudden aura that was like a god descending to the mortal world. They could not exert any strength at all and were all lying on the ground, trembling non-stop. This was a kind of suppression on the level of life. The suppression of the aura alone was enough to make the most powerful mortal Yaoxia collapse. Everyone, calm down. Don't panic. Wu Yu tried his best to protect his divine thoughts, which were about to collapse into powder. The life in the alternate dimension hiding in the mountains outside the Yaoxia domain. Let's do it. Those guys have already entered this plane. Let's wait for a few more breaths. These guys haven't discovered us. However, they have just arrived in this plane, so I'm afraid they haven't completely let down their guard. Let's wait a little longer, wait for their minds to make a slight mistake, and then we'll attack. Well, there are a total of 18 middle-level immortal emperors and 19 low-level immortal emperors. These 37 people are their main force. Listen, later, each of us will focus on a target and instantly erupt with the greatest attack power. With the extremely condensed saber light, we will strive to kill them with one blow. To be continued. Chapter 732. After the Tianyi Palace's troops arrived at Xiao Han's plain, they released a little bit of their aura, and the situation was already under control. They suppressed all the living beings in this mortal plane. A feeling of having their lives in their hands surged into their hearts. There's no power to resist. Patriarch Tianyi's vigilance was finally completely dispelled. Ibdu. He deeply felt that the entire mortal plane was like an egg in the palm of his hand. If he exerted a little force, it would be crushed. There was no suspense. Ridiculous mortals. Patriarch Tianyi roared fiercely. How dare you challenge the dignity of the immortal realm? How dare you kill the disciples of the Tianyi Palace? This is unforgivable. Xiao Han. Where is Xiao Han? Come out. A ferocious smile appeared on Patriarch Tianyi's face. Maybe you have something to rely on. Maybe you have some secrets. That's why you dared to offend the immortal might. But now, I'm here. I want to let you, a fellow who is as insignificant as an ant, understand how laughable your so-called reliance and secrets are. Xiao Han, come out and accept your punishment. Patriarch Tianyi's high-spirited and domineering aura made all the people in this dimension shiver in fear and shiver in fear. At this moment, Patriarch Tianyi actually felt proud and elated. It had not been easy for him. Recently, he had been at a disadvantage in every way, which was really frustrating. He had sent messengers to the mortal world, but all of them had been killed. The battle with the White Phoenix sect had also completely collapsed. Now, he had finally suppressed a plane in the mortal world, which gave him confidence and a sense of superiority. Xiao Han, come out. Patriarch Tianyi roared continuously. However, the entire plane. There was no response. Humph. Patriarch Purple Cloud snorted impatiently. Enough, Brother Tianyi. Our aura is enough to frighten Xiao Han. Now he doesn't even dare to show himself. Otherwise, we can use our celestial senses to search this plane and capture Xiao Han's soul aura. Capture him directly. Another middle-level immortal emperor said with a hideous smile. The Purple Cloud Patriarch waved his hand. There's no need for that. According to the information we have, Xiao Han is very slippery and good at disguising his soul aura. We don't need to waste time and energy to search for Xiao Han. How about this, from now on, if Xiao Han still doesn't show himself, then every 15 minutes, we will destroy a city on this plane. Just now. I've also scanned it with my celestial sense. This mortal realm has a complete social system. There are countless cities, and every city has an extremely prosperous population. With a single thought, we can slaughter a city and kill hundreds of thousands or even millions of mortals. Humph. Xiao Han. Suddenly, the Purple Cloud Great Elder roared. His voice covered the entire plain. The mountains and rivers shook, and his aura surged in all directions. Xiao Han, listen to me. You can turtle up and hide, but it doesn't matter. From now on, we will exterminate a city of mortals every quarter of an hour. I'm sure you have friends and relatives in this dimension, right? You can just watch them die in front of your eyes. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, you can afford to waste time, and so can we. In short, if you hide for one day, hundreds of millions of mortals in your plane will die. Let's see how long you can hide for. When the Purple Cloud Great Elder announced that he wanted to kill mortals and slaughter cities, his expression was extremely relaxed. It was as if he was talking about killing chickens and dogs. At this moment. Haha. Is this an immortal? I thought it was some kind of demon clan that sees human lives as worthless. Haha. What's the difference between this and the demon clan? At this critical moment, a young and calm voice came from afar. It was a black-haired young man in a green robe. He was slightly thin, and his aura was calm. It was like wood, stone, or a deep pool. It was impossible to see the end of him. Xiao Han. He had finally appeared. The creature from the alternate dimension that followed Xiao Han kept a certain distance from him, so Patriarch Tian-Yi and the others could not find out what was going on. However, the life form in the alternate dimension following behind Xiao Han had already followed Xiao Han's orders and prepared the exquisite saber technique of the 100 Lives Saber Dao. As long as Xiao Han willed it, the fatal saber chi would slash through the air. Now, with a single thought from Xiao Han, he could command the creature from the alternate dimension that was hiding in the mountain range and the creature that had followed him. He could do as he pleased. Now, there are 98 Supreme Saber Lights with energy comparable to that of a middle-level Celestial Emperor. They will instantly kill these arrogant Celestial Emperors. Haha. Xiao Han's heart was surprisingly calm. In the gray zone that bordered the Celestial Realm and the Demon Realm. In this gray zone, space and time intersected, and the most chaotic energy surged. At the same time, it was also the most terrifying energy in the Celestial Realm. This energy had the aura of the origin of the great path of the universe. Of course, this energy belonged to those who were strong enough. If one's cultivation was slightly weaker, as long as one was in this energy, it would be a disaster, not a blessing. One would die instantly. Only the most powerful beings in the celestial realm were qualified to comprehend this energy of the great path. 3 faint illusionary figures were sitting cross-legged in the area, allowing the never-ending energy to enshroud them. I didn't expect that the celestial realm would be in a mess because of that mortal. Now, the Tianyi society is about to be destroyed. Zi Xiao, Tian-Yi, and the others are really idiots. One of the 3 shadows sneered. Now, should we make a move to stop this massacre? If we don't intervene, Zi Xiao, Tian-Yi, and the others will soon be destroyed. Another shadow said. There's no need to intervene. Now, the devil god has been sealed and is almost dead. The monster realm has suffered a great loss. As long as we are here, the monster realm will never be able to rise again. In the celestial realm, Tian-Yi and the others are arrogant and ambitious. Now, it's time to clean up the mess. Let's use Xiao Han to kill Tian-Yi and the others. In this way, the forces in the celestial realm will be balanced. So, what about Xiao Han? Xiao Han has mastered the treasures of the invincible saber. However, it seems that he hasn't mastered the core treasures yet. Now, let's not do anything. Let's wait for Xiao Han to develop. When Xiao Han really mastered the core treasures, then, let's take action directly. Humph. In the core treasures of the invincible saber, there are some secrets that we can't let others know. Xiao Han's appearance attracted the attention of all the people of the Tianyi society. Patriarch Tianyi frowned. The scene became extremely quiet. Didn't you want me to show up? Well, I've already shown up. Xiao Han smiled brightly. Xiao Han. Hearing Xiao Han's self-introduction, the immortals were furious. Especially Patriarch Tianyi, he was furious. Celestial light surged. His eyes were filled with hatred as he gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. Xiao Han. How dare you kill a disciple of the Tianyi society? Who gave you the courage? Boom! 2 beams of light shot out from Patriarch Tianyi's eyes. Every inch of space shattered like tiles. This was only Patriarch Tianyi's gaze. However, Xiao Han felt as if he was going to be burned alive by this gaze. Fortunately, Xiao Han had a body. He also had a celestial body. Therefore, he could resist Patriarch Tianyi's gaze. However, Xiao Han was also slightly stunned. Sure enough, a middle-level immortal emperor is too strong. If it weren't for the 7th-level alien space creatures that Master of the Invincible Saber gave me as slaves, I would never be able to defeat these big shots in the immortal realm. Brother Tianyi, wait. Great Ancestor of the Purple Cloud hurriedly stopped Great Ancestor Tianyi's murderous intent. He looked at Xiao Han slowly and said, "All right, Xiao Han, since you have shown yourself, now, you should obediently hand over the treasures of the invincible blade. In this way, you can suffer less torture, and we can grant you a quick death. Or, if you are willing to be our slave and allow us to plant a brand in your spirit, then you can also live. Of course, if you are unwilling to tell us the truth, then we can only extract your soul and forcibly extract your memories. Ha 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 ha." Hearing this, Xiao Han laughed wildly. What an idiot. I'm sorry, you got the start you wanted, but the result is not what you wanted. Oh. The middle-level immortal emperors were slightly stunned. Suddenly, Xiao Han lowered his voice and said bitterly. Patriarch Tianyi, I, Xiao Han, am the instigator of the destruction of the Tianyi society. You must know this. Ha 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 ha. Today, I didn't expect you to come to me for me to kill. How delightful. Ha ha ha. What? You're the foreign elder of the White Phoenix sect? Patriarch Tianyi and the others were completely stunned. They had never thought that the White Phoenix sect would be related to Xiao Han. This was something that was almost impossible. Taking advantage of this moment of absent-mindedness. Attack. Xiao Han teleported out with a thought. In the blink of an eye, a total of 98 saber lights slashed out. Each saber light was like a divine punishment in the legends. Divine wrath. Divine light. However, each saber light was extremely condensed. When the power of the saber lights hit the target, it did not leak out at all. In this way, after the saber lights hit the target, the power of the saber chi would only affect the target. It would not leak out. This showed that Xiao Han's control of the saber principle was extremely exquisite. Oh no. The aura of death was blowing toward them. Some of the middle-level immortal emperors let out heart-wrenching screams. However, they no longer had the space and time to dodge. When the 98 saber lights slashed out, there were traces of the laws of space and time. In terms of energy, any level 7 alternate dimension life form was almost on par with Patriarch Tianyi and the others. Unless Patriarch Tianyi and the others used their Dharma treasures, they would not be able to defeat the level 7 alternate dimension life form in a head-on battle. But now, the 98 saber lights were a deliberate attack. It was tantamount to a sneak attack. Bang! 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 A heaven-shaking and earth-shattering scene happened. Many mid-grade immortal emperors' bodies were directly blasted into pieces by the saber light. Under Xiao Han's command, each of the middle-level immortal emperors launched a sneak attack with 2 saber lights. This allowed them to dodge the first saber light with great difficulty, but they could not dodge the second saber light. Xiao Han saw with his own eyes that more than 10 middle-level immortal emperors were destroyed, killed. Patriarch Tianyi and Patriarch Purple Firmament had both died in front of Xiao Han. At the same time, more than 10 low-level immortal emperors were also killed. Hundreds of thousands of perfected immortal emperors fell like straw under the cover of the saber lights. After a short moment of shock, Xiao Han sent out a thought, "Don't leave a single one alive." Before those high-level perfected immortal emperors who had been scared out of their wits could react, the dense saber lights slashed toward them like quicksilver. The high-level perfected immortal emperors fell one after another. After 10 breaths, the people of the Tianyi Palace were all killed. To be continued. Chapter 733. Under Xiao Han's meticulous plan, the surviving members of the Tianyi Palace were finally wiped out. This was the greatest catastrophe the celestial realm had ever suffered since the world was created. Even the war between the Celestials and the Demon Clan had not caused such a loss. More than a dozen middle-level Celestial Emperors and more than a dozen low-level Celestial Emperors had died. They turned into ashes and their souls scattered. Hundreds of thousands of high-level perfected immortals had died. This was a great disaster for the Celestial realm. The reason why Xiao Han was able to win was that his opponents had underestimated him. After all, Xiao Han was immortal. Even if he could kill some perfected immortals, he must have relied on Dharma treasures and external forces. However, in the face of celestial emperors, the advantage of Dharma treasures and external forces would be infinitely reduced, almost to nothing. Patriarch Tianyi and Patriarch Purple Cloud were all big shots in the celestial realm. Their status was only lower than that of the high-level celestial emperors. They had also participated in many life and death battles with the Demon Clan. They believed that immortal, no matter what Dharma treasures he had, was not a threat to them. Therefore, their underestimation of the enemy was a kind of subconscious. As a matter of fact, gathering so many people to invade Xiao Han's mortal plane was not a case of underestimating the enemy. On the other hand, Xiao Han's foundation was strong enough. The trump card that Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao gave Xiao Han was so terrifying that Xiao Han could almost sweep across the celestial realm. Now, the surviving members of the Tianyi Palace had been wiped out, causing the whole plain to be filled with the glittering celestial corpses. Every piece of the celestial corpses was emitting extremely powerful source energy. The pieces of the celestial corpses floated like stars and emitted beautiful rays of light. It was a spectacular sight. Phew, it's finally over, Xiao Han let out a long sigh of relief. However, a strange expression flashed across the depths of Xiao Han's eyes. It was as if he was anxious and puzzled. His gaze looked into the distance. "Master," Baisher said in confusion. "Master seems a little worried. Could it be that Master has discovered something?" Hearing this, Xiao Han laughed involuntarily and lightly shook his head. "I don't know if I had an illusion, but just now, when we were killing the remnants of the First Heaven Society, I seemed to have felt someone spying on us from far away. However, this feeling was extremely subtle and I couldn't accurately capture it. Furthermore, this feeling disappeared in a flash and I can no longer detect it." Pausing for a moment, Xiao Han shook his head. "Perhaps it's because I've killed many immortals, causing the laws of the immortal world to tremble, causing me to feel a faint sense of unease. But it doesn't matter. The Invincible Blade Master is a person who defies the natural order. I, Xiao Han, will also go against the natural order. No matter who it is, as long as they want to suppress and harm me, Xiao Han, I will definitely kill them." Xiao Han activated his saber will and cut off the negative emotions in his mind. His entire state of mind became like the clear sky with the sun shining high up in the sky. At this moment, Xiao Xiao Xiao, a large number of otherworldly beings flew over to Xiaohan. When they got close to him, they all knelt and saluted him. Greetings, Master. Welcome back to the plane, Master. Xiaohan smiled faintly and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. Then, many mortals also rushed out of the Yaoxia Pagoda. Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, many elite demons, as well as Xiaohan's wife and son, Xiaoan, all appeared. The crowd, like stars surrounding the moon, clustered around Xiaohan. This made Xiaohan feel the warmth of a family, and his heart was extremely comfortable. Ha 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 ha, junior brother Xiaohan, this time, we won again. Tut, tut, so many immortals, even a large number of celestial emperors, actually died. This is too horrible. This is simply a kind of world-destroying momentum. Xiao Mingchu directly walked over and put his arm around Xiaohan's shoulder. The deep friendship between the two brothers was manifested. Now, many demons and mortals also felt a sense of security. Especially Wu Yu and the others, who were supposed to become immortals, but in the end, the First Heaven's sect directly interrupted their tribulation. This made them subconsciously hate the First Heaven's sect, and at the same time, they also had a kind of fear and dread. But now, the entire First Heaven's sect was destroyed, uprooted, as if the demons in their hearts had been killed. Now, the state of mind of Wu Yu and the others had changed like the sun and clear sky, and there was a light of enlightenment on their faces. Their state of mind had been reborn, and they seemed to have touched upon some mysterious mysteries. Xiaohan looked at Wu Yu and the others and said thoughtfully. Sect Master, eldest senior brother, I feel that your minds seem to be more perfect and flawless. Good. It's time. Suddenly, Xiaohan looked at the 87th generation again. 87th generation, hurry up and use those special plants of the immortal realm to refine spiritual medicine and let the sect master and the others take it. I have a hunch that as long as they take the spiritual medicine, the sect master and the others will definitely become immortals in an instant. Yes, Master. The 87th generation directly entered the elixir room in the Yaoxia Pagoda, and Yan Lang followed behind to help him. As soon as they heard that there was hope to become immortals, Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the others all sighed with emotion, as if a lifetime had passed. Then, Xiaohan said to Bai Shi, plant the supreme-grade tobacco of the immortal realm that we collected from the Red Crane Canyon in this plane, so that the souls and life aura of all living beings in this plane will be more perfectly integrated with the immortal realm. Yes, Master. After giving instructions, Xiaohan looked again at the dazzling fragments of the immortal corpses that filled the sky. Among them, there were a large number of fragments of the immortal emperor's corpse. Once he activated the left arm of the demon emperor and devoured these fragments of the immortal corpses, how terrifying would the nourishment he would receive? How powerful would the demonic power be? Xiaohan didn't dare to imagine. With a thought, the demon god's soul, the demon god's egg, and the demon god's left arm's demon monarch's palm in Xiaohan's heart all emitted a palpitating desire, tempting Xiaohan continuously. Xiaohan's left hand trembled slightly, and he could no longer control himself. He wanted to absorb and refine these immortal corpses that were like treasures. However, Xiaohan was struggling in his heart. He knew that in the immortal realm, it was a great taboo to absorb and refine these immortal corpses recklessly. He would definitely be punished by the heavens. Xiaohan bit the tip of his tongue and dispelled the temptation that lingered in his divine soul. Then, he took out dozens of storage rings and stored the fragments of the immortal corpses that filled the sky. For the next few days, Xiaohan stayed by his wife and son's side, enjoying the affectionate love between husband and wife. It was rare for him to empty his mind, away from the scheming and murderous fights, and enjoy the joy that family brought him. After a few days, the 87th reincarnation finally refined the spiritual medicine and handed it to Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the others. Previously in the mortal realm, all the mortals who were about to succeed in seclusion but were forcibly interrupted in the end got a share of the spiritual medicine. After Wu Yu and the others took the spiritual medicine, they immediately went into seclusion. After a few days, the entire Yaoxia Pagoda was surrounded by layers of sacred clouds and celestial light. An epic and strong aura burst out and shot straight into the sky. All the mortals in the entire plain were worshipping. Burning incense. Praying. Praying. Xiao Han, along with his wife and son, Bai Shi, and the others, stood on a high mountain opposite the Yaoxia Pagoda and witnessed all this. Master, sect leader Wu and the others are about to become immortals, Bai Shi said with great certainty. That's right, this is an exciting moment. Xiao Han was also shocked. We mortals practice martial arts in order to become immortals and seek eternal life. Sect leader and the others have been pursuing this path all their lives. Last time, they were interrupted by the scoundrels of the Tianyi Palace and ended in failure. But this time, no one will try to sabotage them again. At the same time, the whole celestial world was in a state of confusion. Almost everyone in the celestial world knew that a large group of people of the Tianyi Palace had entered the barren area of the celestial world, followed by the foreign elders of the White Phoenix sect. This indicated that a war was about to break out. However, many days had passed, and the barren area of the celestial world was dead silent. No foreign elders of the White Phoenix sect or the people of the Tianyi Palace had come out. All of this was like a huge mystery, shrouding the celestial world. At the border between the celestial world and the demon world, the source of the Great Way was flourishing. 3 figures who dominated the world were cultivating and comprehending the ultimate meaning of the universe. At this time, the 3 figures were communicating. As expected, there's no suspense at all. Tian Yi and the Purple Firmament, those idiots, were killed. Well done, Xiao Han, to be able to control a force that can sweep away everything. Now, unless we act, no one in the entire immortal world can stop Xiao Han. Let's wait. Xiao Han has not yet controlled the core treasure of the invincible saber. Give him some time. When he controls the core treasure of the invincible saber, it will be the time of his death. Using the hands of a mortal like Xiao Han to obtain the core treasure of the invincible saber is the only way. Yes, but this guy is also very strange. Just now, he actually sensed our spying. Yes, his soul sensing ability is extraordinary. Furthermore, I sensed a very strange aura from his body. This aura seems familiar, and it gives me a sense of danger. Forget it, no matter how strange Xiao Han is, his ultimate wings are not fully grown yet. Let's wait and see when he can completely control the core treasure of the invincible saber, in the barren area of the celestial world. Xiao Han's plain. At this time, the entire plain was wrapped in thick clouds of immortal qi and the laws of the celestial world. It was like a layer of light cocoon. The Yaoxia Pagoda was extremely hot. At this moment, suddenly, boom! A loud sound. A ray of immortal qi descended from the sky, containing the laws of the celestial world, and directly shot into the Yaoxia Pagoda. Correspondingly, soon, a figure rose from the Yaoxia Pagoda. It was Wu Hai. At this moment, Wu Hai's whole body was bathed in immortal qi and the laws of the celestial world. His whole body was transforming. Reborn. This kind of metamorphosis was all around. Soul transformation. Essence, qi, and spirit transformation. His bones, skin, meridians, internal organs, and blood were all transforming. Transforming into an immortal body. Then, the immortal qi and the laws of the celestial world entered Wu Hai's body, causing him to suddenly have a strong immortal force. Every time he breathed, every time his pores opened and closed, immortal qi could be released, forming all kinds of shadows of immortal cranes, immortal dragons, immortal apes, around his body. Wu Hai looked dignified. His whole body shone with the aura of treasures. Heavenly flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. Every inch of space was filled with praises. He had become an immortal. Wu Hai had become an immortal. On a mountain opposite the Yaoxia Pagoda. Master, Sect Master Wu Hai is. Bai Shi frowned slightly. Oh. Bai Shi, is there anything wrong? Xiao Han was also stunned. Then, he covered the area with his soul and mind. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes became shocked. The aura of a level 2 true immortal. Sect Master directly became a level 2 true immortal. Generally speaking, when a mortal was reborn, his body of flesh and blood evolved into an immortal body, and his soul ascended to become an immortal. Almost all of them were level 1 true immortals. But now, Wu Hai directly leaped and became a level 2 true immortal. Xiao Han was puzzled. However, he soon understood. Although the sect master was immortal, he had also experienced many twists and turns, especially the training in the genius zone, which allowed the sect master to accumulate a lot of experience. The most important thing was that his first immortal ascension was interrupted and formed an inner demon. Now, the inner demon was removed, and he was reborn after breaking through. Naturally, he would reach a higher level. Misfortune could be a blessing in disguise. After Wu Hai became an immortal, Xiao Mingqiu also became an immortal and directly became a level 2 true immortal. Then, Fang Ling, Dongfang Qin, Yan Lang, Xiao Han's 5 slaves from another plane, many elders of the Yaoxia Pagoda, ancient giants, and some top ancient giants, become immortals. Become immortals. All of them became immortals. Moreover, almost all of them directly became level 2 true immortals. When the Yaoxia Pagoda calmed down, the immortal Qi and Dharma that enshrouded this plane disappeared. This plane had already given birth to dozens of immortals. Dozens of level 2 true immortals. Ha 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 ha, sect master, eldest senior brother. Congratulations. Xiao Han directly flew up. It was a happy situation. At this moment, Wu Hai and the other immortals also surrounded Xiao Han. They were extremely grateful. They all knew that if it were not for Xiao Han, they would never be able to become immortals in their lifetime. However, they were all on the same side. There was no need to say words of gratitude. The people of the entire plain were also inexplicably moved and cried loudly. At dusk, in the largest banquet hall inside the Yaoxia Pagoda, there were hundreds of banquets. There were also many celebration banquets on the other floors of the Yaoxia Pagoda. At the banquet, Xiao Han said loudly, "The martial artists of our plane can cultivate with peace of mind. Now, our plane has given birth to a large number of immortals. Moreover, cultivating in the immortal realm is many times easier than cultivating in the mortal world. Yes, it was extremely easy to break through to the immortal realm in the immortal realm. If breaking through to the immortal realm in the mortal world was considered to defy the heavens and usurp fate, then in the immortal realm, one had already reached the heavens and only needed to cultivate naturally." After the banquet, Xiao Han's wives all said that they wanted to cultivate in seclusion and use spirit herbs to break through to the immortal realm. As for Xiao Han, he also chose to cultivate in seclusion. Absorbing the vitality of the immortal realm tobacco has made me more and more integrated with the Dharma of heaven and earth of the immortal realm. I also have to strive to break through to the immortal realm as soon as possible. In this way, I can completely control Master's treasure. Xiao Han also cultivated in seclusion. The entire plane had entered a great era of seclusion. R1152s. Chapter 734. Now that things had developed to this point, it was almost perfect. Ever since Xiao Han's plane was forcibly occupied by Grand Master Tianyi and taken into the immortal realm, Xiao Han, relying on the trump card given by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, fought steadily and surely. Not only did he destroy the entire Tianyi palace and slaughter countless immortals, but he also almost perfectly integrated the plane into the immortal realm. The mortal plane gave birth to the natural laws of the immortal realm. Thus, it was no longer a matter of ascending to heaven in a single step for mortals to become immortals. Instead, it was a matter of course. Now, Wu Hao, Xiao Mingqiu, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and other mortals had all become immortals. The entire plane was overflowing with immortal qi. It was full of vitality. This greatly stimulated Xiao Han. Xiao Han deeply felt that it was time for him to break through to the immortal realm. He had no distractions. He swore to become an immortal. Soon, Xiao Han comprehended the immortal path in the Yaoxia Pagoda. A few days later, Xiao Han left the Yaoxia pagoda. He wore light clothes and walked casually in the plain. In seclusion in the Yaoxia pagoda, Xiao Han could not accurately sense the changes in the plain. The growth and death of all things were not beautiful. Therefore, Xiao Han entered the mortal world. He walked among the streets, or climbed mountains to look into the distance. He traveled out to sea. He walked through valleys, crossed mountains. Walking in the mortal world, Xiao Han experienced the joys and sorrows of all living beings and saw the myriad phenomena of the plain. Moreover, a large number of top-grade tobacco from the immortal realm had been planted in the entire plain, giving off a curling fragrance. In a few years, Bai Shi and the others sneaked into the world outside the desolate area of the immortal realm. They transplanted a large number of flowers and plants from the immortal realm. This made the entire plain. In the streets and alleys of the major cities, there were plants from the immortal realm swaying in the wind, exhaling a delicate fragrance that made people reborn. A few years. Indeed, Xiao Han had been traveling around the plain for a few years. A few years seemed to be a long time, but in the eyes of people like Xiao Han, a few years passed in a flash. In the past few years, at first, Xiao Han deliberately wanted to become an immortal. However, later, he had completely given up this idea. No desires. No extravagant desires. He had entered a state where he had no desires and no thoughts. He strolled around casually, and when he was tired, he would stop. In a place with beautiful scenery, or in a city with an antique charm. Stay here for a few days. Strangely, in these past few years, Xiao Han's heart grew more and more tranquil, as if he had transcended the mortal world. Furthermore, the demon god's soul and the demon god's egg in his heart had been completely forgotten by Xiao Han. Before this, Xiao Han had always been worried. He knew that in his heart, there was a bomb that could explode at any time, causing his body to explode into nothingness. Thus, subconsciously, he had always been very afraid and wanted to get rid of this trouble as soon as possible. But now, Xiao Han had completely forgotten about this deeply buried danger. Fearless. In other words, Xiao Han had achieved a worry-free state. No joy. Thoughtless. No thought. Fearless. The highest realm. Carefree Zai. In the past few years, Xiao Han had also received some news from the Yaoxia Tower. Wu Lu and the others had successfully broken through to the immortal realm, and were now working hard to break through to the level 3 true immortal realm. Because White Phoenix sect had now dominated the immortal realm, all kinds of resources were being plundered continuously. Feng Bangle and the 2 level 7 alternate dimensional beings now had a firm grip on White Phoenix sect's lifeline. Thus, every month, a terrifying amount of resources would be imported into Xiao Han's plane to provide for the living beings there. Therefore, it was not impossible for Wu Lu and the others to break through to the level 3 true immortal realm. On the contrary, it was highly possible. In addition, Xiao Han's wives had all become immortals. They were all level 2 true immortals. His son, Xiaoan, was now a martial artist in the true Qi realm with extraordinary talent. Xiao Han imparted all the unique skills he had learned from the seal on the surface of the demon egg to Xiaoan. In addition to these people, in the past few years, in Xiao Han's plane, there were tens of thousands of mortals who had become immortals. Most of them had become level 1 true immortals, with a small number of level 2 true immortals. At the border between the immortal realm and the demon realm, the energy of the origin of the great Tao of the universe was filling up. The 3 high-level immortal emperors, the true overlords of the immortal realm, were absorbing the energy to their heart's content, comprehending some profound principles. At the same time, they were also paying attention to Xiao Han's every move. It's been a few years. Xiao Han, this kid, is really amazing. He actually entered the state of no fear, no worries, no thoughts, and no thoughts, the state that we immortals dream of. It's extremely rare for a mortal to enter this state. Yes, a mortal's 6 roots have not been exhausted, and they are reluctant to leave the mortal world. To be able to enter the state of no thoughts, no fear, and no joy, this is indeed not easy. This Xiao Han, I really appreciate his talent. Why don't we subdue Xiao Han after we get the treasures of the invincible blade? That's true. I really can't bear to destroy such a good talent with my own hands. Forget it, if Xiao Han is willing to subdue us, then we can let him live. He only needs to worship us devoutly, believe in us, and let us plant a mark in his spirit. This way, he can be spared from death. Of course, if he is stubborn, he will only end up as ashes. Let's not discuss how to deal with Xiao Han for now. During this period of time, keep a close eye on him. Xiao Han can become an immortal anytime. His soul aura has already merged perfectly with the immortal realm, and there is no distinction between them. All these years, Xiao Han has never touched the core treasures of the invincible blade, which makes me suspect that he is not qualified to open the core treasures of the invincible blade. I conclude that the core treasures of the invincible blade should be related to Xiao Han's state. Yes. Let's see if Xiao Han can control the core treasures of the invincible blade after he becomes an immortal. On this day, Xiao Han stood on the peak of a mountain. There were some farmhouses on the peak of the mountain, and it was very quiet. It even gave off the feeling of being isolated from the world. During this period of time, Xiao Han stayed in the farmhouse on the peak of the mountain. He fished every day, helped the farmers plant flowers, trees, vegetables, and fruits. At this time, it was late autumn. Xiao Han stood on the peak of the mountain. Breathing in the fragrant scent of the distant leaves and the bleak autumn morning breeze, Xiao Han felt very tranquil at this moment. His entire soul began to sublimate. Looking around, he saw trees swaying in the wind, green leaves dotting the red leaves and half-withered yellow leaves. There was a thick layer of withered leaves under the tree, and it was filled with the somber atmosphere of late autumn. At the place where Xiao Han stood, there was a pool of emerald green water. When the wind blew, a layer of ripples appeared. Shockingly, Xiao Han had grasped something extremely subtle. A very strange feeling was brewing in Xiao Han's heart. Furthermore, it looked like it was about to gush out. This is... Xiao Han was shocked. Shortly after, Xiao Han closed his eyes as if he was deep in thought. When he opened his eyes again, he deeply felt that this world, it was more colorful, more layered, and more meaningful. He saw the beauty of nature that he had neglected. Every tree, every ray of dawn, and every fallen leaf contained an inner universe, an inner eternal truth, and a beauty that transcended the physical appearance. An inexplicable feeling rose in Xiao Han's heart. The next moment, puff, there was a sudden crisp sound in Xiao Han's body. It was as if something inside Xiao Han's body had ruptured. There was a feeling of breaking out of a cocoon and being reborn. Shockingly, a crack suddenly appeared between Xiao Han's eyebrows. Then, the crack opened. Boundless golden light burst forth. The heavenly eye was opened. Xiao Han had opened the heavenly eye. When he was cultivating in the mortal world, Xiao Han had reached the most critical moment of cultivating his true qi in the demon hero pagoda. He had reached the immortal eye level and was about to open the heavenly eye. However, when Xiao Han was about to open the heavenly eye, it was destroyed by the conspiracy of a middle-level immortal emperor of the First Heaven sect. After arriving in the immortal realm, Xiao Han could not integrate with the natural laws of the immortal realm because of his mortal body, so he could not fully open the heavenly eye. But now, after a few years of desireless life, Xiao Han finally opened the heavenly eye. As soon as the heavenly eye opened, the surging natural laws of the immortal realm, the chains of order, and the immortal clouds condensed on the mountain where Xiao Han was. Boom! 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 Immortal qi surged and roared. In an instant, an immortal cloud the size of thousands of acres condensed above the mountain where Xiao Han was. The immortal cloud fluctuated. All kinds of strange phenomena were formed. Rays of light and auspicious aura rolled and dispersed. Every inch of the light was densely packed with characters from the celestial realm. These characters of the immortal realm were very old, so old that it was indescribable. They were like immortal characters from the ancient times. There were also countless deities sitting cross-legged. Roar! Xiao Han let out a roar. It resounded through the 9 heavens. It sounded like the cries of immortal cranes on the mountain peak. Following that, the celestial cloud transformed into beams of celestial light and shot toward Xiao Han's body like a swarm of locusts. Poof, 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 Xiao Han stuck out his chest, and his aura rose infinitely. His skin also became sparkling and resplendent. Rays of immortal light began to merge into Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's body began to float in the air. His appearance was solemn. His face was calm. His entire body seemed to have been carved out of the most perfect jade. Rays of the immortal realm's laws and chains of order entered Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han began to transform. He was reborn. He was enlightened. Xiao Han's bones had transformed into something almost like jade. They were flawless and full of divine brilliance. Xiao Han's internal organs had also transformed into divine artifacts. In the area of the Yaoxia Pagoda. At this moment, Bai Shi and the other beings in the alternate dimension, as well as Wu Yu and the others, were all shocked. They were floating in the void outside the Yaoxia Pagoda and looking at the area where Xiao Han was. They saw that the vast space where Xiao Han was had turned into a piece of pure amber. It was a spectacular sight. Powerful waves of immortal power radiated over. It's. Wu Yu's throat was choked with sobs. It's Master who is undergoing the immortal tribulation. Master is about to become an immortal. Master is about to become an immortal. Moreover, I've never seen such an aura before. I'm afraid that once Master becomes an immortal, he will be at the level of an immortal emperor. The king will rule the world. Bai Shi also roared. At the intersection of the immortal realm and the monster realm, the 3 leaders, high-level immortal emperors, gathered their spirits. Xiao Han is about to become an immortal. Incredible. He has directly created the immortal body and immortal power of a low-level immortal emperor. Although it was rare for a mortal to become an immortal, it was not unheard of. It was not surprising. However, for a mortal to become an immortal, directly surpassing the true immortal realm and entering the immortal emperor realm, this was something that had never happened in billions of years. This Xiao Han is really a genius. He's so amazing. No matter how amazing he is, if he doesn't surrender to us and hand over the treasures of the invincible saber, we will destroy him with our own hands. To be continued, you. Chapter 735. At this moment, Xiao Han floated in the air. His body was surrounded by thousands of rays of light, 1,000 layers of auspicious aura, and many rare phenomena, like a scene from the ancient times, that was slowly unfolding in front of him. Top point. XSTXT. It was a magnificent sight to behold. At the same time, Xiao Han's aura rose infinitely. Thick strands of the immortal world's nomological laws wrapped around his body, making him look like a god standing proudly. The laws of the immortal world entered every part of Xiao Han's body, constantly removing his mortal attributes and turning him into an immortal body from the inside out. Immortal soul. Immortal chi. Immortal sense. Immortal sense. Moreover, the light emitted by Xiao Han was getting stronger and stronger, more dazzling than the sun. More precious than gems. More resplendent than stars. Xiao Han exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his heart rippling. I, Xiao Han, am about to become an immortal. Yes, and the immortal chi condensed in my body is very pure and noble, surpassing all perfected immortals. Level 9 perfected immortals, level 10 perfected immortals, their immortal bodies, immortal chi, and immortal force are 2 completely different concepts compared to mine. I will become an immortal emperor. Shockingly. Above Xiao Han's head, there was even a star condensed from the boundless nomological laws. There was a connection between the star and Xiao Han's soul. Emperor Star. It was said that when an immortal became an emperor, a star would appear above his head, called the Emperor Star. When the Emperor Star appeared and was refined into the immortal body, one would become an emperor and control the nomological laws. His body moved. The wind and clouds surged. At the border between the immortal world and the monster world, the cosmic origin energy surged. 3 high-level immortal emperors. At this time, the gazes of the 3 high-level immortal emperors were all focused on Xiao Han from afar. An existence that could attract the attention of the 3 magnates of the immortal world was shocking enough. Moreover, Xiao Han not only attracted the attention of the 3 magnates, he also caused them to exclaim in surprise. They even bulged their eyes at the same time. Just as expected. That kid Xiao Han. He condensed an Emperor Star. He became an immortal emperor in one move. The light of the imperial star not only shone brightly in the desolate areas of the immortal world, but it also caused a sensation in the entire immortal world. Although immortal emperors were at the top of the pyramid in the immortal world, immortal emperors weren't rare. However, every time an immortal emperor was born, it was something that could shake the entire immortal world. What's more, the immortal emperor that was about to be born was in a desolate area of the immortal world, a place where even birds wouldn't shit. This was a corner abandoned by the immortal world. As a result, many powerhouses from all over the immortal world flocked to the desolate area to watch the ceremony. Some level 8, level 9, and level 10 perfected immortals hurried to the desolate regions of the immortal world without stopping. White Phoenix City. Master is going to become an immortal emperor. Feng Huanzi's face was red. His entire person was also incomparably throbbing and trembling. Hurry up and congratulate Master. After saying that, Feng Bangle and the 2 level 7 creatures from the alternate dimension who stayed behind in White Phoenix City all flew toward the desolate area of the celestial world. Even Bai Yunzi, and the other immortals followed them. Barren region of the immortal world. Yao Xia Pagoda. It was also surging with emotions. Hurry up and go to Master. Bai Shi roared and led more than 90 level 7 creatures from another dimension, as well as numerous low-level creatures from another dimension, toward Xiao Han's location. Immortal Emperor. Xiao Han has become an immortal emperor. Ha 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 ha. Let's hurry up. Wu Lu and the other immortals were so excited that they couldn't help but want to stretch out their necks and shout. It could even be said that Xiao Han becoming an immortal was even more joyous than them becoming immortals themselves. Moreover, Xiao Han didn't just become an immortal. He had become an immortal emperor, ascending to the heavens in a single bound. In the vast mortal world, there were also mortals who became immortals. However, after ascending to immortality, those mortals could only stay at the level of perfected immortals for the rest of their lives. It was impossible for them to become an immortal emperor. And Xiao Han was the first person to do so. The first person to become an immortal emperor. It could be said that the current Xiao Han was the pride of the entire mortal world. Immortal Emperor. Xiao Mingqiu was also shocked, but he quickly calmed down. It seems incredible that junior brother Xiao Han could become an immortal emperor in one fell swoop, but in fact, it's reasonable. You should know that when junior brother Xiao Han was still immortal, he had killed countless immortals. In the genius zone, he became the #1 genius in the mortal world. In the subsequent adventures of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, he suppressed many immortal geniuses and killed immortals like pigs and dogs. After arriving in the immortal world, he planned to crush and destroy the #1 sect in the immortal world, the First Heaven Society. Such accumulation can be called mythical. Therefore, becoming an immortal emperor is also reasonable. Yes, Xiao Han deserves to be called an immortal emperor. Fang Ling also smiled. When this kid was a live target, who would have thought that he would become an immortal emperor in the immortal world? Alright, let's hurry over. Boom boom boom, from the side of the Yaoxia region, a dense crowd of mortals rushed towards the area where Xiao Han was. Yes, not only Bai Shi and the other creatures from the alternate dimensions, but also Wu Shi and the others who had become immortals. Even the mortals and some demons in the true energy realm rushed over anxiously. In the area where Xiao Han was, Xiao Han's aura was constantly brewing. Then, boom! Finally, that imperial star was completely integrated into Xiao Han's body. As a result, Xiao Han's body was like an abyss, and supreme immortal qi spewed out from every pore of Xiao Han's body. Now, a drop of Xiao Han's blood could evaporate a vast ocean, and a breath could shatter an immortal mountain. In the immortal qi, Xiao Han's back was straight, and his eyebrows were like swords. All of it. Everything calmed down. All the fluctuations. Everything stabilized. Xiao Han began to restrain his aura. The surrounding immortal qi and the chain of order of the Dharma all converged into his body. All of a sudden, Xiao Han calmed down from his previous imposing manner. However, this kind of calmness contained a kind of innate majesty. Deep majesty. This was the kind of majesty that could be emitted without the need to release it at all. The king's descent. This was the majesty of an emperor. Although it seemed calm. However, this calmness contained a kind of mystery, a kind of unfathomable depth. In Xiao Han's eyes, in addition to the disdain, there was also a noble golden light flowing. In this golden light, there were some characters of the immortal realm rolling. But soon, Xiao Han once again restrained the strange phenomenon in his eyes. Low-level immortal emperor. Xiao Han felt his current strength slightly. The power of pure immortal qi. Now, Xiao Han no longer had the power of true qi. All the true qi in his body. It turned into immortal qi. However, the spirit turtle true qi. It could still be used. No, it could no longer be called the spirit turtle true qi. To be precise, it should be the spirit turtle immortal qi. However, it was obvious that now that Xiao Han had used the spirit turtle immortal qi to cover his entire body, the shielding effect was completely better than the spirit turtle true qi. Now, the power of my pure immortal qi should be around 1,400 dragons, Xiao Han estimated. Of course, my current combat strength is definitely not that of a low-level immortal emperor. If I use my immortal qi to activate the 100 Lives Saber Dao, I can kill a middle-level immortal emperor. Xiao Han was very sure of this. Strictly speaking, the 100 Lives Saber Dao was created by an immortal emperor. Therefore, he had to use his immortal qi to activate the Saber Dao in order to fully unleash his combat strength. Previously, when Xiao Han used his true qi to activate the Saber Dao, its destructive power was average. But now, when Xiao Han faced middle-level immortal emperors like Patriarch Tian Yi and Patriarch Purple Firmament, he could definitely defeat them and kill them. Xiao Han could also defeat Bai Shi and the others. After all, Bai Shi and the others had each obtained one move of the 100 Lives Saber Dao. Xiao Han, on the other hand, had each obtained 100 moves. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. At this moment, congratulations, Master. You have reached the supreme realm of immortal emperors. Bai Shi and the other beings from the alternate dimension were the first to arrive. They all knelt down on one knee and congratulated Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. No need for formalities, Xiao Han said with a relaxed smile. Then, Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han. Father. Wu-hoo, Xiao Mingchu, Xiao Han's wife, and his son, Xiaowen, all arrived. Then, Feng Huanzi and the other immortals also arrived from White Phoenix City on their speed-type immortal artifacts. They bowed to Xiao Han and congratulated him. The mortal heroes from Xiao Han's plane also rushed over in droves. In addition, various forces from the immortal world also arrived. Not only did they congratulate Xiao Han, but they also brought many congratulatory gifts. Now, all the forces were trying to please Xiao Han. The news that Xiao Han had destroyed the First Heaven Society had already spread in the immortal world. Xiao Han had the strength to dominate the immortal world. As long as those high-level immortal emperors did not interfere, Xiao Han would have an absolute ruling position in the immortal world. Everyone, please don't be so polite, Xiao Han said humbly. I have only reached the realm of a low-level immortal emperor. It's nothing. What was nothing? Low-level immortal emperors were not cabbages in the immortal world. At this moment, poof! Xiao Han's divine soul moved. A cracking sound came from inside his body. Huh! Xiao Han's heart trembled. He quickly looked inside himself. He saw that a black planet in his body had cracked open. My disciple. You have already achieved the immortal path. So, the fourth layer of my treasure is open to you. The core layer is open to you. You can enter the fourth layer of my treasure and obtain the strongest Dharma treasures, the complete control of millions of immortal artifacts, Dharma treasures, pills, and the soul of the 100 Lives Saber Tao. Also, there is a secret. To be continued. Chapter 736. Just as Xiao Han became an immortal and the world celebrated, the black planet inside Xiao Han's body suddenly broke open. This black planet was evolved from immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair and had been refined into Xiao Han's body. Ibdul. The surface of the black planet was the genius zone. Then, one level at a time, one level at a time. Now, only the core layer of the black planet, the fourth layer, had yet to be explored. However, in the entire universe, only Xiao Han had the right to explore the fourth layer. Because Xiao Han had inherited immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's legacy, he was the only lucky one to be favored. Master was right. Once I become an immortal, I'll have the right to enter the fourth layer of the treasure vault and inherit all of Master's wealth. Now, the fourth layer of the treasure vault has been opened for me. Xiao Han was stunned. Then, he thought of the piles of immortal artifacts and Dharma treasures in the fourth layer, the supreme Dharma treasures that ranked among the top in the immortal world, and the soul of the 100 Lives Blade Tao. Xiao Han's heart was burning with passion. Moreover, at this moment, the mysterious world inside the cracked black planet seemed to have formed a subtle connection with Xiao Han's divine soul. This connection was like a connection between flesh and blood. I can't care so much anymore. Now, immediately use my divine soul to enter the fourth layer of the treasure vault and see what's going on. Xiao Han could not resist the temptation of the fourth layer of the treasure vault at all. Baisher, protect me and protect my body. Now, I'm going to withdraw my divine soul and explore some things, Xiao Han immediately ordered. Yes, Master. Upon hearing that, Baisher and the other 100 powerful level 7 creatures from the alternate dimension surrounded Xiao Han meticulously. They surrounded Xiao Han meticulously. They guarded him closely. Meanwhile, Xiao Han sat cross-legged. It was as if he was taking a nap, but at the same time, he seemed to be comprehending something profound. The spectators around them did not even dare to breathe loudly. Uncle Mingchu, what is my father doing? Xiao Han's son, Xiaoan, asked curiously. This. Xiao Mingchu was speechless. Then, he patted Xiao An's head lovingly and smiled gently. Xiaoan. Your father is doing something we don't understand. Now that your father is an immortal emperor with remarkable abilities, his every word and action cannot be guessed by ordinary people. Xiaoan nodded as if he didn't fully understand. Xiaoan, don't ask too many questions. Mo Qingtong pulled Xiaoan into her arms and stared unblinkingly at Xiao Han. The current Xiao Han. His soul was completely immersed in the black planet inside his body. His divine soul entered the crack on the black planet. The fourth level of Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure trove. As soon as they entered the fourth floor, Xiao Han was completely stunned. Vast. This fourth level completely released a concept that was as vast as the galaxy of the universe. It completely enveloped Xiao Han. They saw. The fourth floor was an empty space. Within this space, there were floating chains that resembled galaxies. It was ethereal and mysterious. Starry divine light flickered within these chains of stars. They looked like stars, but they weren't stars. Instead, they were celestial artifacts and magical treasures that flickered with a strange light. An attack-type magical treasure. A defensive magical treasure. A special magical treasure. An elixir. Materials. Celestial technique manuals. There was no end to it, and it had everything. However, these celestial artifacts and magical treasures floating within the chains of stars were not enough to move Xiao Han. Above the chains of stars, there were 4 blazing suns. Above the 4 blazing suns was a jade pendant. The jade pendant's texture was extremely soft. It was neither gold nor jade, but more like meat. There were some figures rolling on it. Xiao Han knew at a glance that these figures held sabers and slashed out saber skills, saber principles, saber aura, saber intent, saber soul. These were the 100 moves of the 100 Lives Saber Dao. The more Xiao Han looked at these 100 moves, the more he felt that they were fused into one move. Oh, I understand now. Within the 4 blazing suns, there are 4 supreme magical treasures, and that special jade pendant is the final legacy of the 100 Lives Saber Dao. It is also the core legacy. Refining this jade pendant into one's body will allow one to comprehend the final move of the 100 Lives Saber Dao. 100 lives return to 1. Xiao Han understood completely. Soon, Xiao Han saw an ancient-looking envelope beside the jade pendant. This envelope? Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, then he understood. Yes, that's right. Master once said that there was a secret in the 4th level of his treasure trove. Now, it looks like this letter contains Master's secret. After a pause, Xiao Han fell into deep thought. Master was the 5th-ranked celestial emperor in the celestial world, a high-grade celestial emperor. He was immortal and indestructible, but he perished in a realm of the mortal world. Master didn't die in the battle against the monster race, or even in the battle to seal the monster god. Why did he perish in a realm of the mortal world? Could it be that he was wronged? That's right, when I explored the first few floors of Master's treasure, I did sense some resentment from Master. Moreover, Bai Shi and the others also said that Master didn't have a good relationship with many celestial emperors in the celestial world. All these questions must be hidden in the letter. Good. Since I've inherited Master's legacy, I'll naturally obey Master's last words. Just as Xiao Han was lost in thought, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's deep and desolate voice rang out. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was filled with gratification and relief. Ha 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 ha, disciple, congratulations on entering the core level of Master's treasure. It's not easy. It's really not easy. Back then, when I died, I sealed all my treasures, wealth, and cultivation. I set up a few checkpoints, hoping that the future generation of heroes and geniuses would come and explore. On the surface, Master was unrestrained and wanted to play tricks on the world, but in fact, Master was choosing a successor. However, when I set up these checkpoints, Master knew that it was highly possible. No one could take Master's treasures. Explore to the end. Explore. After all, it was too harsh. To be honest, Master didn't have much hope. It's very likely that Master's wealth would be annihilated in the boundless universe. However, disciple, as a mortal, you stood proudly among the heroes and finally obtained Master's treasures. You passed through many checkpoints. He had displayed his stunning talent. Now, disciple, you've also become an immortal, and you're qualified to inherit everything from Master. Alright, my disciple, now you can refine any treasure on the 4th floor. Ha 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 ha, enjoy it. Thank you, Master. Xiao Han immediately said respectfully. Then, Xiao Han's eyes swept around, and his spirit seeped into many treasures. Soon, Xiao Han found that, for example, the fairy weapons and magic treasures floating in the galaxy chain, he could refine and control them with his mind. As for the 4 most powerful supreme fairy weapons, as well as the core inheritance of the 100 Lives Saber principle and the letter, Xiao Han needed to refine them with his blood. Few take it slowly, let's see first. When I return to the Yaoxia region, I'll slowly refine these treasures in the Yaoxia pagoda. Now is not the time to refine and control them. Xiao Han's spirit had entered the black planet inside his body, and his body was still in full view of everyone. Countless people in the immortal realm were watching Xiao Han. Among them were Xiao Han's own people, but there were also a large number of unrelated people. Xiao Han did not want to attract attention by refining and controlling the magic treasures at this time. Whoosh! Xiao Han's spirit swept over and directly scanned the 4 most powerful supreme fairy weapons. The light emitted by these 4 most powerful supreme fairy weapons was many times stronger than the scorching sun. The first magic treasure was a palm-sized cloth bag, which looked very ordinary. The gray cloth bag was engraved with some simple patterns and hieroglyphs. However, when Xiao Han's spirit seeped into it, he was completely lost. This cloth bag gave off the feeling that there was a universe hidden inside. Extremely brilliant law of space was contained in it. It was as if this cloth bag had become a world of its own. In the history of the immortal realm, the number 1 magic treasure, the Cosmos Bag, a top space magic treasure that can contain countless planets, including all directions, Xiao Han was amazed. Then, there was a saber. The Emperor Slayer Saber. It killed a mid-level immortal emperor like a gust of wind cutting grass. The Linglong Pagoda, a time immortal treasure. The Sky Demon Clone. After refining it, it was equivalent to having a powerful mid-level immortal emperor clone. Although Xiao Han was already an extremely calm person, when he looked at these magic treasures that belonged to him, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate. At the same time, outside, Xiao Han's body was sitting cross-legged, as if he was sleeping. His breathing was even. The 100-level, 7-dimensional lifeform surrounded Xiao Han in 3 layers, guarding him in a battle formation. The rest of the people stared at Xiao Han with their mouths agape. The scene was extremely quiet. On the other hand, at the intersection of the immortal realm and the demon realm, the cosmic origin energy floated. 3 high-level immortal emperors. At this moment, the 3 high-level immortal emperors were already standing. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Immortal chi was boiling all over their bodies. After that kid Xiao Han became an immortal emperor, his spirit immediately retracted. If I'm not wrong, there's an inner world inside Xiao Han's body. His spirit is entering the inner world. Ha 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 ha. I know. I know too. Now that Xiao Han has become an immortal, he must have opened the core level of the Invincible Blade's treasure. In other words, the Invincible Blade's lair has been refined into Xiao Han's body, forming an inner world. Now that Xiao Han's spirit has retracted, his spirit must have entered the inner world. After waiting for so long, this day has finally come. Ha 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 ha. The Invincible Blade's most precious supreme fairy treasure has appeared. Ha 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 ha. Heaven Earth Pouch. Emperor Slayer Saber. The Linglong Pagoda. The Heavenly Demon Clone. Among them, the Heaven Earth Pouch is the number 1 spatial immortal treasure in the immortal realm. The Linglong Pagoda is the number 1 immortal treasure in the immortal realm. The Heavenly Demon Clone can nurture a mid-level immortal emperor outer body clone. However, this outer body clone can also cultivate, and its cultivation speed is not slow. As long as it cultivates in the cosmic origin energy, the Heavenly Demon Clone can also evolve into a high-level immortal emperor. Among the 4 treasures, only the Monarch Beheading Saber has the smallest potential. However, the Monarch Beheading Saber can kill a mid-tier celestial emperor instantly. Its attack power is equivalent to the attack of a high-tier celestial emperor. Alright. Let's cut to the chase. We'll immediately send a telepathic message through Divine Will. Subdue Xiao Han. In the barren area of the immortal realm. In Xiao Han's realm. In Xiao Han's realm. In front of countless immortals. One after another, they rushed to Xiao Han's realm to attend the ceremony of Xiao Han becoming an emperor. Everyone was silent and respectful. Suddenly. Boom! 3 supreme Daoists. controlling everything, dominating the 8 desolates. The will that swept across the universe directly shrouded over, enveloping the barren area of the immortal realm. It completely enveloped Xiaohan's plane. The tyrannical pressure of a sovereign descending upon the world filled the void. This pressure directly intimidated all living beings in Xiaohan's realm, causing their qi, blood, and souls to tremble. A kind of submission and cowardice welled up. Just like a good show, the ants were intimidated by the giant eagle that was laughing proudly in the sky. In Xiaohan's realm, be it mortals or immortals, even immortal emperors, they were all stunned. Even the powerful level 7 alternate dimension life form like Baisher was completely stunned. Ha 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 ha, mortal realm. Xiaohan. Ha 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 ha, the 3 supreme and invincible voices let out laughter. His laughter was calm and carefree, as if everything was under his control. Gao Gao, high-level celestial emperor. It's the will of a high-level celestial emperor. Immediately, some of the celestial emperors who came to Xiaohan's plane to watch the ceremony let out dreamy voices. His voice was filled with extreme fear. High-tier immortal emperors are able to dominate the world. With just a single strand of their will, they are able to shatter everything in their path. Baisher and the others were shocked at first, then they exchanged glances with each other. The next moment, Xiao, Crow, Mo Qingtong, Xiaoan, and the others who stood near Xiaohan's family, as well as the mortals from Xiaohan's plane, were all summoned by Baisher and the others to protect them. Everyone, don't panic, Baisher forced himself to calm down. However, Baisher was also very anxious. One must know that a high-level immortal emperor was the most terrifying existence in the immortal world. After the demon god was sealed and fell to the ground, it could be said that the master of this world was a high-level immortal emperor. Now, there were 3 high-level immortal emperors controlling Xiaohan's plane with their will. This was almost impossible to resist. Even if 100 level 7 creatures from an alternate dimension joined forces, they would not be able to resist 3 high-level immortal emperors. Moreover, the high-level immortal emperors must have a heaven-defying celestial artifact in their hands. At this time, one of the 3 high-level immortal emperors continued to speak. Xiaohan, as a mortal, you are indeed heaven-defying. Since you came to the immortal world, we are very clear about the numerous crimes you have committed. You uprooted and completely destroyed the first heaven society, killed countless immortals, and even killed a large number of immortal emperors. Humph. Although we did not intervene in this matter, don't even think about hiding it from us. Your every move can't escape our eyes. The voice was full of reproach. With a single thought, the weather changed. Xiaohan's plane turned cold and frigid. Heavy snowflakes fell from the sky. In an instant, some of the weak mortals who had never practiced martial arts in Xiaohan's plane were frozen to death. Xiaohan, you have some things that you should not have. Now, hand them over, then kneel in front of us and repent. Repent for the crimes you have committed. This way, we might forgive you. Alright, in this plane, those who are not involved, all get out of this desolate area of the immortal world. Xiaohan, your bones are very strong. I guess you will not give in immediately, but we will put more pressure on you. We will let you know that a firefly cannot compete with the sun and the moon. As soon as the words were spoken, boom! A giant hand that covered the sky appeared directly above Xiaohan's plane. This giant hand was jade in color and had a soft luster like meat. One could clearly see the palm lines, meridians, and blood vessels. The sky-covering hand exuded the power of creation. Yes, creation. To create, it meant that one had to first destroy. The hand slowly pressed down on Xiaohan's plane. The heavens collapsed. Space was destroyed. Time stopped. Stars were dismembered. All life was powerless to resist. However, there were some gaps between the 5 fingers of the hand, representing a chance of survival. However, these gaps were slowly closing. Run for your lives. A calamity is upon us. Advanced immortal emperors are invincible in the immortal world and can sweep through all 3,000 great realms. In an instant, the immortals who had come to Xiao Han's plain to observe the ceremony all flew up and escaped through the gaps between the fingers of the jade hand. As for the mortals of Xiao Han's plain, Crow, and the other immortals, and the beings from the alternate dimensions, they defended the plain with all their might. However, the power of 3 advanced immortal emperors was too terrifying. Now, the entire plane felt like it was on the verge of shattering. Release your energy. Resist. Bai Shi roared and released all the power in his body, forming a light screen that covered the plane. Next, 99 Shi and the others also released their own power, forming light screens that covered the plane. 100 layers of light screens stacked together. Childish. It's no use. The giant hand continued pressing down. Pft. 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 Some bubbles exploded on the light screen. At this time, Xiao Han's divine soul also left the 4th layer of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Xiao Han opened his eyes and stood up. Master, bad news. 3 advanced immortal emperors are attacking. Bai Shi and the others immediately shouted when they saw Xiao Han waking up. Master, we can only buy some time. We can't fight against these 3 powerful beings. Humph. Xiao Han's gaze was cold. Previously, I felt that I was being watched. It turns out that these high-level celestial emperors have been watching me in the dark all this while. Now that they know that I opened Master's treasure, they no longer hold back and are pressuring me directly. Xiao Han, hand over those things, kneel, repent, and beg us to forgive your sins. A solemn voice came from beyond the 9 heavens. To be continued. Chapter 737. Xiao Han finally realized that the ones spying on him were the high-rank immortal emperors in hiding. These few high-level immortal emperors were really able to endure very well. They didn't make their move until Xiao Han opened the 4th layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. Once they made their move, it was with the force of a thunderbolt. They didn't hold back at all. The giant hand that blotted out the sky slowly pressed down on Xiao Han's plane with the divine sense of 3 high-rank immortal emperors. Now, in Xiao Han's mortal plane, many immortals from all over the immortal world had fled for their lives, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Ibdul. In Xiao Han's plane, the only people left were his own people. The pressure of a high-rank immortal emperor. The sky darkened. The sun and moon dimmed. The doomsday calamity descended. Master. We can't resist it. Bai Shi and the others mobilized all the energy in their bodies to form a barrier that protected the entire plane. Zhetian raised his hand and slowly pressed down. The space and time in the entire barren area of the world of immortals were destroyed. Traces of destruction and evaporation could be seen everywhere. Only Xiao Han's plane could temporarily protect itself because of the 100 layers of barriers. However, as time passed, the barriers would still be worn away. Moreover, the current situation was that they could only defend. They couldn't fight back. Once they did, the 3 immortal emperors would be able to kill Bai Shi like an ant. The difference was too great. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as the difference between heaven and earth. Mid-rank immortal emperors and high-rank immortal emperors were only 1 level apart. However, since time immemorial, only a few high-rank immortal emperors had been born in the entire world of immortals. It wasn't just the difference in strength, but also the difference in state of mind, comprehension, and compatibility with the universe. It was as if a higher rank could crush someone to death. Xiao Han naturally knew the current situation. Danger was piling up. Even though Xiao Han had already become an immortal and was now a low-grade immortal emperor, he was still helpless against 3 high-grade immortal emperors. Master. This is bad. The space around our plane has been sealed, and time has stopped flowing. We can't escape now. We can only be suppressed. Bai Shi roared. Forget it. Master, I'll lead the 99 generations and the others to charge forward and fight against these high-rank immortal emperors. We'll carve out a path of blood with our lives and send Master and your family out. Master. Let's charge, said the 100-level, 7-dimensional beings. All of them hissed and roared. His blood was boiling. All of them contained the will to die. That's right. There were 100 cultivators comparable to middle-grade celestial monarchs. If they were willing to sacrifice themselves and charge forward to interfere with the giant hand, they might be able to fight for a chance of survival for Xiao Han. However, the price was too heavy. Even if Xiao Han managed to escape, he would lose his greatest trump card. Moreover, Xiao Han had always been kind to his own people. He absolutely could not bear to see his own people sacrifice themselves. Wait! Xiao Han let out a heart-wrenching scream. His eyes were bloodshot and his entire body was trembling. He clenched his teeth and looked up at the sky, at the gigantic hand that was pressing down on him. He said viciously, "You're right, Xiao Han. Pressure. This is using force to oppress others. There's no logic to it. They want me, Xiao Han, to hand over the treasures left behind by my master, and they want to brainwash me and control me. However, I, Xiao Han, will not yield. I will not yield." Xiao Han's mind flashed as he racked his brains to come up with a plan. "By sure. Don't act rashly. Let me think." Bai Shi and the others fell silent. However, they were all ready to take action. As soon as Xiao Han gave the order, they would protect Xiao Han with their lives. Of course, it did not mean that Bai Shi and the others would be able to save Xiao Han by sacrificing themselves. It was also possible that it would be useless and they would die in vain. As for Xiao Han, in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. One should know that Xiao Han's divine soul and mental strength were extremely powerful. Therefore, thousands of thoughts could appear in his mind in a split second. However, in the current situation, many ideas and strategies were directly eliminated by Xiao Han. In the end, Xiao Han sat down cross-legged and used his saber intent to cut off the negative emotions in his mind so that he would not have any distracting thoughts. Everyone looked at Xiao Han. In such a desperate situation, everyone in this plane was strangely confident in Xiao Han. Even Xiaoan was extremely strong and did not give in or cry. What should I do? I'm trapped now, and I can't fight back or escape. I don't have much time left. Currently, my greatest trump card is the 100 level, 7 alternate dimension lifeforms. However, that's not enough to fight against 3 high-level celestial emperors. My own combat strength is still too weak. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In fact, Xiao Han still had another trump card, and that was the spirit of the monster god in his heart. In this kind of situation, the demon god's soul began to emit enticing sounds. Within Xiao Han's divine will, the demon god's voice constantly transmitted over, wanting Xiao Han to completely relax his heart and soul, to no longer have any defenses. In this way, the demon god would bestow some power upon Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han forcefully used his saber intent to completely destroy the monster god's enticing and decadent sounds. One should know that the monster god was an incomparably evil existence that ruled over all realms. Once he let go of his divine sense and did not resist, he might very well be possessed. Trump card. Do I still have any trump cards, right at this moment? A ray of light suddenly flashed in Xiao Han's mind. Wait! I still have a trump card. The treasure that Master gave me. In Xiao Han's inner world, on the Black Planet, on the 4th floor of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, there were many immortal weapons and treasures, as well as 4 supreme and invincible treasures. There was also the core inheritance of the 100 Lives Saber Dao and a letter. Under such circumstances, Xiao Han suddenly had an idea. Among these treasures, there was one. It seemed to be able to help Xiao Han. Yes. There was an artifact. It might even be able to help Xiao Han and all the living beings in this realm escape this calamity. That was a Qinkuan pouch. The #1 spatial immortal weapon in the celestial realm. It could store the boundless world. Good. The Qinkuan bag. I will refine the Qinkuan bag and store the entire realm in it. Let's see if these high-level immortal emperors can break the Qinkuan bag. If they can really break it, then it will be the heavens that want to destroy me. If they can't break it, I can hide in the Qinkuan bag with all the living beings in this realm for a period of time. Although I might be controlled by the 3 high-level immortal emperors after entering the Qinkuan bag, they could bring the Qinkuan bag with them and slowly torture me. But at least it's better than being killed by them immediately, right? In a flash, Xiao Han had already made up his mind. He would try to refine the Qinkuan bag. Try his luck and see if he could escape with his life. After making up his mind. With life and death on the line, Xiao Han did not waste any more time and directly said to Baisher. Baisher, do your best to protect the light screen and try to buy as much time as possible. Remember, do not take the initiative to attack. Now, I have thought of a way to gamble. But I need time. Yes, master. After giving his instructions, Xiao Han gave his wife and son a faint smile. Then, he closed his eyes and sent his divine soul into the black planet in his body. At this moment, the gigantic hand that blotted out the sky was approaching them inch by inch. It was about to touch the defensive barrier that Baisher and the others had erected. The entire realm was in a precarious situation. Baisher and the other 100 7 beings in the alternate dimension guarded their divine souls tightly. They focused on supplying energy to maintain the energy barrier. Mocking and mocking laughter rang out in the void, and as expected, you're putting up a stubborn resistance. However, it's useless, you actually have so many experts comparable to middle-stage immortal emperors under you. However, compared to us, middle-stage immortal emperors are far too inferior, on the 4th floor of the Celestial Emperor's treasure. At this moment, Xiao Han's divine soul carried a drop of his heart's blood as it charged toward one of the 4 suns. The Qinkuan bag. Puff. The scorching hot blood directly entered the Qinkuan bag. Xiao Han's divine soul was also wrapped in the Qinkuan bag. Puff puff puff, the Qinkuan bag emitted a sound that sounded like it was breathing. It was like a baby that had just woken up. The golden light emitted by the Qinkuan bag began to converge and enter Xiao Han's divine soul inch by inch. It formed a little connection with Xiao Han. And this connection gradually increased. I've started refining this Qinkuan bag. Faster. Faster. Xiao Han screamed madly in his heart. His divine soul tightly wrapped around the Qinkuan bag. Outside Xiao Han's inner world. Finally. Rumble. Toppling mountains and overturning seas. Galloping horses. Piercing through nothingness. Shattering all directions. The gigantic hand that blotted out the sky finally pressed down on the defensive barrier outside Xiao Han's realm. The defensive barrier was supported by the energy released by Baisher and the other 100 7 beings in the alternate dimension. Puff. With this press, a huge palm depression appeared on the defensive barrier. Ha 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 ha, how childish. A defensive barrier formed by all the energy can only hold on for 15 minutes. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Very interesting. When this defensive barrier breaks, you bunch of ants will be exhausted. At that time, I'll slowly torture you. The voices of the 3 high-level immortal emperors were the voices that had complete control over everything. As for Baisher and the others, they were having a hard time. Hold on. Master seems to be planning something. Hold on. Baisher gritted his teeth and roared. All the energy in his body was released. His face turned deathly pale. At this time, the 3 high-level immortal emperors were still mocking him. Not bad, actually not bad at all. To be able to hold on for 15 minutes is already something to be proud of. When you go to the Yellow Springs, you can show off. Ha ha ha, Xiao Han's inner world. Currently, Xiao Han was refining the Qingquan bag with all his might. Fortunately, Xiao Han was now an immortal emperor. Therefore, it was slightly easier to refine. If Xiao Han was just an ordinary perfected immortal, he would need to simmer it slowly and carefully refine it. That would take a lot of time. Refine. Control. Hurry. Although Xiao Han's divine soul was refining the Qingquan bag, he was aware of what was happening outside. He knew that the situation was getting more and more dangerous. Heart blood. Pfft. Xiao Han squeezed out another drop of blood from his heart and sprayed it on the Qingquan bag. Moreover, at the moment of life and death, Xiao Han's life potential was stimulated limitlessly. The golden light released by the Qingquan bag entered Xiao Han's divine soul like a tidal wave. As a result, the connection between Xiao Han and the Qingquan bag became stronger and stronger. Outside Xiao Han's inner world, time passed by the minutes and seconds. The giant hand that the three high-level immortal emperors had unleashed was like a giant millstone that continuously whittled away the defensive barrier that Baisher and the others had created. Now, the defensive barrier was getting thinner and thinner. As it was squeezed, there was a series of explosions that sounded like the sound of wood cracking. Roar. Hold on. Baisher and the others roared at the top of their lungs. Each of them was like a lamp that had run out of oil. At this time, Wuyu, Xiao Mingchu, and all the mortals in this plane were sitting cross-legged and praying in unison. Their voices contained hope, survival, and faith. Some mortals even began to sing the unique songs of this plane. At this moment, pfft, a small hole was finally pierced through the defensive light barrier. A violent hurricane immediately burst in and destroyed many of the mountain ranges in this plane. Is this really the end? The eyes of Wu Yu and the others began to turn gloomy. At this time, Baisher and the others exchanged glances. Forget it, the defensive barrier has been pierced. In the end, it has been pierced. Let's charge forward and self-destruct to buy the last bit of time for Master. Ants, surrender now, the three high-rank immortal emperors let out a deep voice that seemed to dictate everything. Xiao Han's inner world. The fourth floor of the immortal emperor's treasure vault. Finally. Success. Boom. Endless golden light surged into Xiao Han's body. Then, the cosmos sac floated next to Xiao Han's body. At this moment, Xiao Han and the cosmos sac established a connection of flesh and blood, completely inseparable. Moreover, all the functions of the cosmos sac were perfectly under Xiao Han's control. There's no time to lose. Collect. Xiao Han's mind moved slightly. The mouth of the cosmos sac burst out with millions of golden lights. Within it, the images of the sun, the moon, the mountains, the rivers, the country, the universe, and the stars appeared. At the same time, the light barrier that Baisher and the others had summoned was completely worn out. Not a single drop was left. It's over, ants. Now, accept your punishment, however, at this moment. Pfft. Disappeared. Yes, disappeared. Everything had disappeared. Baisher and the other beings in the alternate dimension disappeared. Wu Yu and the others who had become immortals disappeared. Xiao Han's wife and son disappeared. Everyone on the plane had disappeared. Wu, to be precise, the entire plane had disappeared. There was nothing left. What? A cry of utter disbelief came from the void. It was as if Xiao Han's plane had never existed in the first place. In the place where the original plane was, there was nothing but nothingness. Only a small pocket. To be continued. Chapter 738. Just as the attack of the three immortal emperors completely obliterated the defensive barrier formed by Bai Shi and the other 100 beings from the alternate dimensions and was about to threaten Xiao Han's plane of existence, Xiao Han finally succeeded in refining the cosmos pouch. With a thought, the entire plane of existence entered the cosmos pouch. The number one spatial immortal artifact in the immortal world. An object created by heaven and earth. At this moment, Huff, Bai Shi, and the other 100 beings from the alternate dimensions were all lying on the ground, panting. Ibdu, all of them were extremely weak. Resisting the attack of the 3 high-rank immortal emperors and risking their lives to buy time for Xiao Han had completely drained the energy of Bai Shi and the others. They were out of energy. They didn't even have the strength to stand up. Wu Li, Mo Qingtong, and the others were stunned. They looked left and right to observe their surroundings. Mother, it seems like we've arrived at another space, Xiaoan said in a low voice as he held Mo Qingtong's hand tightly. Indeed, everyone in the plane of existence could clearly feel that they had arrived at another world. Another space. It seemed like they had left the barren area of the immortal world. The sky was still azure, the air was fragrant, and the sun was still shining in the sky. However, all of this seemed to be very different from the environment of the immortal world. It was hard to tell what exactly the difference was. At this time, Xiao Han opened his eyes and stood up. It's done. We're out of danger for now. Master. Bai Shi and the others immediately looked at Xiao Han. The others also looked at Xiao Han in confusion. Xiao Han shook his head with a wry smile. It was really dangerous just now. I was only a hair's breadth away from death. Although I've been so close to death countless times in my life. This time, it was the most terrifying, 3 high-rank immortal emperors. I still feel a lingering fear when I think about it. Xiao Han murmured. Soon, his expression turned vicious, and every word he uttered was heart-wrenching. I'll definitely get back at them. After a pause, Xiao Han calmed himself down. Here. This is the inside of the cosmos pouch. Hiss. The cosmos pouch. Bai Shi, Wu Li, and the others gasped. They all knew. The cosmos sack was the number one magic treasure in the immortal world. What kind of concept was the number one Dharma treasure? That was the one and only in the world. Above everything else. Even those few high-tier immortal emperors did not have such a magic treasure. Very quickly, Xiao Han began to explain. This cosmos sack is a space-type celestial artifact, and it contains a world of its own. Look, the area we are in now has a sky, a sun, and a moon. It's like an independent universe. This universe also has air, spiritual energy, and immortal energy. And it's boundless. No, not boundless, but it's at least a third of the immortal world. Equivalent to 3 people sharing an immortal world? Yes, a third of the immortal world can be stored in a cosmos sack. In comparison, our plane is like a sesame seed or a mung bean. Putting it into a cosmos sack is a piece of cake. Moreover, the universe in the cosmos sack was like spring all year round, and there were no natural disasters. Our cultivation here is also very harmonious. The only thing he had to worry about was the lack of food. But it doesn't matter. Our plane can farm and fish. It's self-sufficient. We can survive for 10,000 years without falling. Xiao Han nodded repeatedly. Of course, those few high-tier immortal emperors will definitely seize the cosmos sack and try their best to break the restrictions on the surface of the cosmos sack. The potential threat is also great. Xiao Han frowned. Yes, if the 3 high-tier immortal emperors destroyed the cosmos sack, then Xiao Han and the living beings of his plane would have no choice but to surrender. Master, the cosmos sack is the number one immortal artifact. I'm afraid it won't be easy for the 3 immortal emperors to destroy it, right? Bai Shi licked his lips. We're in a passive position right now anyway. Alright, from today onwards, everyone in this plane will cultivate in seclusion. Cultivate in seclusion. Xiao Han said sternly. Bai Shi, you guys need to cultivate too. As for me, I need to cultivate too. If our combat strength improves by leaps and bounds, then we won't be in such a sorry state when the cosmos sack is destroyed. At that moment, star river chains appeared in the sky. Countless immortal artifacts, mystical treasures, medicinal pills, and secret manuals were floating within them. There were also 3 blazing suns that contained the 3 paragon mystical treasures, the Monarch Slayer Saber, the Linglong Pagoda, the Heavenly Demon Tribe's clone. There was also an inheritance jade plate and a letter. Listen, if you want to cultivate now, there are endless resources. The mystical treasures, medicinal pills, and secret manuals floating within the Star River chains can be obtained according to your needs and used for cultivation. Xiao Han said loudly. Yes, Master. Baishe and the others answered. Meanwhile, Wu Li, Xiao Mingchu, and the others focused their attention on the mystical treasures and medicinal pills within the Star River chains. Soon, they began to discuss among themselves. Some of the medicinal pills seem to be very suitable for our cultivation. They can help us break through the barriers in our cultivation and reach the next level. Yes, I saw some immortal arts and secret manuals that are more suitable for me to cultivate. Once you cultivate it, your attack power will increase greatly. Let's cultivate hard as well. I hope we can help Xiao Han in the future. In short, even if we don't become a burden to Xiao Han, it would still be good if we don't become a burden. We should also work hard to cultivate. Soon, news of the situation in the plain spread. The huge hidden worry seemed to have stimulated the potential of all the martial artists in the plain. Everyone was motivated to cultivate. After comforting his wife and son, Xiao Han's eyes flickered. I'm going to start training immediately. There is no time to lose. With a single thought, Xiao Han determined his cultivation path. First, fuse the final move of the 100 Lifetimes Saber Dao and reach the ultimate state of 100 Lifetimes Return to 1. The second was to refine a few supreme treasures. 3. Cultivating demonic techniques. You should know. Xiao Han had hoarded countless immortal corpses. Among them were the corpses of low-grade immortal monarchs and mid-grade immortal monarchs. If these corpses were to be fed to the monarch beast palm, the power of the left arm would skyrocket. After some research, Xiao Han decided to first hoard the corpses of immortals and immortal emperors. He would refine them all first. Forget it. I'll enter the Yaoxia Pagoda and refine the immortal corpses. Xiao Han made up his mind. However, before entering the Yaoxia Pagoda, Xiao Han had an idea. Why don't I control the Linglong Pagoda first? Cultivating in the Linglong Pagoda will yield twice the result with half the effort. Yes, among the 4 supreme treasures. The Qinkuan bag was a spatial immortal artifact. The Linglong Pagoda was a time immortal artifact. The Linglong Pagoda. It was a time immortal artifact. The Linglong Pagoda had 4 floors. The first floor had 10 days inside and 1 day outside, the second floor had 100 days inside and 1 day outside, the third floor had 1,000 days inside and 1 day outside, the fourth floor had 10,000 days inside and 1 day outside. To enter the first floor, all immortals could enter the first floor of the Linglong Pagoda. The second floor required a level 7 true immortal, the third floor required a level 8 true immortal, and the fourth floor required a level 9 true immortal. Now that Xiao Han was an immortal emperor, he could enter the fourth floor of the Linglong Pagoda. The time ratio was 10,000 days inside and 1 day outside. Cultivating in this place was truly blessed by the heavens. It could buy Xiao Han precious time. I will refine the Linglong Pagoda. Then, everyone can enter the pagoda to cultivate. Xiao Han said loudly. At this moment, outside, Xiao Han's plane had disappeared. Only a small cloth bag was left floating in the void. The 3 high-level immortal emperors' divine wills were stunned. They had broken the defensive shield and were about to capture Xiao Han and the others. However, in the end, it was all for naught. The duck that was in their hands had flown away. In such a huge plain, there were countless mortals, but only a cloth bag was left. Silence. The atmosphere was extremely strange. After dozens of breaths, it's the Qingquan bag. It must be the Qingquan bag, this Xiao Han. It seems that he has already obtained all the treasures of the invincible saber. He refined the Qingquan bag and hid inside. Yes, the Qingquan bag is the #1 spatial immortal artifact. It is a piece of cake to store a plane. What should we do? What should we do now? It's nothing. Let's bring the Qingquan bag back. With our abilities, we will be able to break it, Xiao. In the next moment, the Qingquan bag was swept away by the 3 high-level immortal emperors' divine wills. At the border between the demon realm and the immortal realm. The place where the 3 high-level immortal emperors resided. At this moment, 3 imposing figures were sitting cross-legged. In the middle of them was the Qingquan bag. We have studied it for 3 days. This cosmos sack is indeed very profound. It's impossible for us to open it without damaging it. In these 3 days, the 3 high-level immortal emperors tried their best but could not think of a way to open the Qingquan bag without damaging it. The restriction on the Qingquan bag is connected to the whole Qingquan bag. To open the Qingquan bag, we can only refine the restriction by force and break the Qingquan bag. The 3 high-level immortal emperors exchanged glances. After dozens of breaths, weighing the pros and cons, it is true that it would be a waste to destroy this Qingquan bag. However, this is the only way. Otherwise, there is nothing we can do about it. It doesn't matter if we destroy a Qingquan bag. At least we can get the Linglong Pagoda, the Monarch Slayer Saber, and the Heavenly Demon Clone. Furthermore, that Xiao Han must have some secrets. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so heaven-defying. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position when fighting against Celestials, but he even won time and time again. We must capture Xiao Han and investigate this matter. Forget it, let's do it. Although this Qingquan bag is broken, we can still obtain some rare and precious materials. It's not like we have nothing to gain. Refine it. Let's work together to refine this Qingquan bag. Humph. If we work together to refine this Qingquan bag, we can succeed in an instant. Xiao Han, you little thief, you are cunning. Later, when we break the Qingquan bag and capture him, we will teach him a lesson. If he did not hide in the Qingquan bag, we would not have destroyed the #1 immortal artifact. Now, the 3 high-level immortal emperors were full of resentment. It was because of Xiao Han that they had lost their most brilliant immortal artifact. Boom boom boom, 3 balls of light burst out from the bodies of the 3 high-level immortal emperors. Accompanied by a dragon and a tiger, they shrouded the Qingquan bag. Splat. Splat. Refine. Forcibly refine. The 3 balls of light contained endless runes, beasts, and deities, and they emitted a golden radiance. The golden radiance was more than 100 times hotter than the sun. These 3 balls of light could refine a mid-level immortal emperor in less than a breath's time. They could even refine a high-level immortal emperor slowly. The Qingquan bag floated quietly like a dry stone, allowing the 3 balls of light to tear, burn, and twist it. Refine. To be continued. Chapter 739. The 3 high-level celestial emperors finally decided to destroy the #1 celestial artifact in the celestial world at all costs. Capture Xiao Han. At this moment, the 3 balls of light had already wrapped around the cosmos sack and were refining it frantically. However, several hundred breaths later, the cosmos sack still didn't budge an inch. Moreover, its surface still had that simple and unadorned luster, and there wasn't the slightest change. In other words, the 3 high-rank celestial emperors had been calcining and refining it for several hundred breaths of time, yet they hadn't managed to break the surface of the cosmos sack. The materials of this cosmos sack are too special. Each of us released 50% of our immortal power, yet we were unable to refine or destroy it. As expected of the #1 in the celestial world. Forget it, use your full strength. It turned out that in this round of refinement, the 3 high-level immortal emperors had only taken out half of their energy. Right now, he had no choice but to go all out. Roar! 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 3 muffled roars rang out. Like the roar of a heavenly dragon. Like a thunderbolt. It was as if heaven was enraged. The 3 immortal emperors used their immortal powers again. Hong, the 3 balls of light became even hotter and more powerful. The birth and destruction of all living beings, the destruction of the stars, the rise of the sun and moon, the creation of the primal chaos, all of them appeared one after another. Full power. Explode. Completely erupting. Humph. With our current immortal energy, we can even trap a demon god, refine a high-grade immortal emperor to death, and refine the body of a high-grade immortal emperor into immortal water. I don't believe that we can't do anything to this cosmos sack. The burning of 100% immortal power. As expected. Under the crazy burning of the 100% celestial force, the Qianquan bag also started to loosen. However, this loosening. It was extremely light. Half an hour passed. The light emitted by the 3 high-rank immortal emperors started to weaken and their faces started to turn pale. It was obvious that exerting their full strength had caused them to feel a little exhausted. That's right, 100% of my immortal force was released and it lasted for more than an hour. There were indeed some losses. Finally, the 3 high-level immortal emperors returned to the glimmering light immortal. Then, they exchanged glances and looked at each other. There was silence for a long time. After an unknown period of time, we've gathered all our strength to refine this universe bag. Indeed, our immortal energy is nibbling away at the restrictions of this universe bag inch by inch. But, it's too slow, really too slow. Indeed. If we continue to refine it like this, it'll take at least half a year to completely destroy the cosmos sack. Let's not talk about how long it'll take, the main problem is that our immortal energy will be greatly depleted. This is half a year's worth of consumption. Although we won't run out of energy, we will need a long time to recover after half a year. During this recovery period, our strength will even drop to the level of a middle-stage immortal emperor. If the monster race invades during this period of time, I'm afraid we won't be able to defend against them. Thus, spending half a year to refine this cosmos sack with all our strength doesn't seem to be worth it. Thinking of this, the 3 high-level celestial emperors fell into deep thought. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, one of the high-level celestial emperors finally spoke. In my opinion, why don't we put this cosmos sack in an area with extremely violent energy and use the energy to wear away the restrictions on the cosmos sack? Then, when the cosmos sack is about to be destroyed, we can take it back and refine it instantly. That's true. The other 2 high-level celestial emperors nodded in agreement. However, where should we put this cosmos sack? Let's think about where the energy in the immortal realm is the most violent. Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Ghastly Wind Canyon, Clear River Ridge, Perilous Volcano. The 3 celestial emperors all named a few places with extremely violent energy flows in the immortal realm. However, after naming dozens of places, they all shook their heads in the end. No, although these places are the places with the most violent energy in the immortal realm, it's not enough to wear away the restrictions on the cosmos sack. The scene fell silent again. Soon, Demon God River. The 3 high-level celestial emperors named a place at the same time. Demon God River. Demon God River is in the demon realm. Legend has it that the ancient demon gods were born from this demon river. Of course, this is only a legend. However, the chaotic energy flows in the demon god river are extremely terrifying. Even high-level celestial emperors would find it hard to resist if they fell into the demon god river, and would slowly die. On one hand, the entire demon race views the demon god river as a forbidden area, and doesn't dare to enter its perimeter. On the other hand, even the demon race can't control the violent energy flows in the demon god river. Once, a few celestial emperors with terrifying bodies tried to enter the demon god river to absorb the energy, but ended up dying. Right. With our strength, we can throw the cosmos sack into the demon god river without anyone noticing. Then, we can monitor the cosmos sack with our divine will. Once the restrictions on the surface of the cosmos sac are worn away, we can retrieve the cosmos sac without anyone noticing. Good. Let's first name it Demon God River. Let's think about the key points carefully. We can't let anything go wrong. The three high-level celestial emperors racked their brains. Finally, they came to a decision: this plan is feasible. Firstly, after the demon god perished, the entire demon realm became dispirited and listless, and the internal strife became extremely serious. With our abilities, it would be extremely easy for us to silently throw the cosmos sac into the demon god river. Secondly, as long as we attach a strand of divine sense to the cosmos sac, even if it's thousands of miles away, every movement of the cosmos sac will be under our perfect control. In the current demon realm, there isn't a single great demon that can refine the aura of our consciousness that we have attached to the cosmos sac. Third, the demon race's origin energy in the demon god river will definitely be able to refine the restrictions on the cosmos sac. And it won't take too long. Fourth, the energy of the demon god river. When we refine the Jianghu bag, there will be some wear and tear. If we finish refining the Jianghu bag, the violent energy of the demon god river will also be exhausted. This is killing two birds with one stone for us. All right. The three of us will join forces and use our spiritual wills. Wrap the Jianghu bag and throw it directly into the demon god river. After coming to a decision, without further ado, the three high-rank immortal emperors attached a strand of divine sense to the cosmos sac. Then, go fall into the demon realm, demon god river. The three high-rank immortal emperors not only attached their divine sense to the cosmos sac, but they also used some immortal arts. Instantly, the cosmos sac became almost transparent. There was no trace of it. Whoosh, the cosmos sac turned into a gust of wind and flew far away. From now on, carefully sense the cosmos sac. Carrying the cosmos sac, the gust of wind flew out of the immortal world's region at a speed faster than light. Entering the demon realm. The demon realm. It exuded an evil, bloodthirsty, cold, and cruel aura. It was unknown how many times more evil and terrifying the demonic aura was compared to the demonic aura in the mortal world. If a mortal hero came to the demon realm, he wouldn't need to do anything. His mind would go crazy and he would be possessed by the devil, the demon Dao. The entire demon realm presented an extremely beautiful luster. This beautiful luster signified danger. In the demon realm, cities were built one after another. Within them, countless demon clan members were howling, wailing, and hysterical. Occasionally, there would be a violent and powerful demonic aura soaring into the sky, shocking the surroundings. It was obvious that this was the aura of an extremely powerful demon emperor. The demon emperors nurtured in the demon realm were existences on par with the immortal emperors in the immortal realm. They were completely different from the so-called demon emperors in the mortal world. According to legend, in the demon realm, some demon emperors were as huge as mountains, and some were even comparable to planets. However, when the nearly transparent cosmos sac crossed the demon realm, it didn't attract any demon clan's attention. Several hours later, the Jianghu bag flew toward a forbidden land. In this forbidden area, there were no cities, no demon clan, and not even a single demon plant. It was dead silent. Empty. In the center of the forbidden area, there was a river. A red river. Like fresh blood. No, it was demon blood. In this river, countless vengeful spirits were steaming, twisting into all sorts of strange and terrifying faces and diagrams. Moreover, the river contained energy that could destroy everything. This energy had the characteristics of the demon clan's source energy. Demon God River. Legend had it that all the beasts in the heavens and earth were born from this river. However, in the current beast world, even the beast monarchs did not dare to get close to the beast river, not to mention absorbing the energy from it. Pooh, with a soft sound, the cosmos sac fell directly into the river. Gudong 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 gudong. After the cosmos sac fell into the demon river, it immediately sank and sank, when the cosmos sack sank to the bottom of the river, a powerful tearing force suddenly emerged from the river, wrapping around the cosmos sack and attacking it. Distort. Devour. Rip. It was as if it wanted to destroy the cosmos sack with brute force. The energy that erupted from the demon god river was many times more violent than the energy of the 3 high-level celestial emperors. However, this energy was too evil, and there was no pattern to it, making it impossible for anyone to guide and use this energy. The restrictions on the surface of the cosmos sack began to loosen, emitting cracking sounds. The 3 high-level celestial emperors' divine senses were tightly integrated into the cosmos sack. Once the restrictions on the cosmos sack were completely destroyed, the divine senses of the 3 high-level celestial emperors would vanish into thin air. However, the 3 high-level celestial emperors would definitely retrieve the cosmos sack before the restrictions on the cosmos sack were destroyed. At the border between the demon realm and the immortal realm, the cosmic origin energy flowed. The 3 high-level celestial emperors finally let out a sigh of relief. Good. It's the same as what we thought. The 3 high-level celestial emperors had different looks in their eyes. If we're not wrong, the restrictions on the surface of the cosmos sack will be completely destroyed in a few hours. Ha 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 ha. Yes, we only need to wait for a few hours to retrieve the cosmos sack. Then, we can open it and capture Xiao Han alive. Ha 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 ha, that insignificant mortal Xiao Han thinks he can get away with just a celestial artifact? Humph. When we break the cosmos sack, we'll definitely torture that little bastard to death. To be continued. Chapter 740. The cosmos sack was immersed in the demon god's river. The violent and irregular demon race origin energy was devouring the powerful restrictions on the surface of the cosmos sack. YBDU was killing it bit by bit. Even though the Jianghu pouch was the #1 treasure in the celestial world, and its restrictions couldn't be destroyed even by the combined efforts of 3 high-tier celestial emperors, the restrictions of the Jianghu pouch kept cracking in the demon god river. In just a few hours, the restrictions on the surface of the Jianghu bag would be completely destroyed. Inside the cosmos sack. At this moment, even though the outside world was changing rapidly, and the 3 high-level immortal emperors were plotting against Xiao Han endlessly, the inside of the cosmos sack was still calm and peaceful. There was no danger at all. In the center of the boundless universe inside the cosmos sack, there was a floating pagoda. The tower was 4 stories high. Its entire body was as clear as glass. There was not a single trace of impurities. It was dazzling. It was as if it was carved from the world's most sparkling and translucent gemstone. However, the most miraculous thing was that the pagoda was emitting an extremely mysterious energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation could distort time. Law of time. A time-type immortal artifact. At this moment, both Bai Shi and Wu Hu were cultivating in the Linglong Pagoda. The 4th floor of the Linglong Tower. One must be a level 9 true immortal in order to enter the 4th floor of the Linglong Pagoda to cultivate. In the 4th floor of the Linglong Pagoda, the ratio of time inside was 10,000 days, and outside was 1 day. In other words, 30 years in the 4th level was equivalent to a day in the outside world. The layout of the 4th floor was made up of secret cultivation rooms. Xiao Han occupied a room by himself. As for level 7 alternate dimensional beings like Bai Shi, instead, they occupied a few separate secret cultivation rooms. As for Wu Yu and the others, he was only a level 2 true immortal. Therefore, they stayed on the 1st floor of the Linglong Tower. There were also a large number of low-level extra-dimensional life forms on this floor. The time difference in the first layer wasn't that crazy. It was just that 10 days in the inner layer was 1 day outside. In the secret room where Xiao Han was, Xiao Han sat cross-legged. He lowered his head and a devilish expression appeared on his face. Right now, he was speeding up his cultivation. Cultivating day and night. Xiao Han knew that even though he could obtain peace and quiet for now, he would not be able to do so. After all, the Cosmos Sack was definitely in the hands of the 3 high-rank immortal emperors. They would definitely think of a way to break the Cosmos Sack. Therefore, Xiao Han knew very well that this secluded cultivation was related to the life and death of all living beings in this plane in the future. This was not a joke. Xiao Han put away his restlessness and worries, and focused on cultivating wholeheartedly. At the moment, Xiao Han was currently absorbing and refining the immortal corpse. The densely packed fragments of the immortal corpses were like stars in the sky. It flowed into the palm of the demonic god left arm. Xiao Han's left arm was like a giant black hole and whirlpool, devouring the immortal corpses in a frenzy. When the fragments of the immortal's corpse entered the left arm of the demon monarch, they were refined as if they had entered a furnace. They were secreted into strands of pure demonic energy that nourished the left arm of the demon monarch, causing demonic dragons to awaken in the left arm of the demon monarch. At this moment, Xiao Han's left arm was emitting an ancient, wild, and boundless power. Xiao Han's left arm was roaring, as if thousands of demons were roaring and struggling. The inside of Xiao Han's left arm had completely turned into a demonic realm. Evil dragons that represented supreme demonic energy were being born. Before entering cultivation, Xiao Han had also devoured some immortal corpses, so the pure demonic energy in the left arm of the demon monarch had reached 400 demonic dragons. However, at this moment, there seemed to be an endless number of immortal corpses floating in the secret cultivation room. Among them were the corpses of all the low-level immortal emperors of the Tianyi society, as well as the corpses of a group of middle-level immortal emperors, such as Patriarch Tianyi. As for the corpses of perfected immortals, there were countless of them. It could be said that the immortal corpses controlled by Xiao Han could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. Especially the corpses of immortal emperors, the energy contained in them was too abundant. It was like a sea, and the quality was too high. When the left arm of the demon monarch devoured them, it was a great tonic. As Xiao Han devoured the corpses of immortal emperors, not only did the number of demonic dragons increase by dozens, but even the various demon emperor crystals embedded in the palm of the demon monarch and the various demonic secret arts were also evolving. The originally extremely ordinary demonic arts and demonic arts had now evolved to become extremely powerful. The world-destroying demonic saber, the black-yellow demonic pagoda, the demon city. They were all so powerful that they could kill immortals. Back when Xiao Han was in the mortal world, he had collected a large number of demon emperor crystals from fighting various demonic races. He had embedded them in the left arm of the demon monarch and refined them to control them. Of course, Xiao Han could control these countless demonic arts, but it was not enough to rely on the left arm of the demon monarch. The key was that the soul of the demon god had helped Xiao Han fuse the various demonic arts. All in all, Xiao Han's demonic energy had improved by leaps and bounds. However, although his demonic energy had improved greatly, it was still extremely time-consuming to refine such a huge immortal corpse. Especially when refining the corpse of an immortal emperor, it would take half a month, or even a month, to refine a piece of the corpse. Fortunately, Xiao Han was cultivating in the Linglong Pagoda and did not care about the passage of time. Spring passed, autumn came, summer passed, and winter arrived. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han had stayed on the 4th floor of the Linglong Pagoda for 10 years. In these 10 years, Xiao Han did not step out of the house. He had been using the left arm of the demon monarch to devour and refine the immortal corpses day and night. Now, Xiao Han had refined more than half of the immortal corpses he had stored. He had also refined the pieces of the corpse of intermediate immortal emperors such as progenitor Tian Yi. A casual movement of the demon monarch's palm would cause a gust of wind and scudding clouds, and its demonic energy would reach the sky. Xiao Han's demonic energy had reached 4,000 demonic dragons. One should know that Xiao Han's immortal energy was less than 2,000 demonic dragons, but his demonic energy had surpassed his immortal energy. According to the classification of immortal emperors, Xiao Han's current pure demonic energy had surpassed most intermediate immortal emperors. With such an enormous amount of demonic energy, the demonic arts he executed would be invincible and sweep away everything. Of course, with Xiao Han's current immortal emperor physique. He had already reached the realm of Anidia. He did not need to drink or eat at all. He could survive by absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. In these 10 years, the cultivation of Bai Shi and the other beings in the alternate dimension had improved significantly. Each of them had reached the level of a peak intermediate immortal emperor. Their combat strength was more than twice as strong as before. Wu Yu and the other level, 2 true immortals. However, because the level of the exquisite tower was too low, Xiao Han had stayed on the 4th floor for 10 years, while they had only spent a few days. Therefore, their cultivation progress was slow. As for the other mortals in Xiao Han's plane, they could not enter the exquisite tower. Xiao Han had spent 10 years, Wu Yu and the others had spent a few days. Ordinary mortals had only spent a few hours. The rules of time were indeed mysterious. In the outside world, time was longer than normal. The Qinkuan pouch soaked in the demon god river was constantly being eroded. The restriction on the surface had already broken half. At the intersection of the immortal realm and the demon realm, the 3 high-grade immortal emperors were excitedly watching the Qinkuan pouch in the demon god river. Soon, the demon god river will soon destroy the restriction on the surface of the Qinkuan pouch. There's about 4 hours left. Indeed, the Qinkuan pouch can't withstand the corrosion of the demon god river. Now, let's not relax. When the Qinkuan pouch is about to be destroyed, we'll immediately retrieve it. Flawless. Demon god river. Inside the Qinkuan pouch. Linglong Pagoda. Xiao Han had spent more than 10 years on the 4th floor of the Linglong Pagoda. However, he had no intention of exiting. Nearly half of the immortal corpses had not been refined. Xiao Han continued to refine them. He could not relax for even a moment. Just like that, time flew by, and another 10 years passed. Finally, Xiao Han devoured and refined all the corpses of the true immortals and immortal emperors. 8,000 demonic dragons were born in the left arm of the demon emperor. 8,000 demonic dragons. That was insane. Xiao Han finally heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up and stretched. It's said that the immortal power of an advanced immortal emperor is around 10,000 immortal dragons. Now, I have 8,000 demonic dragons. In terms of pure strength, although I'm still weaker than an advanced immortal emperor, I'm not too far behind. Moreover, I've mastered countless demonic techniques, each with its own profundities. I'm afraid that I should be able to contend against those advanced immortal emperors with my demonic power and demonic techniques, right? I won't be crushed to death by them. Ha 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 ha. Although I've cultivated for 20 years, my age hasn't changed at all. That's because it's not even a day in the outside world. I still have to stay in the Linglong Pagoda for more than 10 years. It's only a day in the outside world. Those advanced immortal emperors would never have imagined that I, Xiao Han, could improve my combat strength to this extent in a day. Ha 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 ha. Just as Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief, suddenly a thought entered Xiao Han's divine soul. What? The restrictions on my Qinkuan bag are being destroyed? Finally, even though he was in the Linglong Pagoda, Xiao Han could sense the current situation of the Qinkuan bag. That's right. Those advanced immortal emperors must be using some tricks to destroy the Qinkuan bag. Xiao Han didn't dare to be careless. His figure flashed and he exited the Linglong Pagoda. Outside the pagoda, the originally blue sky was now filled with dark clouds. Xiao Han communicated with the Qinkuan bag with his divine soul. His expression changed abruptly. What? The restrictions on my Qinkuan bag have already been mostly destroyed. I can only hold on for an hour. At this moment, Bai Shi and the others also flew out. Master, the Qinkuan bag seems to be under attack. We can all feel that the space inside the Qinkuan bag is in an unstable state. The 3 advanced immortal emperors are about to break the Qinkuan bag. Xiao Han nodded thoughtfully. But there's no rush. Let me check carefully first. After saying that, Xiao Han's divine soul became one with the Qingquan bag. After a few breaths, Xiao Han cried out involuntarily. Oh no! We seem to have arrived at the monster realm. There's a huge amount of monster qi and monster power flowing outside the Qingquan bag. This is definitely not the atmosphere of the immortal realm. Moreover, there are 3 immortal emperors' divine souls in the Qingquan bag. To be continued. Chapter 741. The cosmos sac was soaking in the demon god river and was being refined by the endless twisted and chaotic demonic energy. In just an hour, the demon god river would completely destroy the protective restrictions outside the cosmos sac. This also allowed Xiao Han and the others, who were in the cosmos sac, to discover some clues. At this moment, Xiao Han, Bai Shi, Wu Li, and the others rushed out from the Linglong pagoda. Master, are you saying that we have arrived at the monster realm? Bai Shi was confused. Ibdu. We were clearly suppressed by the 3 high-rank celestial emperors and were forced to hide in the cosmos sac. At this moment, we should be in the hands of the 3 high-rank celestial emperors in the immortal realm. Could it be that the demon realm also made a move and snatched the cosmos sac from the 3 high-rank celestial emperors? Xiao Han said nothing. He sent his spirit out of the cosmos sac and scanned it repeatedly. Gradually, Xiao Han frowned, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. After a dozen breaths, Xiao Han exhaled and said slowly. If I'm not mistaken, it was the 3 high-rank celestial emperors who threw our cosmos bags into the demon realm. Currently, we're in an area filled with chaotic laws of the demon realm and violent demonic energy. The demonic energy in the river clearly has the characteristics of the demon clan's origin source. It feels like the mother river. This river is destroying the restrictions of the cosmos bags without restraint. However, there are 3 high-rank celestial emperors' divine souls monitoring the cosmos bags. If I'm not mistaken, after the 3 celestial emperors took control of the cosmos bags, they found it difficult to refine them. Play a trick or scheme. He threw the Qingquan bag into the demonic river. Using demonic energy to refine the Qingquan bag when the restrictions on the Qingquan bag are about to be destroyed, the divine senses of the 3 high-rank immortal emperors will definitely take away the Qingquan bag. Truly despicable. Wu Xiaobao couldn't help but curse in a low voice. A dignified high-rank immortal emperor actually disregarded his status and continuously plotted against us. He doesn't have any bearing at all. Furthermore, this cosmos sac, the item that stole the fortune of heaven and earth, was about to be destroyed. What a waste. This is the #1 treasure in the immortal world. How could Xiao Han not know that the Qingquan pouch was in a precarious situation and would soon be damaged? After all, this was the inheritance that immortal Emperor Zhu Dao had left for him. On one hand, this heaven and earth pouch was indeed a heaven-defying magic treasure. It was unique in this world, yet it was damaged just like that. There was no way to make up for it. Moreover, in Xiao Han's heart, he had already regarded immortal Emperor Zhu Dao as his teacher. Now that his teacher had passed away, the Qingquan bag that he gave to Xiao Han was his most precious relic. Xiao Han could not allow his teacher's relic to be damaged by evil people. The more practical problem was that once this cosmos sac was destroyed, then Xiao Han and all the living beings in this plane would have nowhere to hide. They would be directly exposed to the enemy's eyes. With so many mortals, it was impossible for them to withstand a single thought from the 3 high-grade immortal emperors. Even an immortal like Wu Li would definitely be smashed into smithereens and turned into ashes if he were to face the attacks of the 3 high-level cultivators, even if it was just the aftermath of the attacks. Therefore, he had to protect the cosmos sac. In less than an hour, our cosmos sac will become a piece of trash. Xiao Han said fiercely. That's absolutely not allowed. Yes, Master, the cosmos sac is the hiding place of trillions of mortals in this plane. It cannot be destroyed. Bai Shi and the others also shouted sternly. After a pause, Bai Shi bared his teeth and said, Master, let's kill our way out before the cosmos sack is destroyed. Master, please lead us out and put away the cosmos sack. Although more than half of the cosmos sack's restrictions have been destroyed, as long as we fight our way out, the cosmos sack will still be under your control and can still be used. Bai Shi roared. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. We do have to kill our way out. However, we can't be reckless. After saying that, Xiao Han's divine soul shot out again and repeatedly swept through the demon god river that the cosmos sack was immersed in. Kill our way out. Xiao Han pondered. The evil demon river outside contains destructive energy. It's definitely energy that even a high-grade celestial emperor can't control. If we charge out like this, we'll definitely fall into the energy of the river. At that time, Bai Shi and the others will be trapped and unable to escape. Then, they'll be slowly eroded by the energy until nothing remains of them. But, what if I charge out? Suddenly, Xiao Han was struck by an inspiration. The demonic energy in my body has already reached 8,000 demonic dragons. Although I'm a low-grade celestial emperor now, in terms of strength, my celestial force is far less than 2,000 dragons. Compared to my demonic energy, the difference is huge. Can I summon my demonic energy to protect my body and charge out? The idea made Xiao Han's heart palpitate. Right at that moment. Hong 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 in Xiao Han's heart, the demon god's soul erupted with a surge of will that he had never felt before. This thought fluctuation was excitement. Berserk. Longing. It felt like a dragon returning to the sea. As a result, Xiao Han's heart began to thump violently. It was as if there was a toad hiding under the skin of Xiao Han's chest, and it was currently throbbing as if it wanted to jump out of Xiao Han's body. This. Xiao Han's mind went blank. The spirit of the demon god seems to have sensed the aura of the demonic river outside. At this moment, the spirit of the demon god seems to be very excited. Somehow, the demon god seems to be sending some thoughts to enter the river. This demon god must have a deep connection with the demonic river outside. Master, what are you doing? Bai Shi glanced at Xiao Han and asked anxiously. Master, hurry up and give the order. The cosmos pouch will be destroyed in a short while. Master, give the order. Once the cosmos pouch is destroyed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Bai Shi roared again. Xiao Han understood that the situation had reached a critical juncture. He looked up at the gray sky. He said through gritted teeth. We have at most the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The cosmos pouch is about to explode. At the border between the demon realm and the immortal realm, the cosmic origin energy floated in the air like ambergris. 3 high-level celestial emperors were soaking in it. At this moment, the 3 high-tier immortal emperors were breathing heavily. Their divine souls were paying close attention to the cosmos pouch. It's about time. The violent energy of the demon god river distorts time and space and corrodes everything. Even high-level celestial emperors are unable to control this energy. Now, the demon god river is going to destroy the cosmos pouch. Let's do it. Activate the energy we've imbued into the cosmos pouch and retrieve it. Let's do it. Let's take advantage of this moment. The demon realm. In a demon city not far away from the demon god river. The territory of this demon city was extremely huge. Wisps of demonic aura rose into the sky from the city like a beacon. In this demon city, there were densely packed demon tribes living and many buildings had been built. Moreover, the bloodthirsty roars of savage beasts could be heard. In the largest mansion in the city, a young man in purple robes sat on a throne. This young man had extremely handsome features and a well-proportioned figure. He had a dignified and elegant scholarly aura. If it wasn't for his appearance in the demon city, then people would definitely mistake him for a young master from a scholarly family of the human race. However, his eyes occasionally emitted the aura of a blood moon. His right hand, in particular, was surging with a dreamy, demonic power. It was as if there were billions of demonic creatures roaring in his right hand. It was as if there were many terrifying demonic creatures in his right hand that were ready to pounce out and devour people at any moment. This young man had the temperament of a leader. He had the demeanor of someone who controlled the overall situation. Below the throne, on the left and right sides, there were some terrifying demonic aura that could tear everything apart. Like a human but not a human, like a demon but not a demon. Oh, there seems to be some strange fluctuations coming from the demon god river. The purple-robed young man frowned slightly. Suddenly, he looked at the demon god river from afar. Boom! His eyes were like blood moons. Like hell. Like a black hole. Like a whirlpool. This pair of eyes was evil to the extreme. It was demonic to the extreme. It was as if one look at someone would cause them to fall into a bottomless abyss. The malevolent beings below trembled at the sight of this pair of eyes. Demon Crown Prince, the demon god river has always been a forbidden ground for us demons. Ever since Lord Demon God was framed by those immortals, we demons have been unable to control the power of the demon god river. A burly man with a golden crown on his head said carefully. After a pause, he smiled obsequiously. Crown Prince, now that you have risen, you will surely lead us demons to slaughter the immortal world and devour those immortals. The demon tribe will regain its glory under your leadership. Humph. The purple-robed young man didn't respond, but stared at the demon god river. Inside the demon god river. Right now, Xiao Han had nowhere to retreat to. Although the demon god's soul in his heart was emitting strange fluctuations, Xiao Han couldn't delay any longer. If he delayed any longer, the cosmos sack would be destroyed. Moreover, Xiao Han vaguely sensed that the three immortal emperor divine souls attached to the cosmos sack were also itching to make a move. It seems that the three high-rank immortal emperors are also preparing to make a move on the cosmos sack. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's divine will swept the area and saw countless mortals in his plane. Their eyes were filled with innocent expressions of prayer. Forget it. Don't worry about anything. I can't let these innocent mortals fall into the hands of those despicable immortals. Charge out. Don't care about the price, charge out. Xiao Han made up his mind and instructed Baisher and the others. You don't need to do anything for now. I'll rush out now. The moment I do, I'll put away the cosmos sack. I won't let the cosmos sack continue soaking in the demon immortal river. Master. Baisher and the others cried out worriedly. Forget it, don't say anything else. My demonic energy is at its peak. There won't be any accidents. Xiao Han waved his hand. The next moment, Xiao Han turned into a beam of demonic light. 8,000 demonic dragons coiled around his body and roared as he charged out. At the same time, the three high-rank immortal emperors withdrew their divine senses. Cosmos sack. Come back. Retrieve. To be continued. Chapter 742. Boom! Xiao Han soared into the sky. His entire body was surrounded by boundless demonic energy as he dashed out of the Qingquan pouch. At this moment, no less than 8,000 demonic dragons were roaring in the sky. Xiao Han's aura suddenly became like a great demonic beast of the demonic realm. Xiao Han's charge was extremely bold, as if he was the only one who could do it. In his heart, he thought that the Qingquan pouch must not be damaged, and it must not fall into the hands of the three high-level celestial emperors. Even if he had to sacrifice his own life, he must not let anything happen to the people hiding in the Qingquan pouch. PFFF. In an instant, Xiao Han had already dashed out of the Qingquan pouch. Moreover, Xiao Han's thoughts were moving very fast. When he dashed out of the Qingquan pouch and scanned it with his divine soul, he discovered that the surface of the Qingquan pouch was already full of holes. The restrictions were almost destroyed as well. It was indeed about to be completely destroyed. Xiao Han secretly thought that he was lucky and quickly put the Qinkuan pouch into his storage ring. In this way, the Qinkuan pouch was saved from being soaked in the demonic river again. It was saved from being destroyed. Although more than half of the restrictions on the surface of the Qinkuan pouch had been destroyed, it was not completely destroyed. Therefore, after Xiao Han left the demonic river, he could still use the Qinkuan pouch. Moreover, the people hiding in the Qinkuan pouch would not be harmed at all. Xiao Han let out a long sigh of relief. And at this moment, PFFF, the majestic demonic river instantly pressed towards Xiao Han from all directions. Inside the demonic river, it contained violent and lawless demonic energy. Demonic energy that was close to the origin. It turned into rays of demonic light that wrapped around Xiao Han, slicing, twisting, and attacking. The terrifying explosive force slowly seeped into the demonic energy lingering on the surface of Xiao Han's body. In just an instant, the demonic energy on the surface of Xiao Han's body began to expand. Oh no! The energy of the demonic river has trapped me. At this moment, Xiao Han also realized that something was wrong. The 8,000 demonic dragons coiling around Xiao Han were expanded. Each and every one of them had become extremely thick and plump. This didn't mean that Xiao Han's demonic power had increased, but there was a terrifying sign that it was about to explode. Puchi, the demonic aura on the surface of Xiao Han's body was like a huge heart that was beating. A deep evil and destructive power emanated from it. This is bad. It's going to explode. Xiao Han roared in shock. I must leave this place immediately. Otherwise, the endless influx of the demon race's origin law energy would cause my demon aura to explode. As for my body, it will also be destroyed. Explode into dust. Xiao Han's heart was pounding. Originally, the demonic river contained the origin energy of the demonic race. Xiao Han could already tell that it was definitely a source of nourishing and strengthening demonic power. It could be said that the energy in the demonic river, absorbing the demonic arch left arm palm, was definitely more beneficial than absorbing and refining the immortal corpse. But this energy was too chaotic. Too violent. It couldn't be absorbed and refined at all. Moreover, it surged over endlessly like waves. Before Xiao Han could react, Xiao Han's demonic aura was blown up like a balloon. Crack, 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 the demonic aura on Xiao Han's body suddenly emitted a dense and crisp cracking sound. It was like a crystal clear glass that was about to shatter. If I don't fly out, I'm afraid I'll be blown to death. Xiao Han was burning with anxiety. He activated the demonic power in his body and activated a demonic emperor crystal embedded in the demonic arch left arm palm. In an instant, he was about to cast a demonic technique to escape. Moving like an illusion. Xiao Han prepared for a while and activated all the demonic power in his body. Moving like an illusion, it immediately strengthened Xiao Han's body. Although this demonic technique was learned and mastered by Xiao Han from a demonic emperor crystal in the mortal world, with Xiao Han's current demonic power, this demonic technique was reborn. Once it was activated, he could teleport a great distance with just a thought. It was simply a heaven-defying demonic technique for escaping. However, Xiao Han's body only trembled slightly. He didn't teleport at all. Suddenly, he was imprisoned by the demonic river. It's over. The energy in the demonic river is too chaotic. Even the rules are distorted, causing time and space to stagnate. No matter what tricks I use, I can't escape. Now, I'm like an insect frozen in amber. There's no way to escape. Xiao Han finally panicked. Boom, 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 the demonic aura on his body grew larger and larger. Even Xiao Han's skin began to swell up. This swell caused fine cracks on Xiao Han's skin. If not for the fact that Xiao Han's immortal body was condensed and sturdy, his body would probably have exploded. At the same time, at the intersection of the immortal realm and the demonic realm, the origin energy of the universe flowed slowly. The 3 high-rank immortal emperors activated their divine senses at the same time. They called out, "Retract the divine senses. Retrieve the Qinkuan pouch." At this moment, the 3 high-rank immortal emperors' faces were filled with unconcealable smiles. Full of ambition. Full of spirit. Their plan had finally succeeded. The heaven and earth bag that had been like a hot potato that they couldn't refine quickly had finally been worn down by the demon god river. Now they could take it back and refine it a bit. Then they could break the heaven and earth bag and drag Xiaohan out. Then they could slowly torture him until they got everything they wanted. However, at this moment... What? The expressions of the 3 high-level celestial emperors stiffened. Their smiles died in their throats. After a few breaths, they all screamed out in unison, "What's going on? Our divine wills suddenly lost contact. It seemed to be blocked by a unique space. We've lost contact with them. What's going on?" 3 high-grade immortal emperors. He was completely at a loss. Xiaohan tossed the universe bag into his storage ring. Naturally, the divine sense that the 3 high-rank celestial emperors had attached to the cosmos sac was sealed, causing the 3 high-rank celestial emperors to lose their sense of the cosmos sac. Unless Xiaohan took out his cosmos sac again, even if the 3 high-tier immortal emperors were extremely powerful, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. They wouldn't be able to find any clues about the cosmos sac. Xiaohan. We've been guarding the cosmos sac for so long and tried everything we could to refine it. In the end, Xiaohan. You're making fun of us. The 3 high-grade celestial emperors let out heart-wrenching howls. In the demon realm. In a city. The purple-clad young man, the demon crown prince, who was sitting high up in the mansion, let out a violent howl. As expected. There's a subtle fluctuation in the demon god river. It seems like something has broken into the forbidden area of the demon realm. As soon as he finished speaking, swoosh. The demon crown prince flicked his right index finger. A strange demon rune that emitted a monstrous evil aura flashed toward the demon god river. In the demon god river. Xiaohan was at his wit's end now. Moreover, his life was hanging by a thread. The demon aura was about to explode like a balloon. Moreover, his skin was about to burst and his internal organs and blood vessels were even affected. Am I, Xiaohan, going to die here? Thought Xiaohan. Xiaohan let out a roar of unwillingness and anger. However, he knew that his power was too insignificant compared to the power contained in the demon river. However, at this critical moment, Jia, the demon god's soul and Xiaohan's heart suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Then, something strange happened. Who? The demon god's soul and his heart let out a suction force like a whale swallowing seawater. In an instant, the entire demon river and all the source energy of the demon race were sucked dry. At this moment, the huge demonic river had become a dried-up crater. The boundless demon river that was like a raging river had been squeezed dry until not a single drop was left. Then, everything returned to silence. Pooh! At this moment, Xiaohan's boiling demonic aura suddenly shrunk. Xiaohan's body also deflated and returned to normal. The cracks on the surface of his body were constantly mending. This? Xiaohan felt like he had just survived a disaster. The demon river was sucked dry by the demon god's soul in his heart. TSK swallowed the entire demon river in an instant. Xiaohan looked left and right. In the depths of the crater, there was not a single drop of water left. Xiaohan immediately looked inside himself. His divine soul and mental strength went straight to his heart. However, at this moment, his heart was shielded by a blurry demonic aura. This caused Xiaohan to feel a trace of joy from the demon god's soul, but he could not see where the demon god river went. For a moment, Xiaohan did not know whether to be happy or sad. Without a doubt, the demon god had a deep connection with the demon river. Now that the demon god had sucked dry the demon river of its own accord, Xiao Han found it hard to understand. Just as Xiao Han was deep in thought, a sudden sense of danger gripped Xiao Han. In the next instant, pooh! A demon talisman broke through the air. This demon talisman emitted a monstrous demonic aura that enveloped Xiao Han. Then, this demon talisman transformed into a blood saber that slashed towards Xiao Han's head. Whatever, the demon god is not under my control. I'll put this matter aside for now. Xiao Han quickly gathered his thoughts and channeled all the demonic power in his body. Instantly, he transformed into a ray of light. This ray of light seemed to teleport, dodging the blood-red demonic saber and going far away. His movements were illusory. Without the restriction of the demon river, he could move freely. Pung! The blood-red demon saber light directly exploded at the spot where Xiao Han was originally standing, smashing the ground into smithereens. To be continued, you. Chapter 743. Xiao Han transformed into a fleeting beam of demonic light, and started to display his demonic technique. He instantly teleported to an unknown distance, and dodged the attack of the demonic blood moon saber light that had suddenly descended. The direction of Xiao Han's teleportation was not the immortal realm, but the depths of the demon realm. One should know that if he returned to the immortal world now, he might even be attacked by the 3 high-rank immortal emperors. It was better to take a risk and enter the demon world first. In reality, Xiao Han's entry into the demon world was completely understandable. His demon chi pulsed violently. 8,000 demon dragons resided within him. He possessed various secret techniques and skills of the demons, and he used the spirit turtle's immortal chi to conceal his presence. He purposefully gave off the pulses of demon chi. This was basically the perfect disguise. Even the strongest great demon of the demon clan would not be able to identify Xiao Han. Humph. The sudden attack just now was my first time here. I didn't want to cause any problems, so I didn't pursue the matter. However, I won't be a gentleman if I don't take revenge for this. I've already faintly captured the soul ripple of the person who ambushed me. Like an illusion, Xiao Han was teleported to a barren, crimson demon mountain. Xiao Han finally stabilized his body and sat down cross-legged to recover from the injuries he had suffered in the demonic river. At the same time, Xiao Han could not help but look into his heart with his spirit. Strangely enough, after the demonic river was sucked dry, the demonic god's soul and Xiao Han's heart formed a shielding force, preventing Xiao Han's divine soul from sensing anything out of the ordinary. But Xiao Han believed. At this moment, the demon god. There must be something big going on. Although I escaped with my life. However, there was also a huge hidden danger at the moment. The energy contained within the demonic river was too terrifying. Not even an immortal emperor could subdue it. That was the energy of a pure demon. I can also sense that the energy is extremely compatible with the aura of the demonic god. And now, the demonic god has sucked the entire demonic river dry. He will definitely use this demonic river to grow. The more Xiao Han thought about it, the more terrified he became. One had to know that in Xiao Han's heart, besides the demon god's soul, there was also an egg of a cosmic giant beast. Back then, the demon god's plan was to place his divine soul in the egg of the cosmic behemoth and hatch it. It was the amalgamation of the demon god and the astral beast of the universe. It would become the one that could sweep through the great 1,000 worlds. Eternally immortal, eternally invincible, terrifying existence. Back then, countless immortals had joined forces and paid a huge price to seal the egg and prevent it from hatching. But now, the soul of the demon god had absorbed the power of the entire demon river. Perhaps, it would accelerate the hatching of the egg of the cosmic starry sky behemoth. Damn it, maybe the demon god will hatch that terrifying egg in my heart. Cold sweat broke out on Xiao Han's back. However, the development of the situation was already beyond Xiao Han's control. Forget it. What I need to do now is to improve my strength. Only then will I have the ability to protect myself. Xiao Han activated his saber will and killed the great fear in his heart. Then, he used a small demonic art to turn his soul into a demonic sense. With his body as the center, he radiated it in all directions. Probe. Under the probing of Xiao Han's demonic sense, he found that there was a demon city not far to the east. In this demon city, a large number of demons lived, and among them were the auras of some big demons. However, the auras of these big demons trembled under the sweep of Xiao Han's demonic sense. That's right. Xiao Han had the demonic power of 8,000 demon dragons. In the entire demon world, he was ranked at the top of the pyramid of demons. Moreover, most of Xiao Han's demonic power came from devouring and refining the corpses of immortals. This was because in Xiao Han's demonic sense, the murderous aura was very strong, and it contained an aura of killing immortals. It had the feeling that killing immortals was like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Evil, cold, and violent, it dominated the world, crushed everything, and destroyed the immortal Tao. Xiao Han's demonic sense swept around unscrupulously. After coming to the demon world, Xiao Han vaguely knew that the behavior of the demon race was very different from that of the human race. In the demon world, the law was almost a joke. The law of the jungle was vividly reflected. Therefore, since Xiao Han had disguised himself as a demon, he should be unscrupulous in the demon world. He should act like a tyrant. Xiao Han understood that the stronger he was, the safer he would be in the demon world. No one would doubt his identity. Heh. When I was in the mortal world, I once snuck into the demon capital alone and narrowly escaped death. Now, in the immortal world, I've entered the demon world again as a low-level immortal emperor. Hee, what a coincidence. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Then, he sent his divine soul into the cosmos sack. At this moment, Xiao Han's cosmos sack was placed in his storage ring, isolated from the outside world. Inside the cosmos sack, Bai Shi, Wu Hu, Xiao Han's wife and children, as well as countless mortals, were all extremely anxious and terrified. They all knew that they were in a bad situation. They were trapped in a demon river, and their cosmos sacks were about to be destroyed. Disaster was imminent. Xiao Han, on the other hand, rushed out without a care for his own safety. Now, everyone was worried about Xiao Han. I hope that master can come out of this calamity. Bai Shi and the other powerful existences were all frowning. Just then, whoosh, all of a sudden, a faint shadow descended into the Qingquan bag. It was formed by Xiao Han's divine will. Master. Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han. In an instant, Bai Shi, Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, Mo Qingtong, Xiaoan, and the others all rushed toward Xiao Han. They surrounded Xiao Han like stars surrounding the moon. It's all right, Xiao Han said hurriedly. Don't worry, everyone. I've successfully brought the cosmos sack to a safe place. The cosmos sack is damaged, but it's not completely destroyed. It can still be used. It's very safe for you to hide in the cosmos sack. Hearing this, the hearts of the crowd that were hanging in suspense finally calmed down. Xiao Han's wife and children. They hurriedly asked if Xiao Han was injured. After learning that Xiao Han was fine, they heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Shi, the cosmos sack still has the 3 high-tier immortal emperor's godly spirits. Use the 100 lives blade Dao to destroy those 3 godly spirits, Xiao Han instructed. Now that the cosmos sack is in the storage ring, it's equivalent to putting it in a place of its own. No matter how remarkable the 3 high-tier immortal emperors are, they can no longer track the cosmos sack, yes. Master. After making the necessary arrangements, Xiao Han wanted to quickly refine the monarch decapitator, the sky demon clone, and the essence of the 100 lives blade Dao. Moreover, he wanted to open the secret letter and read it. However, now that Xiao Han was in the demon realm and disguised as a demon, if he rashly tried to refine the immortal artifact, he would definitely die. If he were to rashly refine the immortal weapon, he would probably attract some trouble. And yet, at that very moment, many demons have appeared near my physical body. Xiao Han's godly spirit abruptly spoke. Forget it. All of you settle down and cultivate to your heart's content in your free time to strengthen your strength. I'll go out first. Whoosh, with a flash of divine thought, Xiao Han's godly spirit returned to its original position. Opening his eyes, his demonic consciousness swept out. In the void all around him, large numbers of demons had appeared. The demonic chi of these demons was very powerful. Even as they stood casually, sinister vortexes could be heard over their bodies. Some of the demons appeared in human form, while others had bizarre forms such as long wings, bone spikes, wrinkled skin, and bull horns on their foreheads. They were incomparably ferocious. These demons were observing Xiao Han as well. However, each and every one of them shuddered at the sight of Xiao Han's eyes, which were as deep as a sea of blood, and hurriedly averted their gazes in subservience. Xiao Han's temperament was cold and sharp, and his aura of slaughtering immortals as if he was picking up weeds wantonly emanated. It was extremely sinister, as if a demon tiger was lying on its side in the forest, and would leap up to devour humans at the slightest hint of abnormality. Shrouded by Xiao Han's powerful demonic consciousness, the demons around him were all trembling in fear. Among them, a middle-aged man wearing a feather robe with a pale golden edge, who looked like a pedantic mortal, hurriedly stepped forward and slightly bowed to Xiao Han. Your Excellency, please don't be offended. We didn't mean to offend you. Who are you? Xiao Han said arrogantly. I am the master of the demon city ahead, Sky Feather Demon Emperor. I have sensed your Excellency's amazing demonic chi, so I have come to greet you. I hope your Excellency can rest in the demon city ahead. The pedantic Sky Feather Demon Emperor respectfully invited Xiao Han. Oh. Xiao Han was stunned. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he slightly nodded. That's fine. Then let's go to Immortal Emperor Sky Feather's Demon City. Yes, please, the Sky Feather Demon Emperor was overjoyed. A large group of demons parted to the left and right, opening a path for Xiao Han. Let's sneak into the demon city first and see, Xiao Han said in his heart. Demon God River area. Boom, demonic light exploded. In the next moment, a large group of demons led by the purple-clad youth, the Demon Crown Prince, arrived at the Demon God's River. They were stunned as they looked at the dried-up Demon God's River. This, the great Demon God's River, the source of our demon clan, actually dried up. Such a strange phenomenon. Could it be that the new generation of Demon God will appear? Said a cow-headed demon clan member who was standing to the right of the Demon Prince as he cowered in fear. The Demon Crown Prince suddenly looked over, and the void seemed to be ignited. Suddenly, the Minotaur demon's body suddenly burst into flames. Ah! No! Crown Prince! Don't kill me! A heart-wrenching scream sounded like the roar of purgatory. However, in just a few breaths, the Minotaur demon was burned to ashes. Crown Prince, please calm your anger. Crown Prince, please quell your anger. A large group of demons knelt down. The Demon Crown Prince smiled coldly. The Demon God River has indeed undergone some changes. Just now, a lesser demon dodged my attack and directly fled into hiding. However, this doesn't mean that a new generation of Demon God will be born in the Demon God River. Suddenly, the Demon Crown Prince's eyes burst with the light of a monarch. The new Yao God can only be this Crown Prince. Hundreds of millions of demons will bow down to this Crown Prince. I'll lead the demon race and crush the immortal world. Yes. Crown Prince, you will be the ruler of the demon race. Gather all the demons that had been split up. Gather. Then, he declared war on the immortal world. Unify the immortal and demon realms. The Crown Prince is invincible. The Crown Prince rules the world. Look down upon the demon world. Anyone who dares to oppose the Crown Prince will be blasted to smithereens. Ha 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 ha. The demon crown prince threw his head back and laughed maniacally. The phenomenon of the demon god river and the drying up of the demon god river can only mean that the old demon god is completely dead, and a new demon god is about to be born. Ha 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 ha. It's just breaking the old and building the new. To be continued. Chapter 744. The demon crown prince led many demons to stay in the demon god river for a while. He released his demon awareness and scanned the surroundings, but found nothing. Then, the demon crown prince led the demons away. After the demon crown prince left, a large number of demons appeared one after another. They were led by all kinds of demons and arrived at the dried-up demon god river. In the ancient legends of the demon race, the great demon god was born from the demon god river. As the origin of the entire demon race, the demon god river had been worshipped by tens of thousands of demons since ancient times. Apart from the demon god, no other demons could get close to the demon god river, let alone absorb the pure demon energy to nourish themselves. Therefore, the demon god river was a forbidden place. But now, the demon god river had dried up. Not a single drop was left. This caused many of the greater demons who had heard the news to react violently. Some cried, some knelt on the ground, some were deep in thought. The culprit of all this, the soul of the demon god, seemed to have disappeared. Xiao Han's divine soul couldn't detect the movement of the soul of the demon god. His heart seemed to be blocked. Xiao Han decided not to bother with this matter anymore. At this moment, the Sky Feather Demon Emperor respectfully brought Xiao Han to the demon city in front of him. They entered the demon city. Xiao Han was quite curious. After all, Xiao Han had never been to the demon realm before. Xiao Han walked on the main road of the city, wantonly releasing his demonic sense, covering the whole city. The Sky Feather Demon Emperor led a large group of demons and followed behind him. The Sky Feather Demon Emperor was being intimidated by Xiao Han's demon awareness. His face was extremely humble, but there was a hint of hesitation on his face. Hey, this group of demons. They respectfully invited me into this city. I'm afraid they have some ulterior motives. Xiao Han saw everything, and a cold smile appeared on his face. His aura became more and more demonic. This caused the Sky Feather Demon Emperor and the other demons to be even more silent. Xiao Han walked around casually. He didn't take the initiative to greet the Sky Feather Demon Emperor. Under Xiao Han's observation, he saw that in this demon city, there were many buildings and demon temples, and there were hundreds of thousands of demons living in them. Xiao Han parted once more. In this demon city, most of the demons' auras were equivalent to level 1 or level 2 true immortals. Only a small portion of the demons in this city could match up to a level 5 true immortal. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign was roughly equivalent to a low-level immortal sovereign in the immortal world. As the ruler of this demon city, the Sky Feather Demon Emperor only had the battle prowess of a low-level immortal emperor. Xiao Han's current strength was 8,000 demonic dragon power. He could crush this Sky Feather Demon Emperor with a single finger. Therefore, in the face of great power, to Xiao Han, no matter what the Sky Feather Demon Emperor was plotting, Xiao Han would not take it to heart. After walking around the city, the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign finally brought Xiao Han to the City Lord Mansion. The residence of the demon race's City Lord was similar to the residences of the rich and powerful families in the mortal world. It was extremely luxurious and had a sense of extravagance. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign set up a grand banquet in the mansion to invite Xiao Han. All kinds of exquisite demon food were served up like flowing water. Although it was said that the demon clan loved to devour the brains of humans, the typical delicacies of the demon realm were cooked with various plants and beasts of the demon realm. Xiao Han was invited to the main seat. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign sat on Xiao Han's left, attentively accompanying him. There were more than 30 demons of various sizes attending the banquet, most of whom were equivalent to level 7 and level 8 true immortals. The banquet had just begun. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign smiled at Xiao Han ingratiatingly and clapped his hands. Immediately, a few seductive female demons with heavy makeup brought up a tray. This tray was actually filled with brain matter. The brains of humans. The brains emitted wisps of immortal qi. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign said respectfully to Xiao Han. Your Excellency, this is the brain of a level 6 true immortal, please enjoy. Xiao Han was stunned. He did not expect the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign to offer up the brain of a true immortal. A feeling of nausea welled up in his stomach. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign trembled in fear when he saw the change of Xiao Han's expression and the sudden flash of coldness in his eyes. Your Excellency, this is the only delicacy I can offer. Your Excellency's demon power is boundless, so naturally, you don't like the brain of a level 6 true immortal, and you enjoy it very crudely. However, since the disappearance of Lord Demon God, our demon race has been on the decline, and we are at a disadvantage in the battle against the immortal realm. Nowadays, it is very difficult for us to kill immortals and obtain their brains. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Humph. Xiao Han was happy to give up and waved his hand. Take it away, the brain of a level 6 true immortal. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. The brain of an immortal emperor can be tasted, but those below the immortal emperor, take it away. Take it away quickly. Yes, the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign hurriedly ordered the female demons to take the tray away. Then, the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign immediately arranged for some charming female demons to dance and entertain the guests to ease the awkward atmosphere. During the banquet, Xiao Han also tasted some delicacies made from supreme-grade demon beasts. They were delicious and not inferior to the delicacies of the immortal realm. The demon race led by the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign repeatedly toasted Xiao Han and fawned on him. After 3 rounds of wine, the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign finally could not hold it in anymore. He seemed to have gathered his courage and said to Xiao Han. Your Excellency, oh? Finally, the meat show? Xiao Han sneered in his heart, and then said indifferently, if you have anything to say, feel free to say it. I like to be frank with people, understand? If there's anything you're hiding, I don't mind destroying this city of yours. Yes, Your Excellency, this. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign subconsciously licked his face with his stinky long tongue and washed his face. Then, he mustered up his courage and said, Your Excellency, the situation in the demon realm is very tense now. I believe Your Excellency is well aware of the situation in the demon realm? Xiao Han blurted out. What situation? I don't know. The crowd of demons was shocked. Xiao Han immediately sneered. I've been in seclusion for countless years. I naturally don't know the current situation in the demon realm. Why? Do you find it strange? At this point, Xiao Han's entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Even his pupils were burning with demonic flames that could burn immortals and destroy gods. It seemed like he could attack at any time and destroy the world. Destroy this city. Calm down. Your Excellency, please calm down. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign cried in fear. Tell me the current situation in the demon realm. Don't leave anything out. Xiao Han flicked his fingernails. Yes. Your Excellency. Our demon realm and the immortal realm have been incompatible since ancient times. Many years ago, the demon god led our demon realm to fight against the immortals of the immortal realm. We didn't lose out at all and even stood on equal footing. Later on, our demon realm's reputation surpassed that of the immortal realm. Lord Demon God was an invincible existence that reigned supreme in the myriad of worlds. He could casually kill immortal emperors with a single move. But later on, Lord Demon God encountered an accident and was surrounded by countless immortal emperors. His whereabouts were still unknown. The disappearance of the demon god gave the immortal realm a chance to rise. In recent years, our demon realm has been unable to wage war against the immortal realm. The demon realm is weak because of the demon god's disappearance. On the other hand, our demon race is suffering from internal strife. Since the disappearance of the demon god, countless greater demons have risen in rebellion to fight for the right to rule the demon realm. The demon clans of the various camps fought and killed each other, causing countless deaths and injuries. And recently, this trend had developed to the most tragic stage. The strongest great demons of the demon realm were about to fight it out, and the winner would obtain the title of the new generation of demon gods. All the demon race in the demon realm must submit. Oh. Xiao Han was slightly puzzled. The battle between the most powerful demons in the demon realm and the fight for the title of demon god doesn't seem to have anything to do with Sky Feather Demon Sovereign, does it? You can't fight for it. Sky Feather Demon Sovereign, why are you currying favor with me like this? Tell me all about it. Xiao Han's demonic gaze seemed to be able to see through the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign's heart, making it impossible for him to hide anything. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign hesitated for a moment, but when he was glared at by Xiao Han, he trembled in fear and spoke the truth. Your Excellency. Your Excellency's demonic strength is like a tsunami breaking through the sky. It's extremely shocking. Even in the entire demon realm, it's enough to rank among the best. We want to beg Your Excellency to protect us, so that we won't be affected by the battle between the greater demons. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Han nodded and said with great interest. Sky Feather Demon Sovereign, with your strength, you really can't compete for anything. In other words, as long as you don't get involved in this mess, those greater demons who are qualified to fight for the position of the new demon god won't come to deal with an insignificant fellow like you, right? As long as you know your place and pledge allegiance to the new demon god, you'll naturally be safe. Why would you need protection then? It's like this. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes flickered with extreme fear. Your Excellency, you've been in seclusion for a long time, so I'm afraid you still don't know that the demon realm is divided into 5 major factions. Each faction is led by 5 greater demons. Heaven Wasteland Emperor, Demonic Sword Emperor, Man Shan Emperor, Jianghu Emperor. The 4 great emperors of the demon realm are the most powerful existences in the demon realm. They survived the Great War of the Demon Immortals back then. Their battle strength is equivalent to that of a medium immortal emperor or a high immortal emperor. They can kill a medium immortal emperor, but they can't fight against a high immortal emperor, but they can stay alive. However, a monstrous existence has emerged recently, the Demon Crown Prince. The Demon Crown Prince has risen like a comet, and his limelight has surpassed that of the 4 great emperors. Moreover, the Demon Crown Prince's identity is also very mysterious and extremely cruel, but his battle strength has completely surpassed that of the 4 great emperors. It can be said that the new generation of demon gods is very likely to fall on the Demon Crown Prince. Your Excellency, our faction belongs to the Heaven Wasteland Emperor. A few years ago, the Heaven Wasteland Emperor and the Demon Crown Prince formed an irreconcilable feud. This time, the Demon Crown Prince will definitely take the opportunity to eradicate the Heaven Wasteland Emperor. At that time, with the Demon Crown Prince's cruel nature, he will definitely wipe out all of the demon clan under the jurisdiction of the Heaven Wasteland Emperor. Therefore, we need a protector. Your Excellency. Your demonic strength is almost on par with the Heaven Wasteland Emperor. I hope that you can help us resist the Demon Crown Prince. Finally, the Sky Feather monstrous Emperor revealed his thoughts. Demon Crown Prince? This guy is the most powerful existence in the competition for the new generation of demon gods? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, but then he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Demon god? What new generation of demon god? The real demon god is in my heart. Whether it was the immortals or the demon clan, they all thought that the demon god had fallen, but who would have thought that not only did the demon god not fall, but he was also incubating the egg of the cosmic giant beast. Once the demon god succeeded, then the entire world, the 10,000 worlds, would be trampled under his feet, never to rise again. At this moment, A strong fluctuation was transmitted from Xiao Han's heart. A deep thought was transmitted to Xiao Han. This will was filled with disdain and anger, like a dragon swimming in shallow waters. Moreover, this will accurately told Xiao Han that he should compete for the position of the new generation of Yao gods. Moreover, this thought produced a violent killing intent towards the demon crown prince. Driven by the thought, Xiao Han blurted out. The demon crown prince is about to die. I will seize the position of the new generation of demon gods. To be continued. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.